Ooh, what's going on? The title, Pseudo Intellectualism equals chaos. Saw a lot of madness today. I saw a video from Albert and Preach. I feel sorry for the boy. He's so misled about the fresh event. He sent a negative message to a female, and I know he's doing it for the work for the boys. Yeah, let's go on. A lot of chips. Salute. And yeah, man. I feel sorry for the young man, man. Like I really do. These dudes that's brainwashed by these fresh and flimsies. I mean, I don't say flatter and flimsies, what I want to call them. They are so lame. And they just go in there and just decimate the boy. You know what I mean? I'm just like, what's the point? And I'm glad I saw the channel. I said they got a good channel. And I saw about the one with the fat phobic and what's going on, a triple black salute. And yeah, man, it's just like I saw it, and then he's so misled. Like Albert tried to talk to the boy, and it was on I think Duke the Don's channel, and he was so obsessed with dealing with probably as the cult following. But I get it. When you're that young, you at that age, he's probably, I don't know if he's 22 or 23 years old, but at that age, he's misled. And we talked about this on the Wacky World of O's channel. And he was talking about with him and Big Truck went at it. And it's the enablers. We talked about this. And I saw that 7-hour live stream I did with Soul and Black and Just DeAndre. Shouts out to them. But that's a hell of a live stream. I sound great. I sound excellent halfway through the stream. The beginning, I was a little borgy, but I did well, and I learned how to use this thing. But yeah, I've been consistent with it. But shouts out to Cuda for that. Appreciate his love over here. But I'm saying, like, that boy is so misled and so misguided, and he don't have no clue what's going on. And he was doing the bidding for those dudes. He said, I just care about the content and stuff like that. And I heard in his voice, I said, man, he's so delusional. This is what happens when you're a blind following enabler, man. People call him fresh and fit, right? I called him flatter and flimsy. They fucking up. You can't tell me flatter and flimsy is fucking up big time. And they think they got this message on point. And I'm just saying that to be clear, but these dudes, they just so lost, man. I feel sorry for that young man. Like the way I saw that pre-record, I think I saw on Abla's Priest channel first. It was a short clip, and then I saw the long version, how it started. He had no disrespectful, and he said for gays and fraud. Yeah. And it's just like it's so sad, man. And I feel sorry for the young man. The young man is just not there on his liking, but I feel sorry for him. What's going on, degenerate? Salute. And I feel sorry, man. Like he is so misled, has no idea what's going on. No idea what's going on. And I think it's worse to say that it's getting sad out here, man. And yeah, it's crazy. And it does equals chaos. And a lot of people don't have knowledge and do research what's going on. And a lot of these dudes is brainwashed. We said the same thing from each stream. We say the same thing about this pseudo intellectualism and things like that. And a lot of people just don't do properly research. I said this on the stream with Mike V, and I will say Wacky World. I'm gonna do a stream on conservatism and break down the history and go in depth on why it's important to study the figures that's part of conservatism. I just heard that a guy from Tennessee named Phil Valentine, the white guy. I'm not talking about the black one from the conscious community. I'm talking about the one that's white, well known in Nashville. And my dad told me he was popular conservative. He's well respected. Got like 300 something thousand followers or whatever in the conservative party, whatever, right? And to look at that, I was like, yeah, he's recognized. I've heard the name before, but he was popular. And what's going on, Tampa? Salute. What's going on, she? And yeah, that's just my main thing. And I'm just like looking at this like this is cool, man. Like I've learned a lot while I'm seeing what's going on, but I appreciate Al try to talk to this kid, man. Like this guy is misled. Like that's what happens when you're a fanatic and don't do your own research, and then they come to be pseudo intellectuals like that pseudo masculinity. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And he said Phil Valentine was on that COVID conspiracy and real hard. Yeah, he was. He was the white guy I'm talking about. I'm talking about the conservative. Yeah, he fought, he fell for that shit. And then look what happened. He started dying. Those dudes from Louisiana, and people don't want to hear that. You know, people die from those onsets for them shots. It's not the shots, it's how you take care of your diet and everything else. The shots just gives you flu-like symptoms. I do know that. I had a fever when I got mine. And I that's why I don't deal with those conversations, especially on this channel, because I ain't trying to risk it. There's too many damn emotional people who don't do research. That's why I argue with people that's stupid. My arguments is structured. I bring links in debates. I'm sorry, but that's what I do. I do research. I do this stuff. And I will body any dude that challenges me on that. I got links to prove it. I'm not gonna argue and screen anybody's points. I'll debate you, and that's it. But outside of that, I don't care. Because you got a lot of sycophants that don't do research. I'm sorry. It's just what I see from this kid, he's just brainwashed. It's like the Jim Jones effect. You know, when you dealing with F and F, they just fucking up, man. And he said, what's good, BGS? Got to string together one day. And yeah, I know. That's what BGS does. Yeah, he do the same thing. Yeah, he's got a lot of sycophants too. We said the same thing on Mike P. Yeah. He said the young men lack critical thinking skills. They are like lemmings. Exactly. And that's the problem, you know. And what I saw from this guy, he tried to debate about his concept, but he was honest. One thing he said, one thing I liked about the young man, he was on, he's stand on what he stand on. You know, that's good for him. That's a good start. He's learning. Problem is he's brainwashed by the podcast group. He doesn't know how ignorant he sounds, because you know you can't be misled by guys that's been fraudulent and fake the whole time. But they've been fake. I've been peeping. I've been anti them too. I never supported some guys like that. Yeah, he is. He is Tampa. But I'm just saying, man, what is the point of dealing with guys that follow those individuals like that as life coaches or dating coaches? It's all the one and the same to me. It's just sad. It's just sad. Like you can't just have any viewpoint of thinking of yourself. See, the problem with me is like I look at them is they're brainwashed. These followers and these people defend this nonsense. And then he said about touching kids, and I'm glad Abbott threw that in his face. He said, well, that's the deal breaker. That's what he said to the boy. The boy says the deal breaker. But see, he's gonna follow him all the fuck shit that he said. And he said something derogatory message to a girl that he don't even know, and she don't even fuck with him like that. Why would you do that though? You know, that was a good question. I like that little clip he did on their channel. I'm subscribed to them. I like their little content. You know, there's some good reactionary channels. They're good. They criticize everybody, right and left. They're more middle than me. I said, ooh, I've heard of them before years ago. They're a good channel. They're established. I think Fresh and Fit trying to take their spot. It's really the other way around. And yeah, Myron, I can't stand him. Now I kind of have to side with yeah, internet that is yeah, you're so correct. And I had to side with I would probably have to side with Alba on this one. Now, even though he probably a little instigated a little bit, but I don't think he did. I think they instigated because the way it started out, they criticized the game and stuff. That was the issue. That's what it was about. And then Fresh and Fit didn't care. They don't care about the manosphere stuff. They've been anti-manosphere stuff like that. You know, that's normal, man. Side of City Tone, yeah, he tore up. Yeah, he did. He did. I was at that stream. He was factual. That Arab dude was annoying. Yeah, he is. I agree. A lot of chips. A lot of these niggas ain't shit, man. He said they act like women. Women never want to take the L in an argument. Exactly. That's how it is. They do act like females. That's why they preach this pseudo manhood. Shouts out to Harrison and Family Vlogs. He said it best. And men, it's okay, men, to disagree. There's a line. It's just it's how you apply it at the end of the day. Yeah, they're not ADOS. That's what Justiandre said. They have a white supremacist mindset. Yeah, they always do. Justiandre broke it down. And we talked about that for like the beginning of the 7 hours and manhood and things like that. And it's a structural conversation. So what you're gonna have is dudes like that, but that diehard fan. Oh my god, that diehard nigga fan. And he's from what, San Diego, California. His name was what, 360 Blessings. He got an interesting name. And he's living up to that name. And he said, I stand on it. He said, look, this is how he sounds. If you watch that short clip over at Albert Preach with that boy, I was on the stream with Kuda, right? With his live stream with the 7 hours. If you watch that clip, and I was on the panel when he's about to go out, he said, I stand on it. He said, I don't care. I'll die. You know, he was saying all types of crazy shit. But I feel sorry for him, though. He said, I stand on it. What's going on, Pastor $40, aka Irv got a salute. And he said, I stand on it. Just ignorant, man. Like, I feel sorry for dudes is ignorant and gullible like that. But he don't know any better. See, I'm giving him a pass because I'm gonna let him fall down till he gets to my age, and he'll realize that it's a cult, man. He's gonna learn. He's gonna learn. It's a lot of dudes like that. That's why I talk about the enablers and the followers, because they determine these beefs, especially in these sphere. You got to be careful who you follow, who you watch, and look out for your followers and look at your content. Your content is reflecting who you are. You know, I preach on this channel evergreen versus stagnation content. I've did some streams on it and explain the problems of individuals that can't deal with reality, and then just like say, hey, this is my thing and I'm going here. You know, this is like my second live stream, so I want to do something. This is Sunday night, so I normally do Sunday afternoons, but I decided I did a Zodiac stream. That's a piece of itself, but I'm doing this one because I saw something weird today, early today, and then through the morning, because I know Kuda kind of private that stream I was on, and my God, man, that boy sounded off. I felt sorry for the boy. I mean, young champion 360 Blessing, you better cut that shit out, man. You better get that shit nipped in the bud, boy. You better nip that shit in the bud. My Lord. Let me stop. Let me stop making fun of the kid. The kid don't know any better. I just gotta say, man, it's really awful, man. You can't just go around and clown about things. You can't cry about things, man. This is hurtful, man. Like, he's over here tripping about life and try to do what these guys do, but he don't realize they're a bunch of frauds deep down. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Like, you can't tell me nothing about these youngsters, man. They are so fucking lost. It's not even funny anymore. It's just like, I can't deal with reality. I don't have a jawline. He said, I have a jawline. That's how they be crying, but that's how they are. And then they want to say, I stand on it, because I'll defend Fresh and Fit all the time. I love the podcast. He was bold with it, boy. Shouts out to Duke. What's his name? Duke the Don. Shouts out to him. Helping this damn young man to quit acting silly, man. He's a fanatic. See, fanatics, you got to understand, in sports and them, they don't know when to shut the fuck up. Now, I don't mind being a supporter. I'm a villain. I don't care. I'm a supporter. But that young man is fucking lost. He is lost. He is so utterly lost at this point. It's fucking funny, man. He said again, these niggas been looking for daddies and saviors. Oh, I know you've been saying that, but I'm just saying, but they've lost. And that's the sad part. Watch paternity court. They will still argue after the results come in. And it's very feminine. Exactly. He's a smasher. Like, okay. It's that Jim Jones shit going on. Yeah, that's that Jim Jones. I said that early in the stream. But I'm just saying, like, it's just wild. And these young men, they believe in this shit. They believe in this shit. But I get it. That's the thing about it. You know, you just can't worry about what others say about you. And you just got to be down with it. So I'm not even worried about the situation. But yeah, I'm just in here. You know, the second live show, I have to report on the thing. But yeah, I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. I'm going to get into my little thing. And I don't I don't see what you exactly seen. This boy is just check it out in my community tab if y'all can on my channel. And I'm not gonna play it here because I know it's fair use. Recipe to follow, blah blah blah. I'm gonna set that up. I just want to know, and yeah, Duke the Don, he did a small clip and challenged Abba to, trying to tell him scrap whatever, but but 360 blessings, that kid is lost, man. That boy is utterly lost. I feel sorry for the young man. The young man is just talking out of his ass. He's just talking shit at this point and just trying to fit in. Poor lad, poor young man. But if you watch it on Apple Pre-Shot, it says okay to dox and insult women. He says he's a Fresh and Fit super fan. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up for y'all. What's going on, Mike V? Salute. Yeah, that man is misguided. It's kind of like these conservatives and things like that, and any cult following. We talked about this over at the 7-hour live stream with me and what's his name? Solon Black and then Rashawn. I'm gonna show you something. This boy right here, if you watch this in my community tab, put it in your watch latest, whatever, right? It says, here's what I said. I said sad, but great observation on the super fan. Can't stand fanatics. That's what I said. It's okay to dox and insult women, Fresh and Fit super fan. The original video is by Duke and Don. It's in the description. He clipped it to 8 to 43 minutes when he talked to him. He said, when stan culture goes too far, here's what it says. When stan culture goes too far, he's a fanatic. And I feel sorry for the young man. I feel sorry for him because the way he sound, man, oh my God, I stand on it. I stand on it. I'm like, all right, nigga. Like, what is your problem? Like, bruh. See, when you got guys that's brainwashed and not knowing and just being lost, it's just sad, man. Like, I can't explain why people think the way they do. They're hurt by it. And that's the thing. Yeah. Books can't teach nuances. No, they can't. And that's the problem. And that's what the problem is. Yeah, it's a lot of pseudo intellectual in the space is damaging. This is one of them. Even with the conservative talks with guys like David, what's his name, Monroe, aka conservative. What did Ty call him? He called him Pookies. And he also called Trey a Pookie too. But Trey admits that he was a fuck up and then he claimed to be conservative. I don't know why. He's part of what SYSBM, but they don't deal with the manosphere like that. They deal with red pill spaces. They're separate. They don't even fuck with dudes like that. A lot of people try to say they do. No, they don't. Deep down, they don't. They just do their own thing. That's why you don't see them on YouTube. They be on Patreon and everything else. A lot of people say, yeah, they cool. Yeah, they cool, but they're not really that cool. You don't see streams with Mad Bus try to be cool with old boy over there and everybody else. No, you don't see that. Let's cut the cap. He don't be over there like that. I'm sorry. He's one of them dudes like, I hate to say like O'Shea. O'Shea be on the other side. That's why I don't mess with him. I don't like O'Shea like that. I never did when he first came out in 2016. I don't know why people still follow that fucking fool, man. No, you can't kick out Flam and Flimsy. Flam and Flimsy is not going anywhere. They got more numbers. Remember they said, what did Tassi say? Remember they care about the fucking numbers? And look what happened. Everybody's dusting them. Like Lee, what he said, Lee, attorney, and all them other guys, they dust them, man. You can't be saying shit and then expect people to like you. That's the thing. So you cannot go around and say it ain't about the numbers. Y'all claim it, and then these dudes passion. That's why you got dudes like this embarrassing themselves in a sphere like that, and they're divided over there. So the most ridiculous thing to say, nobody didn't care about the numbers. They cared about the numbers, bruh. It's just what it is, man. It's no hate or anything. It's just you just come around with the bullshit. But I feel sorry for the boy. He had no idea what was going on. And I'm just saying for me doing a stream, like it's all time high. You have a lot of pseudo intellectuals will argue it down about points and they don't even make no damn sense. I understand what's going on. And him acting like that, and he said, I stand on it. That lets me know he's lost. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand. I understand. Yeah, man, the guy horse Jose is such a grifter. I had to drop that guy earlier this year. Yeah, I never really cared for him like that. I never cared for him in 2016. I didn't like what he did over at Bernard's with that doctor, man. That's just stupid. That's their thing. Okay. I don't care about the trademark either, but that's his business. You know, if he wants to help brothers, that's great. You don't know what's gonna come out of it. You may never know. Ramil got emotional about the name. That set him back. He bounced back, and now he's in scuffles with Taz and GMT, and these hoes, man, they coming at him. Ain't about his content; it's about who he is. He's up there in numbers, so he's trying to stay away from that, but it's just a problem. But you have a lot of pseudo intellectuals on his panel as well. It's a mess. You got to do research. I've been saying this before and time again. Bring links when you research, especially up here too. I want to hear your bullshit points. Just bring up the facts, and if I disagree with you, I'm going to disagree with you. It's not true. I will challenge you on that. I just want the answer. You know what I mean? I'm more efficient with this. So when you got guys like that young man, he's misled and lost. A lot of times when you got dudes is misled and lost, they just don't know what to do. They just know where to go. They're scrambling. So when you're scrambling like that, you're gonna have problems. And I get it. And I get the problems that people have. They're just gonna do what they gotta do, man. Like I'm not even worried about it at this point. And that's just the thing, you know. And I know people's doing their own thing and things like that, but I'm just saying. And that's just, yeah. Everybody's coming out of the woodworks with the Fresh and Fit podcast. They need to. I call them fresh and fruity. That's what I said. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not over here clout chasing or anything. And to me, black people shouldn't even care about them because they foreign as hell. Care about fucking clowns like that. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. But that's just the way it is at this point. But you can't get mad at what's going on. And that's just what time it is. But I'm not even worried about it. But I did saw that stream, my 7-hour live stream, man. It's a classic. But you know, it says these males hate correction in online spaces after stream over Wacky World of O's. He was talking about proving his point. That's the name of that stream. That was a build up. And the reason I like that stream and what we did with Soul and Black, it was a lot of build. I kind of fell asleep in between the 4-hour mark. I was dozing off. And it was a great conversation. I let him talk and do my thing in the content and things like that. But yeah, I'm good, man. I'm so damn good at this point. But you know, he says salute. Yeah, what's going on, Justin Andre? Salute. He says salute to the chat. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I felt disturbing about that young man. His name was 360 Blessings. And he said, I will stand on it. You know, I'm like, all right, bro. Albert tried to talk to him. He said, look, bro, you gotta chill for that. And I get it. You know, when you're young, I understand you love the blind following. I get it. It's not one of those things that you can get upset over. You know, it's just he was just being blindly followed. But the pseudo intellectualism, man, it's at an all-time high. It's at an all-time high. And I feel sorry for the guy. You know, the young man is just lost. He's broken. He's probably come from a single parent home. He's broken and he needs the father figures that they had. This is what Harrison Family Vlogs was saying about these red pill communities from the mainstream manosphere and the other alternative mainstream manosphere that's beefing the Rolo versus 21. Ty City trying to say it's actually three. It's actually two. The other side has two split. This side has three versions: 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Now 3.0 is damn near decimated because Black Brain Trust is still standing. I give them credit; they're still surviving. But if they don't produce nothing in the next 5 to 10 years, this is on the clock of Complex and Mike V, which they will. They're just gonna have to fight this shit with that woman and that lawsuit. I don't really care. It's kind of like with the magazine issue, and I think people should not worry. We'll see what next year is gonna bring because these are obstacles and hurdles we got to get through. But people got to understand this thing ain't going away with Fresh and Fit. I don't think it'll grow after this. This is my observation because people come out of the woodwork about them. And, they did this to themselves. And we should not be worrying about them, to be honest with you. They're irrelevant. But that boy, that pseudo intellectualism, man, it's annoying. It's common in these spaces that people just say stuff and don't check nothing and don't do the research. They just go in there and just in there blindly. I mean, yeah, I enjoyed Teapots last night. They was talking about gear, like gear acquisition syndrome, right? Talking about gears and microphones and everything else. And it's a cool thing. I ain't got no problem with gear. I learned a lot from Nick Taylor. He loved music. And that's his thing, but he's a truck driver and he's conservative. So Nick Taylor don't get into political fights like that. So, I don't blame him. But what I'm saying is with the boy, 360, I'm going to go right back to the point, drive it home, is because that boy is misled and lost. I know a lot of people like him. He ain't by himself. He's hurt. He needs a value system. He's hurt. And following Fresh and Fit is not the way to go because what you're doing is you create more of them. That's why they come to these spaces. That's where you got a lot of vote sales and what they say, incel people. That's what's flood these spaces. I mean, legalized prostitution will help them a little bit, but not much. They're still going to be violent because you can't trust these hoes, man. That's the type of world we live in. You can't trust anybody because it's going to get to a point you're going to get sick and tired and be sick and tired, right? And a lot of pseudo-intellectualism and pseudo-manhood is common in these spaces on both sides of the black or the so-called white or so-called black, so-called white, the spheres, right? Because you got the mainstream on that side. The other one's underground. That's us. See, the alternative mainstream, that's Rolo. He's on the other side. A lot of people say it's three letters. It's actually two because they sharing the same side. We don't fuck with them. As long as we exist, they don't exist. You know what I'm saying? They just had our talking points and got famous. That's what happened. They went mainstream with it. Rolo's boys is fucking up. Donovan's cool with them other guys, 21 Convention and things like that with Jap and them. And the mainstream manosphere is kind of a joke. They try to say it's three. If it was three, it'd make sense, but technically it's not. It's really two. They just split with two leaders who are white. That's Rolo and Adam 21. That's it. But Adam 21 is better because they don't want the game guys. It's kind of like what we're dealing with. They try to say we got game wars over here. And it's not the same. No. These dudes keep losing. They keep losing. The game wars is just a way to get rid of certain individuals. That didn't work. We're more structured than they are. We may be not structured, but we're way more structured than they are. Give us some credit. I mean, come on, man. We ain't that bad. Stop it. We're not that bad. If we was that bad, we would have known about it. I mean, let's stop the cap, man. Let's stop the cap. I know people is trying to talk about Fresh and Fit, but I'm not going to talk about it that much. But some people are just super emotional about it, and and you gotta get over the fact that this is it, and you can't just get mad what they do at this point because they're gonna be who they are. I don't worry about foreigners like that. They're idiots. At the end of the day, they're not doing nothing to my life to improve. For all their bullshit and their weak ass content, it's not evergreen. It's stagnating content. When it's stagnating content, it becomes a problem. And you got to do what you got to do to just fit in. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to look at it from a holistic point of view. And that's the sad part. And I think it's very, very interesting that people should look at it like that. And that's all I gotta say about it. But for me, I'm just looking at it for the big picture, and I'm not even tripping off what's going on. But yeah, man, yeah. And I'm just looking at a situation that can happen. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even tripping off it at this point. But yeah. I'm gonna put this in my community tab as well. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying, man, it's a mess at this point. But that's pseudo intellectual for you. I won't read this. What would you call KS, O'Shea, Old Man, and Solo 84 crowd of the Black Manosphere? A bunch of sycophants. They're all the same. Slayer, Oblivion, Mr. I'll say Mr. Polo 84. I don't care for him. He's another clown. He's a goofy. I never really liked him. He's worse than O'Shea. They're just bad. You know, at least KS got some standards. I don't mess with him. That's a purple pill god. I don't mess with him. He's gone to the moon as we speak. He's gone to the moon. So I can't really expound on him like that. But them other dudes, man, I don't even mess with them like that. And that's the thing, man. You just gotta stick what you know. And I'm just not saying they're bad. I'm just saying the context of who they are. But that dude 360, what's his name? Blessing, kind of disturbed me. He was bold. What he said, he said, "I stand on it." Like he gonna whoop somebody. Like he gonna hurt somebody. Just emotional as hell. You know, just proud. You know what I mean? You ever seen niggas get proud and they get bucked up in their little chest? I said that little nigga. Oh man, that nigga is just wild, man. But but it's funny though. Like these dudes think they gonna do something. He's a stocky dude from San Diego. He said, right? He said, I always been this way. My mom told me I know I'm crazy. I said, yeah, San Diego's a little crazy out there. You know, I heard about them Lincoln Park Bloods, man. He had to be a blood gang member. I don't know what he was. Talking like that. And he said, that's what 50 February do. And they should have known that by now. It's a bunch of niggas following. And but it's funny though. But see, they love the fruity fruit, the fruity flim flam, the fruity in the flam, flaming young. They like the guys like that. They like guys that are weak, man. They're circle jerkers, man. They double talk and they circle jerk. And that's what they do, man. They just go in there and just say, hey, let's get some hoes, let's get some bitches, let's slap them up. And they ended up slapping them. I saw that. They whooped their ass in Miami. And Miami's bad. And ain't nothing shit in Miami. I agree with Alba on that. There's nothing out there. It's a joke. Even though they're Canadians dissing American City, I get it. But I'm not going to diss the Haitians out there. I mean, Haitians always had it rough in Florida. I'm just going to say this. There's a guy told me years ago in the train, he said the Haitians have it a lot worse historically. And he always told me that story with, he's from Hollywood, Florida. And he saw the white Cubans got the boats first. Nice looking boats coming off the coast of Florida, right? When the Haitians had those rag boats, they told them to turn back and go to their country, and they end up dying, right? I was in the 70s. When he told me that, I said, wow. Haitians have it hard. They're not the perfect people, but they're good people. They don't bother me. I don't bother them. You know what I'm saying? And I see them a lot here in Georgia, like in the Atlanta area. That's it. But I'm outside of Atlanta anyway. But I'm just saying like this. There's plenty of them in Florida. There's plenty of them in Georgia. Plenty of them in New York. They're everywhere really on the East Coast. So if you want to get technical, they're everywhere on the East Coast. Okay. And some in the South. I would say like Louisiana, Houston. You know, I forgot. probably somewhere in Shreveport or New Orleans and Baton Rouge. They everywhere, like the Creoles and things like that. Yeah. And there's some in Montreal, in Toronto. So yeah, you got your Haitians. But they have it hard. Like this in a man's country is kind of foul. But the wife thing is really foul. That's why everybody got on them about that. But this dude is defending them based off their actions. I mean, come on, bro. That's wild. And then he said about the molestation part. He said that's different. That's where I draw the line. I'm like, and he don't care if they did it or not. He asked him a simple question. Albert was trying to save that boy. See, this is why the pseudo intellectual mindset brainwashed these followers. They too busy worrying about the wrong shit. And that's the problem. Yeah. The next couple of minutes I'll open it up. But yeah, man, I'm just saying. This is one of those things you gotta deal with. And you just gotta have it. I had a girl despite she says she ain't the manosphere. Uh-oh. Oh, they don't want to hear that. But yeah, man. That's good. It's dark outside and I gotta do what I gotta do in this season. But yeah, man. You gotta be malcontent in this mug, man. But that's all I gotta say on the situation, what's going on. And I titled it the way I titled it's that bad, man. It equals chaos. But I'm just saying what's in the description. Madness on the internet spaces, yeah. And that just goes to show you what time it is. I'm just doing this one because it was on my mind and I said I want to do a stream on something and I saw something very disturbing about that boy, man. These fanatics is getting dangerous and you want to know why they're crazy. And some people say they red pill raging. Yeah, it's more than red pill raging. They're just more diluted and lost, man. We get on panels with these fools and they say, I love these guys. I love the flimsy and fruities. I love these guys. It's like they talk, they say, yeah, I need a better jawline. And all this other shit. That's how they sound. That's your followers, man. And they ain't gonna help you when you fall off or get destroyed. You know what I'm saying? And it's like he told GMT, that's what Pakuda was saying. They ain't gonna be there when you get locked up or killed, man. They're not loyal like that. That's these fanatics, man. I study sports like that. And that's the way to go about it. But you can't just go around and say that you're wrong. But you got to control yourself. You got to be that type of person to think about what you're saying. But don't come around here acting crazy, man. And yeah, I just felt like I got to do this and got to do this stream. And I said, man, I saw something disturbing, man. That young man is just messed up in the head, man. Where did we get this mindset of pseudo manhood and pseudo intellectualism? I mean, it's bad enough that people don't do research in the manosphere and doing real topics and things like that, but it's gotten to the point it's like a cult following. I mean, Beasley was right. He said that on Art of New Style. He said the cult following is kind of dangerous. And that's the thing that you got to deal with. So I know people is coming around and bouncing around, but it's all good. I'm just saying. Man. He said, I don't fuck with the Zoe Pound, but I think I see some in DMV area. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay. And well, all of them are hypocrites. Yeah, they are. They're so hypocritical. Yeah, it's just one of those days, man. Like I see it, man. There's so much hypocrisy from them guys. And that boy is misled, man. Felt sorry for him, but wish him well. And Albert said he wished the boy well. He is so lost into the madness and these spaces. So me, I'm just doing my thing and just say, hey, Because I done spoke 2 to 3 hours on the stream before, so I'm not gonna do it on the second stream. I'm gonna be all right with this one. So you know what I'm saying? Oh, hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold on. It's about to cut off. Oh shit. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Woo! It's about 15%. Wow. Wow. It's about I was about to have a ba da ba ba ba. I put the fresh in it. Oh my god, I dropped it. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me pin this. Yeah, round one. So yeah, that's all I gotta say. But that boy was fucking lost, man. And he killed me saying, "I stand on it. I stand what I said." I was like, "All right, nigga. All right, nigga. You stand on what you said, nigga." I'm like, "Nigga, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna beat up everybody?" I'm like, "Come on, man." I would try to talk to the boy. He said, "So, sir, since the fandom is getting crazy, could you see? He said, could you see another Asia and Tony incident? Probably, probably. That hit us back in the 1.0 days. I think Wacky told that story, and I told that story. I remember that too. That dude, Tony, was a sick freak, man. It's going to happen. One of these two. It's going to be on their watch. It ain't going to be on our watch. And everybody be like, oh, he killed a woman. You see? That's how they take us down. You got to learn to take it on the chin. I don't know who's worse. Yeah. So, but today's time, most people don't really care. Because at the time, we was blamed for it. But a lot of these dudes will give up and go somewhere else in the sphere. But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's one of those things that it's a possibility. You gotta do what you gotta do. And yeah. Yeah, I pinned the link in the chat if y'all want to come up. But I'm just saying, like, I had to speak on it. Because dude was sounding crazy. He sounded crazy. I don't know here acting crazy. And trying to say, I'll stand on it. All right, you stand on it. All right, nigga. All right, nigga. You gonna stand on it. All right, you gonna stand on it, nigga. Hell, he was bold. He was so arrogant. Look, that young man was so arrogant. He didn't give a fuck about life. He's like, I stand on it. All right, nigga. Like, calm down and breathe. Breathe, nigga. He act like he gonna beat up somebody. I was like, nigga, you better calm down. These little niggas be wilding, boy. But I'm not dissing anybody, but golly. What's wrong with old boy? I'm not dissing nobody, but I'm just saying, like, young man, I'll be like, bruh, y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop with the bullshit. I'm just saying, y'all gotta stop with the bullshit. But yeah, pseudo intellectualism equals chaos, man. That's what we have in the sphere, and that's what we have at all time high. And a lot of dudes got daddy issues, and I talk about them, but this one was disturbing. He's a prime example why he is about it. But I'm not gonna talk about them dudes long enough. But it's all a cult following, man. But he is a sad super fan. And I'm glad I had to show you that little piece in the community tab. If y'all watching it, if you watch it, you know how he felt. He said that with conviction. When he said that with conviction, he's not going anywhere. And that's the sad part. That's the sad part. So when you have people like that don't build a foundation, you just don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what's going on. So when you have that foundation, you're just trying to build off that. So yeah, that's the problem. And I don't have an issue of anything. So yeah, you know people are not trying to help or do anything. But yeah. I have no issue. But I think what it is just people just don't understand that things work in harmony, you know. But pseudo manhood is very preached on their platform. And that's why I say in these spaces, but we move in silence, man, and do the work. That's what manhood is. You don't have to explain nothing. I know Alvin preach. I don't agree on everything they say, but they have some good points about how to move as men and do business. And those guys just don't understand. Those women don't care if they what they think about you. They don't care. And you know, I don't think those guys don't have that understanding. They have poor social skills as well. I'm not talking about Alvin preach. I'm talking about the other dudes that they was going at, and they don't have good social skills. That's why they get beat up in the studio and things like that. And that's how they think. But yeah, that's all I got. Yeah, if y'all want to come up, yeah, the links in the chat, you know. Yeah, I'm just gonna discuss about oh boy, man, 360 blessings, man. That dude is fucking gone. He's lost. He's lost. That boy was lost. He tried to say, I stand on it. All right, nigga. I was like, okay, you'll stand on it. Nigga's delusional. He is delusional. But you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all know what time it is. But yeah, that's what I've been looking at. You know, I'm not worried about things like that nature, but you just got people be on some BS, man. So I know. I know. This on my channel. I don't deal with you like that. Everybody's over at Reds. Oh wow. But you know how it is. Yeah. And that's just it. But yeah. I'm not surprised what's going on, but you know, but that's the thing that you got to deal with. So if you have this thing with the guy being brainwashed, he's so busy worrying about a lot of things, and he's sending a email to this model, which is irrelevant anyway. The boy is just he lost. I know he's gonna say some dumb stuff, and he believes in it, what he stand on. I wouldn't care. And then Albert tried to tell him to apologize. He ain't gonna apologize for that. He told you he's bold. He told you he don't care. And that's in his mind. But yeah, man. I just see it for what it is. I'm not tripping. I just see it for what it is. Because a lot of people they just gonna do their thing and they just gonna be monstrous to be to the point they can't defend it. But you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping what's going on. But it is what it is. I mean, you got guys messed up about it. So me talking about it is not the only thing that's bothering me. And I'm just saying, like, you know, people are just coming through. And I don't know who commented on that. Yeah. Got these trolls in here. Goodness gracious. You got a lot of trolls in here. Oh, got a lot of views. Okay. They tripping on my last one. Yeah. Oh, I got content. Oh, watch out for Thursday Thrills. Thursday Thrills will be It's just a chill night. It's Thursday on the 26th. Yeah, check that out. I don't know what I'm gonna do on the 24th. I don't know what I'm gonna do on the 24th. The history of Hawaii, I'll do that. Friday special madness, I'll do that on the 3rd next month. And then Sunday, I will do the conservatism history. And I'm gonna pull out some links and find out and put some guys in there who's conservative historically. And I'm just saying, man. And that's just the thing about it. But yeah, man. See who's gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna look at my links for a minute. I'm just gonna be out here. But yeah, those are the topics I'm gonna do. So I'm just saying for right now, I know I'm here, but yeah, yeah, central intellectual equals chaos. And yeah, we're seeing it right now. A lot of people just don't do research. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, chill Thursday this week. Um, might need to do self live streams. Um, I think it's gonna be in the daytime or whatever. I'm probably gonna do one Monday. Not sure. I might do one Tuesday. Hold on, I might do one Tuesday. Mondays are usually loose. Yeah, Mondays usually loose. I don't really do Monday streams, but Monday streams they're okay. Tuesday streams, right? I do Sundays, but Friday streams is my Friday. I ain't now this Friday. I'm not. I don't know what I'm gonna do Friday. Fridays is gonna be wild. But Saturday, I don't know about Saturday. Saturday, not so much. We'll see what those days gonna be like. But Thursday thrills is gonna be on the point. No return. So yeah, man. Bunch of these right now. But yeah, I'm just gonna look at it and just go into it. But yeah. Take this off the charger so y'all can, I got a lot of shit on out here. Yeah, the battery's like, oof, man, oh shit. This USB cord, throw it on there. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, you can't expect them to help that young man, man. He's too far gone. He's entrenched with the knowledge and things like that. I said that boy was broken. He was broken as hell, but I feel sorry for him though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. He's a broken young man. And it's really sad that you got individuals like that. And the thing is, why you got him like that, he's just broken. And you got guys that's trying to fit in these spaces, and they have problems, psychological problems at that. And yeah, man. And that's just y'all know what's going on with that. Yeah, y'all already know what time it is with that. But I'm just saying right now, it's just I'm seeing it for what it is. But yeah, pseudo intellectualism it's all time high equals chaos. Like pseudo manhood equals utterly chaos. And what you see in these spaces, they just like it's the same civil war talk. But I just want to put that out there with the young man. But yeah, man, what y'all think about it, man? Like, is it a problem or is it an issue? because for me, I try to solve them, but like try to not to listen to certain guys. But people are still brainwashed, and the internet can be bad if you're not using it right. But some people use it for the wrong reasons. It's common now. It's just wild. I'm not saying anything, and it's just it's just one of those things that you got to look at. I know people are doing their things, but yeah. But I had to come back with y'all with another stream because I had to get this all off my mind because I felt like that stream I did with the Zodiac, I think I did a pretty good job. And yeah, I think I did a good job. I might have to do something with the houses and things like that. I'm thinking I'm gonna write them down and still get in notice with it. But yeah, some people look at it from other angles and things like that. So, but for me, I got my string down. But I'm not worried. I mean that kid, man. But it's a lot of them. Cult following is bad. They say you have a cult following. Shit, I don't have a cult following. Some people hang on his word, every word. So I think Mike said it best. They just keep on going. I think people just don't really care much. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen a lot worse than that. If that's just me, that's how that sound. So yeah, people coming through and doing things like that. But yeah. And I know people's doing listen to the drama. So, I'm not even worried about it. And yeah. But to me, I try not to be a pseudo intellectual. I ain't trying to be chaotic on here. You got enough of that shit. I see it a lot at Ramil's panel. They talk about that conservatism shit. That is so fucking annoying. I'm glad I mentioned that in a stream for like 4 hours with Mike V and things like that. That was a good stream. And I don't even know if I want to see a replay of that. I did excellent for me considerably. But my favorite one is that 7 hour one. I'm sorry, that one's my favorite. Of myself. And the 5 hours my second. The other one, I have a couple of favorites. But these two that I'm talking about, those are my favorites. The improvement that was made. So I needed it. So it kind of helped. So basically I'm more focused what's going on. But yeah, man. So this is kind of like a discussion, I mean, if y'all want to come up, that's cool. But I'm just saying for me, I just want you to get your thoughts on that kid, man. Like that 360 character dude, man, he is wilding. I ain't never seen a fanatic that passionate about a certain group of guys is following like that. It's just I don't see any point of going at him like that. And he tried to be civil with him and just went crazy. But that's just the point of the followers of the fandom. I'm glad I don't have fanatics. Thank God. I don't know what to do. What was going on with them? But yeah, man. A lot of people just can't stand certain fanatics, man. They just get lost in the sauce, man. And they just have to deal with that type of masculinity, and they just go in and try to do what's best. But that's just what you deal with. But my issue with them is like with Myron, they're crazy with it. So when you have these type of problems, you know what's going on. So and yeah. But yeah, he said too much regurgitation online. Exactly. It's a lot of regurgitation content. Yeah, that's part of it too. And a lot of times, that's part of the pseudo intellectualism you see. Some people regurgitate the same content, but they don't do the research behind certain things, and that's part of it. And he said, "Yeah, I had to read some of y'all's comments." Yeah, yeah. I'm not even tripping anymore. It's just my battery's about to die. Shit. Yeah, it's a lot of mess right now. Yeah, I shared a lot of shit. Yeah, shout out to the people that subscribe. Salute to y'all that came through. But yeah, I still gonna do my content as usual. I'm gonna be on fire, be on point. So yeah, you're gonna see me do a couple of streams there and there, but I don't do a lot of outside streams. I think I'm gonna do one probably tomorrow. Yeah, I might hit an outside stream. I may do one. I may do one. I don't know what the title's gonna be called. It's gonna be in the afternoon. That's gonna be in the afternoon. I'm gonna do something about that. But that Thursday Thrills, check that out on the 26th. That's gonna be an open panel thing like that. I'll get my 30, 40, 50 minutes in and just go through it and just talk about a lot of things and just get through it. On the first, that's on a Wednesday. That's History of Hawaii. We will do that. That was Wednesday. That's like I'll say next week. And then the next month it will be on the third. That'll be Friday Madness. We'll have another Madness open discussion, like open panel. We're gonna do conservatism equals history, right? September 5. So we're gonna keep doing us. But pseudo intellectual equals chaos is what we're doing right now. Madness on the internet spaces. So it's too much of it. And yeah. I'm looking at this roll pod mini caster, yeah. So yeah, man. Yeah, that's a nice condenser. I'll look at the preview some other time, but yeah, man. Say no to the Blue Yeti. And that's how you got to do it. But yeah, man. Let's see what they talking about. I got to wave. I want that G Track Pro. It's nice. I like that one. That's a nice microphone too. Damn, I want that. It's nice. They got one in Best Buy and Walmart. Best Buy costs like $129. That's like $130. I need that one. Bad. I need to go to Best Buy so I can get that microphone and just keep it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But yeah. It's a lot of regurgitation content, but yeah. I know people's looking at the drama right now, talking about Fresh and Fit. I know people are tired of it. I'm done talking about them. But yeah, but those followers, man, my God, they're the worst. Everybody's over at Ike. Oh God. Right. The rise and fall of the house of consciousness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Star Report, the rise and fall of the house of consciousness. Oh, you know he's gonna go in. He's crazy. He live out here too. Hells yeah. Hells yeah. Um Let me set that. Black Clip, King Sigma, and Game Changer. Yes, BGS. Yeah, man. But yeah, I've been dealing with this like for a while, looking at the content and things like that. But yeah, it's pretty normal. But I know people's just tired right now. But yeah, I was looking at mics right now. But yeah, that boy went crazy. He was too busy worrying about himself. I just want to make this stream and just do what I have to do. So I just want to come in here and do this and just be on the podium. But you know what I'm saying? Like I understand people get other plans, but I did my stream like another, you know, just keep it on fire. Um I will say this. Even if he's brainwashed, he's got I think 5 to 10 years from now he'll grow out of it. But he don't realize he was in a cult following. I mean, them guys is just brainwashed. I don't know why these kids follow these fucking losers like that. And it just shows you that the turmoil is here and everybody's talking about it. It's a good topic and it's just a good period to talk about it. But yeah, man. Yeah, I think I dropped the link. I know people don't want to come up. But like I said before, it's pure chaos and you got a lot of sycophants and you got a lot of people just coming in and just act reckless, man. Because I know people are tired of me talking and doing this thing, but I'm just gonna keep going because I'm not stopping. I've had worse, and I'm just saying I'm gonna be consistent with it. But yeah, I'm not gonna give up on it. But I'm just gonna stick with it. But yeah, this is something. This is something that I've learned that I'm glad I don't think like a pseudo intellectualist. Too many in the YouTube spaces, black spaces in general, and you see it a lot. It's very common. People talk about the same stuff, and it's really sad they don't do proper research, in-step research like I do, because my channel is based off that. So I talk about different things, but I did saw my old stream, and I appreciated it, and I'm just gonna go right ahead. I think everybody's talking done with red and all that stuff, but so he's a Lloyd going against. Okay, let me go in here for a minute. Hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I do Evergreen over here. Yeah, I stream and do everything. But that Hannibal story I did on him was short, and I got all the research out of that. And these Hannibal, the 5 hour one, oh yeah, that was a lot. That went to something else, open panel and things like that. I talked about Hannibal and expound on it. Yeah, that went to the distance. And yeah, didn't get much there. History of gear and broadcasting. Yeah, not much there. So yeah, I get decent numbers, but outside of that, I'm good because I'm not even worried. Friday special madness, you know how it is. It's one of those topics, but the astrology is pretty good. But I'm just evergreen, man. Like I have to stick to what I know, and long as I'm still building that type of phrase. But I'm gonna show you something about me because I'm not even worried about it at this point. Yeah, show you I'm not a pseudo intellectual. At least I do research on Seal of Solomon, map of Mesopotamia, showing the history of the Living Bible. Um, Rebellion there never was a Satan. Let's see. I got a lot of vids. Yeah, very structured. Very structured. What I'm saying. I was a lot younger back then. Yeah, man. Very structured. So it's been a while. Yeah, been very structured. The Hannibal, I did this like 7 years ago. 7 years ago, part two. Hannibal was a difficult topic. It's very difficult. They improved on the story and everything. And I did my streams, Stoicism and cynicism. Yeah, cynicism. Journal from last night. Yeah. So 1 hour. This is before I even had longer streams. I had 2 hours, 3 hours. Reminder of the upbringing stream, the weekend. Political domestic leanings, new week open chat. Mainstream media is about trends. That's it. That's with DS1. That's like one of my other favorites. It was different. It's one of my favorites. It was like 3 months ago. There's an after stream response, reopen topic, pill talk. What else I did? I did Go P. He shouted me out first time. The Sapio. Here's what I mentioned about the Sapio. I did this one right here with the Sapio. The first one. I did information on that. That was 2 months ago. And then I did the Sapio concept, the new time. Hybristophilia is probably the worst ones I've did because I wasn't put my all in that. Nobody really cared for that. Only those topics alone, but I won't keep it because that's the worst one to view. But it didn't do no numbers. It's the attempt that counts. Elders versus youth too. A lot of people didn't care for that. That was short, and I stopped caring for that. I killed that series. That was a good stream. Elder versus youth. That was over at Roger Report open chat. Yeah, it wasn't much. 3 hours in. And open discussion, 3 hours in. So morning check-in. Okay, hold on. We get into the zodiacs. Hold on. Buying fanatics. Yeah, that was 2 months ago. It's clickbaiting. Problem for a social media network. That was a good one. That's for the gear that I got. When did the man spirit and Gorse? Yeah. politics and all that. I was talking about zodiac number 1. I did that. Did the astrology signs. Did a part 2, part 3, the final one. Downfall, celebrities and society. I did that. I did Purple Paradise is another one. That's a good one. That's I had another heavy hitter, Toxicity came through. And that was it. Negro Teeth is base. It's the best or it's just foolishness. That's a good one. I was just talking shit. I was talking shit on that. The results of the future of men. That's where Village Artists came. Open discussion about utilitarianism. Talked about that with City. Yeah, man. How to maintain content. That was a good one. Celebrates big YouTubers. Existentialism wasn't much. And that was a bad one. That was I bombed that one. Gender and politics is now redundant at this point. This was a huge panel. That was a huge panel. The reason it was a huge panel, I kind of just reconcile that. So you know how it is. And I'm just going in here. But I'm just looking at it. That's a huge panel. That's a huge panel. It's about 6 or 7 people. It was about 6 people. It was big than I thought. It was a lot of people that came through. Black Civilizations 2. You already saw that. Equalizer to the Black Pill. Asceticism did that. Evergreen content. Yeah, that's the first one. That's evergreen content. That's like an hour. I said evergreen content. That was the first one. Evergreen versus stagnation content. That's a good one. That lasted like 4 hours. That was a 4-hour one. Knowledge is lost in the black sectors offline, not much. Independent thinking, that's the biggest one I got in view wise. Independent, embrace of being an independent thinker. That's a good one. That was like 3 weeks ago. Congrats on the Bucks. Redo stagnation content. I talk about that. Petty as fuck, petition, Elamite, all this stuff. So yeah. Yeah, man. The most popular, you already know. I got those numbers. So, you know what I'm saying? If y'all want to check my old content, that's cool. But I know people's right now. Yeah. And that's it. But yeah. But that's the situation with me. So I'm kind of good on that. So I'm not really bothered by it. And it's just like, wow. So yeah. I'm gonna step away and I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be on mute. Yeah, I'm back. But yeah, I've been chilling, man. Yeah, I saw that disturbing video, man. Whew. But he ain't the only one. It's a lot of people like that. You know, like the topic of the title of the stream is like you got a lot of pseudo intellectualism, man. Like it's a lot. I mean, 1.0, we never had that. You know what I'm saying? 1.0, we never had that. And that's just what my take on it was. And that's just what it is. And I don't think you just gonna have many of it time soon, but that's the thing. But when you have so many people like that, that's the whole purpose of it. But I think number one reason why you have it is a lot of them just don't have no structure in their lives, especially families and things like that. They'll say the most ridiculous shit to get online to get noticed. Until later, they'll forget about them. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel sorry for those dudes. They just don't have no structure in their lives like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they just want to fit in. And that's what you got. So I'm not hating what's going on. I'm not hating what's going on. But you know, that's just the thing with me. But yeah. And that's what it is. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good now. Yeah, I'm still cooking. I'm still cooking. Yeah, these dudes, they just like, wow, man. That cult following is just crazy. I don't know who's worse. I'll say them or that guy, man. Whew. That's y'all's future follower, man. Now, if he ever makes content, boy, there's nothing y'all can say about it. That dude is adamant. When I look back at him, I'm like, man, this kid is lost. But that's what you got to deal with the next couple of years if this space kind of exists. I mean, that dude is kind of wild. I'm not saying he ain't the only one. It's a lot of them think like that. And that's what you got to deal with. A lot of fanatics, they just take this stuff seriously. They think this is their lives. You know what I'm saying? They just out here trying to be seen and just act like they're the baddest in the world, man. But when you got guys like that, I mean, it's hard to shake them. And I mean, Albert tried his best to try to reason with him. Duke the Don, I don't know much about his channel, but he told, oh boy, man, you a fan? That's not good. That's not good at all. Y'all can say what y'all want, but that boy is just wild. You know, like I could tell in his voice, the anguish in his voice. He was just so adamant. But that's what happens. That's what happens when you're adamant about it. You just go crazy with it, you know. But yeah. And he wants to be pseudo intellectual what he knows. And the first thing I saw in that clip, he didn't know what the money was. They asked him that question about how the money, and that bothered him about everybody pays. I don't agree with their stance on that, but I understand what they was trying to say. Yeah, most people pay in the realization in a world to get things. But that's the thing that he was trying to say. But it kind of like fits the narrative what we hear in these certain spaces, but he got emotional and got tight about that. You know, he kind of understand the concept, but I don't think he really understand the concept himself. And some guy, and I think Albert used to be a former a P or G or whatever, but it doesn't matter. He realized that he was trying to help the boy. You don't have to go down that road when you're older. You have to grow out of stuff. A lot of stuff you learn from teenage in your 20s. And I do kind of agree with him on that. But once the boy didn't want to hear that, he had to be younger than in his 20s or his teens. I feel sorry for him. If you're listening to Fresh and Fit, or at this point, it's kind of crazy. But you know,
What's happening?
what's going on, man?
Chilling, man. Shit, I see you doing your thing tonight, man. What's happening, man?
Man, I had to do a stream on it, man. Like I saw something disturbing about that interview with Duke the Don. He was talking to that kid at Fanatic, man. He was passionate,
Yep.
man. I
Nah,
could tell in
I
his
mean
voice.
it's a tick, man, and I say that shit all the time when I talk, and like people act like they don't hear what I'm saying. It's like you can, like people refuse to talk. I mean, like chew gum and walk at the same time. I mean, like two-dimensional thinking. It's like like the youngsters on got on some scorched earth shit. Like everything is scorched earth. Like you can't really think rationally. Like you can't really think that these guys can give you some good information but still be phony as fuck. I mean, that's just how the game works. Like when you talk like on a two-dimensional level or a three-dimensional level, it really fucking fucks up these young guys programming. It's like shit, it's all or nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't
Yeah,
think like, I can feed you a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I can give you a free meal, bitch. There's gonna be constant. I'm trying to finesse you. You feel me?
yeah,
They can't get that shit. I mean, they just can't under. I mean, is it just? I don't understand. Is it mostly culture that can't understand that shit? Like two things could be like, I guess, right at the same time, or two things can be accurate at the same time, or somewhat accurate, or it could be like three things that are right, one thing that is wrong. It's not like this all scorched earth thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
hmm
well, I mean, are you following what I'm saying? Am
yeah. I'm
I
following.
way off base
No, no,
of
no.
my thinking?
I'm following what you're saying because a lot of times some people have that mentality, but he's took it way too extreme. When you listen to guys that got caught red-handed on the other side of the sphere, man, it's just like, damn, what is going on? But that kid was
Listen,
adamant,
you
man.
know what, man? You know what? Now I started to think about it, and I said that you were on the thing. There were these guys do need to be red pill. They do need to be red pill. They need to stay away from life. They need to stay because the thing about it is like I'm an '80s baby,
Hmm.
and the older cats. Some of the shit that I've been through emotionally with women, like these guys can't handle that shit. They wouldn't be able to handle it. Like if they really knew the true I mean, they're getting like surface level shit, like for women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Imagine if they actually get a woman and they have to go through the shit. Those motherfuckers cannot handle that shit.
Right.
You see how emotional this dude Myron got?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I saw how he got emotional, but what I found out was he was like, what do you say? He bought cars because of them, and it's just like awful, man. They try to reason with him, and he just didn't want to hear it.
Man, I mean, but you can't tell it to these cats, man. You know what I'm saying? When I mean, he's got dog, he's so sucker. He has to go through a pregnancy that he doesn't want.
Yeah,
I had to go through a pregnancy that I was wanting. That was the happiest motherfucking day of my fucking life.
yeah,
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like these motherfuckers are on defense right now. Like they're like there's a byproduct. I mean, it sounds good. The Lambo and like that whole lifestyle sounds really good, man. But there's some grave consequences when you believe in that bullshit.
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
It can ruin your life too. I mean, it sounds great. I mean, you can finesse bitches for years, but I've seen
Hmm.
dudes get destroyed a lot, and it's not fun.
I
They
know.
do
I
some
mean,
time. Yeah,
the thing about it is that like these thoughts that they have on a damn show, you can get a whole bunch of them, man. But those bitches are like those those bitches. I don't want to say they're evil, but there's
hmm,
grave consequences when them bitches are around you, man. And it's a bad fucking energy. Like,
yeah,
I mean, like I was watching a story where Leader Cherney was beating that shit to death. He even had the broad on there. I'm like, how the hell you gonna sell $1,000 was it $1,000 an hour when you could not see this big fucking train wreck coming to fucking crash into you with this OnlyFans broad? How the fuck can you could not see that train fucking coming?
yeah. I saw it a mile away. The way she slapped him up, man. Like these dudes are soft, man. I knew they was soft from the beginning when
Oh
Cooter
no,
showed that
bro,
shit.
bro. I swear to God, dog. I got a fucking like I got podcasts from like 10 months ago going at these guys, talking shit about these guys, but nobody listens to my shit. But nah, it was so. I mean, it was so evident how green these motherfuckers were. It was crazy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, I mean, Ty City, he went at him, I think months back too, a few
Oh,
months, and he talked
shout out
about
to
he
Todd
did,
City, man.
yeah, shouts out to him, and he did a stream on it. I think a couple of days. I think the yesterday, it was yesterday.
How
It
do
was
you
on after,
repost? I mean, how do I
yeah,
repost my shit? I mean, I get what app do I need to use? Literally broke the fucking shit down.
yeah,
Um, but you know what? I'm not gonna be chasing for validation and shit like that. That's
yeah,
the wrong thing to do in
yeah,
this goddamn space because motherfucker, they will know you the truth, and I'm ultra confident in my abilities as triple black.
yeah,
They still won't give you credit for it, man.
yeah. I
Man,
mean,
like I
people will
listen to
find
my
your
shit.
stuff. Yeah.
I listen to my shit, man. Like some of the shit
Hmm.
niggas are saying verbatim that Triple Black fucking said like years ago. That shit crazy to me, man. I'm like,
Yeah.
God damn, bitch. You don't gotta give me my credit, man. It'll
Yeah.
all whatever's in the dark will come to light. You already fucking know.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I be saying certain things too about these spaces for years. You, me, Kuda, I would say fat. It's a few other toxic guys like us. We're so evergreen with it. But
Hmm.
the problem is just people just love like the stagnating content, man. They like to be stagnated with lies, man. And what I see from Fresh and Fit, man, I like these dudes is frauds, man. Like,
No,
how
I
can y'all
mean,
listen to them? How can you listen to them for like
but
for hours?
it's there's the thing about it is the critical thinking skills
Right, right,
and the
absolutely.
nuance
Hmm.
is not the stuff that they're saying. Is it true or not? Yes, it's true. A lot of the stuff is true about female nature. But at the end of the day, female nature doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much information that you gave them. Like I used an example the other day. If you go watch Paternity Court, right?
Hmm.
You'll have a chick that says she is 1,000% sure that the kid is this guy's, and they'll be like, you're not the father, right?
Hmm.
Afterwards, she'll argue to their blue in the face that that kid. I mean, the paternity test, which is scientific, is a lie. There's no way. I
Hmm.
mean, no, that's his kid. Even though it's been proven that, I mean, what I'm saying is like there's things with female nature you cannot shame them into acting like you want them to act. So
Right.
knowing all that, that because books don't give you nuance, they just give you information, right? Like if you read a definition of anything, even a urban dictionary, it's not going to give you nuance on what that definition means. So if you read the word thought, right, on an urban dictionary, how many definitions are going to give you of a thought? Couple, couple,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, what is absolute in this world?
Not much. It depends on what you think is absolute truth. That's a
But
person's perception.
what is not subjective? Is okay. Let's just say evil. Is evil
Mm.
subjective?
Yeah, it
Is
can
good?
be good. Both of them can be subjective. It depends on what you place it on a person or a thing, or I'll say society. It's very subjective. But yes, is there evil people? Yes, there's bad and good people, but it can't be subjected on their methods though. Their methods have to be
Right.
which call aligned with it could be
Yeah.
anything. That's why I don't try to judge as many people as I
Yeah.
can, because it's so much in the world you got to learn about, because people
Now
gonna
we
do
can.
what they're gonna do. Yeah.
No, we can have these cerebral conversations, and a lot of the younger cats won't listen to it. I'll give you an example. Martin Luther King Jr.
Right.
Good or evil? Good or
i
evil?
I would say he'd be good at the end, but at the beginning he was a little evil because he was
No,
misled by the
I'm
top.
just saying if you look at it from let's just look at it from a biblical perspective. Let's
Oh
look
yeah, yeah,
at
yeah,
an evangelical looking at him. What would they say he is? He's an heathen, right?
yeah.
Okay.
They'll look at him as evil, but I would say as black people, if you really study proper history, to me, he was doing the right thing at the end, because he realized what he exposed, and I know how he was killed. It was sad, but it was too late. And I think Malcolm was trying to warn him about what he saw over there, because at the time they ain't gonna tell you the ending of it. They'll tell you beginning, oh, they were this, they were Christians and Muslims, they did that, and then they won't tell you how they was trying to help the people. A lot of
Yeah,
youngsters don't
no,
know
I
that.
mean
Yeah.
Detroit. I mean, if we judge Malcolm X before Detroit Red, I mean, when he was Detroit Red, what would we say? Is he good or evil?
As Detroit Red, he would be evil because he was a street dude. But see, at the time, he was lost, and I get it. You know.
I know. I mean, let's look at it from an Islamic lens. What type of women he was he dealing with?
Mm, I'll say, in
Straight
Nation of
from
Islam,
straight from the devil. Straight from the
yeah,
devil.
yeah,
Yeah. I'm just saying. I
yeah,
mean, he was able to overcome that shit. You feel me?
yeah. Even in the prison, but he memorized the dictionary and what they said in 4 years. This is a Muslim guy said 4 years, and that's amazing how he did that. And
Yeah.
despite that we're the same zodiac, but that man, he was hard on people. I hate to say it deep down, because if you really study Malcolm, he was hard on people when he was in the Nation of Islam before he went to the Fruit of Islam. That dude was not playing. You had to be on your toes with him. And
Yeah, I know. But
he saw a lot of evil. But what you're saying is, yeah, a lot of those things, those can be subjective, man, because a lot of times people do bad things to get by. That's one thing I hate about this country. But I've learned more and more, and I get older, I'm like, that's just normal, you know. And
mhm.
it's just why. And then when I saw that kid acting up 360, man, about that fresh and fit, he's accepting, he's a follower, but he don't want to admit that he's wrong what he said about that female. But that's in a mindset, and then he was programmed. You know, that man is programmed to
No,
fall
I
like that.
mean,
That's a fanatic.
no,
Yeah,
it's like false masculinity.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Pseudo.
like,
I would say it's pseudo manhood. That's what that guy was saying. But
I
it
mean,
is
but
false
there's like,
masculinity. Yeah,
for instance, you got to disarm your enemies. You know what I'm saying? If enemy got you in a corner, you know what I'm saying, you got to play it smart. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like bossing up, and especially when the deck is, I mean, the deck is stacked against you, you just got to fold. You know what I'm saying? You got to fold. You don't
hmm,
live another day. I mean, you want to fight that war. What's going to happen? You're going to crash and burn, right?
right.
He crashed and burned. All he had to do was just say, you know what? I give it up to you, OG. Hey, I'll live another day.
Yeah, his pride wouldn't let him, and
Uh-uh.
Albert tried to talk to him, and he said, mm-mm. When I saw that clip over at Albert and Preach, I said, "Man, that's bad." And I saw the whole video over at Don, I think Duke the Don's channel too, and that was
Yeah.
awful right there. They tried to talk to him, and he was
But
not going.
but one thing that I mean, like, you know how they say in like the 48 laws of power. I know like people don't like that. Like, you
Yeah,
can't never outshine the master. Myron should have already known that ABBA, he was in that whole pickup artist selling courses shit long time ago. So you already
yeah,
know. You know,
yeah,
he's you know he was all in that space. So he should have known that you supposed to just go ahead and chalk it up.
yeah.
And the fact that he was talking reckless to like Kevin Samuels, who put him on, Apple put him on, like roommates put him on, all those people put him on, and the fact that he didn't have the wherewithal to say, hey, you know what, man, what do I have to gain from this? Let me
Hmm.
just shut it down and be humble and live another day.
Yeah,
Nah, he just had to go over the top, man.
yeah,
That's crazy. And all this shit came
yeah.
crashing down.
So yeah, Albert was a pickup artist, and he said about Patrice. I've noticed him saying that. Yeah, all them guys came from that era, man. Like, you know, but these dudes that's fake PUAs. That's what damaged the manosphere. But see, when MGTOW dropped the ball, I said this on the channel, and me and
Yeah,
New talked about it, and he said that's what happened. Yeah, they dropped the ball, and that's why you got these pseudo masculine dudes. Like, I don't want to say
yeah,
they are, because they're false, but there's a lot of them, you know, because they ain't by themselves. See, Rolo, those are his boys. He effed up and allowed this to happen. So that's gonna
yeah,
give Adam and all the 21 group of the mainstream manosphere to go after Rolo's boys. But see, Rolo's like one of those PUAs that's fake, you know, they never been in the field. So
yeah.
they're really showing their hand right now. So
No, I mean, the thing about it is you got to be street smart. You got to also be book smart. You got to be able to men. I mean, I was listening to the one dude, the lead attorney and shit like that, and I wanted
yeah,
to ask him a question that would have gave like I guess a proper reference or whatever. I mean, you can be a lawyer. You can go through law school, right?
right.
At the end of the day, it's still a practice. It's still a
Yes.
fucking practice. There's case law being built every fucking day. So it's just not an exact science.
Hmm.
So when you read one of these PUA books, right, there's gotta like you gotta craft it to your skills. You can't just be on some technical shit. You'd be like, oh yeah, you know what? She says this, so I say this. So, no, it doesn't work like that. Just like a lawyer, like I don't care what law school you went to, you're gonna still be green for like the first 10 years. You
Yep.
still not going to know what the hell you're talking about. You ain't gonna be no top flight attorney. You ain't gonna be Johnny Cochran. Like you can clerk under him, you're still not gonna be him, right?
Hmm.
But these guys think that they can be that guy just by reading a book and using their methods and shit. Shit's
You
crazy.
can't. You can't. That takes skill. That takes practice. Now, if you have the actual, I don't like saying game, but I'm just saying you got to be that dude, man. You can't be worrying about what people saying about you now. Nowadays, I wouldn't even try it now because I don't care if you're a T or P because women got it on lock on you. The way they be finessing dudes, man, around the US, even anywhere, them dudes have no idea. They understand what you're doing, especially these PUAs, and they have no idea. And they already hijacked the space.
Oh,
I
no,
can't even tell them. Yeah, I can't tell them what to do.
I
So
mean, but they're talking about like it's like a quick transactional. There's no sustainability on that shit.
yeah,
You can go to a club right now, post up at a bar. I know exactly what to do. I can pull me a bitch, take her home, mess with her. You know what I'm saying? On some real shit. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's gonna the what's it, the back end. If I
hmm,
don't know the back end, I'm just gonna be running through these bitches every fucking day because I can't. I mean, I don't. If I can't be a man at the end of the day, she's still going to go and be for the streets, right or wrong.
yeah, it should be for the streets, man. And you're right. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people got to do what they got to do to pull, but that guy, whew, I mean, that's the fans that I'm looking at. Fresh and Fit fans. I mean, I'm not surprised how he defended that. He said, "I stand on it." The way he said, I'm like, bruh, like, chill.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, he's bold, and he didn't want to hear what Abba got to say. But Abba tried to help him, try to tell him, "No, that ain't the way to go. When you get older, see, when you're young, he expect that, but when you're like older." And I saw one of his integrity videos too. One of they little pre-records earlier in the afternoon. They made some good point. I saw the whole thing. I mean, yeah. He said they become shitty people. Yeah, they do. They usually are. Half of them are.
Yeah, I mean, you you can manipulate. I mean, a woman because the thing about it is, you played football before,
Not for no school, but I've played tackle and touch.
right?
I know the technique of it. Yeah. I
Yeah, I
understand the
know. I
game.
mean,
Yeah.
let's just say you're a defensive lineman, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You know the technique. You can, I mean, like just say if you lift a whole bunch of weights,
Uh-huh.
read books, we'll correlate the read books. You can overpower that other person, right? But if
Right.
that other person can find one deficiency in your game, they can fuck if you like it doesn't matter how much weight that you lift or whatever. If they find one deficiency and they take advantage of it, dog, they'll get you. I mean, because it's about a momentum. You know what I'm saying? You can try to overpower them, but if they're looking for that deficiency, they can own you. They can own
Mm-hmm.
you. With women, that's the same thing. It's the fucking same thing. It's like you can have an arsenal. Shit, all she got to do is just find that one thing that she can crush you on. It's over with.
Yeah. And that's how that's it's strategy, and then sometimes in sports, it's the same thing with I'd say is with LeBron. Like the way he destroys players, and he knows they
Hmm.
play before they even do it. And I think DeMar DeRozan said it best. I think my dad was telling me the story that how he knows all the plays. Well, you gotta understand LeBron, and I'll give you examples like Tom Brady, those guys immediately they prop up, they manipulate the plays before you even do it. See, they know how to think. And if they know
Hmm.
any about your weaknesses, what place you're gonna run, or a section on the block or the field or around the corner of the baseline, he got you. See, now LeBron, I think what the Lakers gonna do, they're gonna put him in the 4th spot and let Westbrook handle the ball. That's gonna be interesting. I taught
Mm-hmm.
this to Wacky all the time, and sometimes I said your Lakers may not go to the finals this coming up this year because the West is too good. It's just like the women. Now, women, they already know how to get you, especially in these spaces, outside of the spaces. What they do is they figure out what we're saying and they apply that. I'm like, wow, like it's amazing too. Cause when you really travel, they all out there. But a
No.
lot of these dudes, they come to these spaces, they try to act like they're gonna get them. I said, they don't care, man. It's like what Tati said. It's just if you trust in any of them, it's your fault. I mean, that's the saying.
No,
He
it's
said
your
it's
fault.
your
I mean,
fault.
but the
Yeah.
thing about it is like one thing that men will be able to. I mean, because men are really good negotiators. We'll be able to compromise. We'll be able to
Yeah.
compromise. A lot of women won't compromise.
No, they won't. They won't.
They won't compromise, but we'll be able to compromise. Like I mean, I've dealt with a chick where I know she was for the streets, but I wasn't at the point where I wanted to wife her. She's for the streets. She's lying, but it's when we're together and shit like that. That shit is cool. So I'm just gonna spare her. I'm gonna spare her. I'm just gonna let it be what it be. You feel me?
Yeah.
Most women won't do that, but a lot of men are willing to do that.
Yeah.
Right or wrong. So you ever been with a woman that that was a no good, but she served a need that you had, and then you were like, you know what, I'm gonna let this go and just get my need felt.
Yeah, I've been in a few, but I'm just saying, like, I learned not to mess with them over time. I'm like, I'm good. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I've been in situations like that, even with my ex. I mean, I had to cut her off because she was in love with one dude. I said, nah, that wasn't gonna work. So you know how
Nah,
that goes.
no,
Yeah.
I know exactly how that shit goes. I
Yeah.
mean, that shit is crazy. I mean, some of the principles that they're talking about um does apply, but we live in 2021. I mean, are you going to find a woman that even is caring about being pure? No. They're
No.
hoes. Most of them are hoes. I mean, they're going to be hoes. I mean, I know it hurts, but it is what it is.
Hmm.
They just have whole ass tendencies. They're gonna be thoughts and whatever. You just gotta build according to. I mean, if you're a dude, what are the chances you're gonna find a female? Like, just think about it. You know 100 females, right?
Hmm.
How many of those females that you think that are actually wife that you would be comfortable with wifing right now?
I would say probably zero. They ain't got no quality. Yeah, it's the quality I'm looking for. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, like, hey, I asked one of the cat I went to work with today. He was like, well, like 15%. I was like, man, maybe like 5%. There's like 5% of females that I know, based on what I know about them, that I would even wife them. I mean, it is what it is, unless you're willing to accept anything. But go ahead, Rashad, man. My bad, man. I've been rambling off on Sir, was it Sir Obadiah? Am I saying it right?
It's Obadiah, but you good, man.
Obadiah.
Yeah.
Nah, man. Chill
Uh,
space, man.
shit. I just got here, so don't mind
No,
me.
no, I was talking, Rashawn. I was talking about this kid I saw at
Oh,
what
and
you call it at the Abba Peach, but it came from Duke the Don's channel, and he was a super fan of the infamous F and F.
oh, oh,
Yeah, yeah, and I saw that
Fugazi
clip.
and fraud. Fugazi
Yeah,
and fraud.
yeah, and he
fraudulent,
was passionate
fraudulent,
about it. Yeah,
fraudulent and soft.
yeah.
Mhm.
uh, no, I actually saw half of it, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I was
Yeah,
like, I'm
man.
good.
He he
Like,
he he said I stand on it. The way he talked, man. I said, bruh, like what's
but
wrong with you?
but
No,
it just goes to show that you just got a lot of people that are fanatics, you
Mm-hmm.
know. But then at the same time, it's just like, okay, if Abba asked one of them an honest question, like, what has F and F helped you with.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, but come on, let me take a step back. I mean, let me take a step back. You have a whole bunch of guys, right? That are in the chats that are really listening to it, and like I will say Marlon or Fresh and Fraud or whatever, were able to corner these broads in because if you as a man, you're gonna deal with females that are gonna fucking blatantly lie. They cheat, they lie, but they rarely ever get caught, right? These guys were able to catch these bitches in lies. I'm sorry I mean they were able to catch these women in lies, right? Imagine if you're a young dude that you've been lied to by a lot of females, but you could never catch her. Like your instincts told you that. So over like every night they were able to get all these capping ass broads on there and able to catch them and fry them on facts and shit like that. That shit is fucking addictive.
Yeah, but you gotta remember what Ty said, man. Even if you brought them in just to get them to the bait and give them stats and facts and all that, they don't care. They don't care.
They
They
don't
don't.
care, but I
Whatever
mean,
you
but
want.
if you're a younger guy that's undeveloping and you don't really you haven't really been through the shit and you don't know any better, this shit is like fucking porn for them. Watching these
Yeah,
bitches crash and burn.
that's absolutely correct for the younger dudes. You know what I mean? Who don't
Yeah,
have
that's who.
like
That's if you look at their analytics, it's probably younger dudes. Like they
yeah,
love to watch women crash and burn. I mean, back in the day, that shit used to like. I love that shit. You know what I'm saying? Watching like all those fucking lies that they told that
Yeah.
you can't really catch them on. You have some dudes that have them on a platform, and he's acting like I guess what the alpha male needs to act like. I mean, if you're not an alpha male, you want to be an alpha male, and they're able to act like that. That shit is fucking insatiable. They love that shit.
yeah. But it's also the sad part is like when we try to get to the truth of the matter, like now it's not so like trying to understand the situation now. Now it's more like fuckery, more like these gender politics.
Yeah.
Was it
Exactly.
no? It's was it confirmation bias? Is that what they call it? Is that a
Uh,
different term? Confirmation bias, or I mean, there's another term called was it cognitive dissonance because the women believe whatever they believe. I mean, even though it's irrational, they're gonna believe this shit, whatever. But
Right. Right.
but there's a thing called confirmation bias. With
mhm.
confirmation bias, they validate the shit every night. So it's very satisfying to those dudes. You know what I'm saying? It was like, huh, are women promiscuous? Yes, especially in this modern era. And Fresh or Fit has validated that shit. So it's just it's it's like sales, man. They're
Yeah.
doing a sales routine on these guys. You know what I'm saying? So if they were able to pin this chick on something, everything that they're saying is what was the halo effect. I learned about that the halo effect. So he was able to prove this shit. So everything else that he's saying is true, right or wrong.
Some
Oh,
cases,
he said
because
okay. Okay. Go ahead.
because honestly, I don't really watch Fresh and Fit that much. You know, and if these young dudes want to watch them, hey, it's like I'm not. We're not knocking it. I'm not
Right.
knocking.
Right. Right. I don't even
But you
watch
know
him
what
that
the
much.
halo, you know what the halo effect is, right?
Enlighten me.
If you give truth to one thing or a couple things, usually like salespeople use that. You say like two truths, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get people agreeing, like nodding their head. Yeah, you're right. So there's a threshold of
Right.
truths that you can give them when anything after, you can just spit them whatever bullshit, they'll believe everything else.
Oh, okay. So,
The halo, there's a halo
oh,
around their head, so they're God. So
oh,
everything that they're saying is truth.
oh, okay, okay. So pretty
They
much
can't lie.
like it's not like it is like telling, like saying one truth, but also projecting a lie in
Well,
that.
no. It's the halo effect. If you tell like, let's just say if you, all right, let's just say we'll use it in other terms. I'm not promoting anything like that, man. Um, let's just say you have a plug, right? You go to
Right.
the plug 3 times, everything
Uh-huh.
go gravy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You start to, I mean, you got validation. Everything went gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Thing. I mean, that can be the police. You hear me? That can be the fucking
Mm-hmm.
police. But at the end of the day, you're gonna be like, I mean, there's no way he couldn't be the police. We had 3 transactions. That shit is gravy. Guess what? Still the police. But with young people, all you got to do is just feed them a couple truths, and then they believe everything else.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I understand what you're saying. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, it's a halo effect. Now he's God, so everything that this guy says is truth.
Mm.
It's like a
You use it in
deity.
sales.
Yeah, they worship these guys, and it's a
Yeah.
shame that young people buy into it, and they know they're gonna lie to them for free or pay their consultation and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sad,
It's
and
a
I
hook.
never did that. I never did that at a young age. No, thank God I didn't.
Yeah, because you had OGs though.
You know,
I
I
had
had
OGs.
people. I had
Yeah.
people that
Yeah.
told me
You know
what was
what it
right or
is.
wrong. Hmm.
You know what it is, fellas, because like now that we all see this, now that we're at a age where we're now seeing like,
Appreciate
damn,
it, Justin Andre.
this wasn't like this when I remembered. You know what I mean? Because yeah, like you said, Triple Black. Like when we were coming up, like yeah, we did have a couple of OGs that didn't want to see us fail. As of like what these young bucks are doing today. You know what I mean? You got these magos straight up fucking burning these young jets, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, but the thing about it is, man, they just, I mean, they want to believe in something. You know what I'm saying? They don't got no strong figure, so they on the internet, reading whatever. I made the mistake of it, you know, years. I mean, not years ago, but when you read some shit, the shit can be false as fuck. But if it comes from Fox News, if it comes from CNN, if it comes from like one of these credible sources, I'm using air quotes, you're gonna believe
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Oh
believe it,
yeah.
right?
Absolutely. I haven't watched the news in a while, so
I mean, but if
but
you're a
yeah,
skeptic,
yeah,
that's just
right.
your frame. But for the we're talking about the masses,
The
the
masses,
masses.
nah. You're absolutely right. Nah, they will believe it because
Yeah.
it's on a television
Now I
screen.
gotta. Hey, I jumped on like his stream, man. I know you were cooking a young boy earlier. I was listening to that shit.
Oh man.
Yeah,
You were cooking a young boy earlier.
yeah. He. That kind of bothered me. It's a lot of dudes that think like that, that follow those type of dudes. I said, damn, and that's their base. That lets me know how sad these spaces and especially black sectors are, man. In general, I said, man, they're
No,
done.
he was referencing. He was talking about credit and shit.
Yeah.
And I know a lot about credit because I used to run a credit repair company on the
Mhm.
side and shit. Um, a lot of the shit that he said that it could have been on his own, um, or some shit like your daddy could have taught you. You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. He ain't had no father
Yeah.
structure, and that's why I noticed. And they try to tell me, I would try to tell him, like, well, he has some simple, great questions. The boy just refused. He was worshiping those two. He said, and then he says about the molestation thing, and he ignored that. He said, nah, that's where I draw the line. I'm like, okay. And this is crazy.
Molestation.
Yeah, they asked him that question and he kind of dodged it and tried to act like, he want to worship him or whatever. But it's pretty sad, man. But that's what's wrong with kids like him today. He had to be younger because I could tell in his voice he was so passionate what he believed in. It's like I've been in that phase, but I grew out of it, in my early 20s because I was doing different things. And I left Christianity probably at 21. But see, at the time,
Nah, but
it's deep.
but those guys, I mean, but those guys, just like the women, have been indoctrinated
Yeah.
in the certain shit. The shade. I mean, like you got bitches that will believe the shade room
Yeah.
over
Absolutely.
everything.
Absolutely.
Over
Absolutely.
everything. They would believe TMZ over everything. You feel me?
Mhm.
And it's so I'm gonna say small hat. I don't
No,
know if
man.
that's it's so small hat that the shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what
Hey,
you're saying. Uh-huh.
like I mean, you have like people promoting them like, hey, you know what? Jay-Z. I mean, I'll just use an example. Like Jay-Z wanted Rihanna over Beyonce.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. What's going on, Just DeAndre? What's going on,
is
DeAndre?
there any
What's going
way
on,
is
fam?
there any way that really would happen in real life like 10, 15 years ago, 10 years ago?
I mean,
To be honest
shit.
with you, I'm gonna say like this, man. To be really honest with you, um, knowing how things work in the industry, did he want her? Like as in like to replace Beyonce? No. Did he smash down? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm like, you know what I mean? Did he smash down? Yes, that did happen. Um,
Yeah, that's competition anxiety. He probably
yeah,
did that just yeah.
no, he just did that because she there, nigga. Like,
Yeah.
because remember, it's that's a whole different can of worms. But I get your premise of what you're saying, because a lot of people don't read. Even when you read a news article, when they come out with some news, they have to also print retractions or alterations to what they said, and people don't read
Right.
the follow up articles. Like, you know what I mean? They're not thorough. They don't go through and read. Um, I got my OG gave me this thing back like in 2005, right?
Hmm.
About how to read articles. It was this little book, right? Then a homeboy of mine, a white dude, he was over here. He gave me this book before he left Japan to go back to Sweden, right? And he gave me this book, and it's called The Ninja Book of Mind Manipulation, right? How to steal yourself from being subverted by propaganda, media, and what they do.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And it breaks down Sun Tzu's art of war of how to use disinformation to bring down your enemies with guerrilla warfare tactics, how to subvert the people. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? Win the hearts and minds of the people, change things around, right? So here's a perfect example of that, right? Here's a perfect example of that. Um, when you read a news article, right? Say you go on Yahoo, like right now. Like I read my news off of Yahoo and different sources. I don't go to Fox News and read it. I don't go to CNN and read it, right? And there's a reason why I don't do that, right? Is because when you read the news articles, if you read all the headlines, and Yahoo will show you this is the big headline is what's happening in the world. Then the other little smaller bylines that they have, right, will be some entertainment stuff or whatever. Whatever's the popping thing for that day, right then and there. You don't get the real news until you scroll all the way down. Past, when you on that page, that front page, you got the big headline, you got the smaller ones, then you got the articles that kind of go back and forth and coincide. Then you got the smaller articles that give you the history of this buildup, right? But if you scroll down the page, that's where the real stuff that's actually going to affect you is. It's there. You don't know it's there because they only trap you on that part of the news, right?
Mm.
Like there's a thing. You notice when you watch CNN, they're always showing the market, the stock market going
Yeah.
Hmm.
across. Have you
Yeah.
ever thought about it? I'm like, you're in finance, right? So you know this. But have you
Uh,
ever thought about this? While you're listening to the news, look at the stock prices.
hmm
Look at the stock points. At the same time, this is real time because while they're giving the news, the stock market is open. So whatever they say on the news is affecting the stock market, which is affecting the economy, which in turn is affecting you.
Yeah. I mean, no, I took the Series 66. It talked about news. A lot of people don't even understand how deep that shit is. It's really deep. Like most people don't even know. You know, with like crypto and all this shit. Like most people don't know. You know, if the stock market goes down 25%, they automatically have to shut that bitch down, right?
Yep.
Does most people know that?
No, they don't.
They don't know that.
They
So
don't
when
know
you
that.
had that Reddit shit going on, you had all these people getting mad about was it AMC theaters and shit like that when they were restricting the trade. Um, those, I mean, the broker dealers have a fiduciary responsibility. So if you don't put any type of restrictions on that, they're gonna have to restrict trades regardless. Didn't
Of
matter.
course. You're gonna
But
have crashes.
but if you let
Ridiculous crashes.
people tell it, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's the government. It's the government." Nah, there's already shit. And unless you want to change the Securities Act and all this type of shit, which is legislation that are already in place, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm just saying that's a misinformation that you get to the fucking public. Like they really were going really hard at Robin Hood and all this type of play. Like Robin Hood doesn't have a fucking choice.
They have to.
They don't have a choice.
Yeah. They have to. Like I'm
They
like
have to.
they have to. Like people here's a crazy part is that like you said with the these pseudo intellectuals or these people that don't understand certain things. When I was watching that young man talk, I watched it live. Like I was watching it live. And then I went back and watched how old dude clipped out the last part when Abba was there. Because he was talking to the young man for a while before Abba even got there. Abba actually pulled up in the chat. Like they didn't know
So he
Abba
jumped
was
out
going to come.
he jumped out the porch early, huh?
Yeah, no, he invited him up there because the guy when he did the interview talked about it before, and
Yeah,
the
Duke
and the
the
guy
Dog.
volunteered himself to put himself on camera to say that he was the one in the chats and the DMs going at this woman. So since you wanted to step up here and jump off the porch, I'm gonna give you the platform to speak. And he was contradicting himself the whole time. And then Abba pulled up. No one knew Abba was coming. Abba pulled up. He let Abba come up there. And when they had that conversation, it just showed the hypocrisy of the dude, right? And then the funny part about it was did you know what happened after the fact?
Mm-mm.
The dude typed in on Abba's thing, can you please remove the video because I don't want my parents to see that.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Abba, no Abba. The thing about it is Abba got some connections when it comes to because the thing about it is the Myron, he's doing all that flexing because he think he got the backing of the Homeland Security and shit like that. But bitch, you Muslim motherfucker, they ain't finna save your they ain't finna save your puss ass. You hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
He ain't finna
And
save your
Abba's
puss
actually in
ass.
another country. He's in Canada.
Yeah,
Abba's in Canada.
yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
he's
So he's
and
well
then
versed in that shit.
yeah, like here's the thing. And this is the problem. And we go back when me and Sir, we was talking about this, I think like a stream ago or something, Sir.
Yeah, about the
About
7 hour with I said the same thing with before Soul and Black went off, and we said those are not our people. That's what we meant by that. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me put proper context to this shit.
yeah, go.
Is it the fact that because I want to drop off the porch, I want to drop off the porch and get shit misconstrued, so I get. Is it the fact that Myron thinks he's white and he can say what the fuck he want to say with impunity?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
he's no different than I did a piece on this, right? About when they was doing the whole stop the Asian hate thing,
Right. I
right?
remember.
Right.
And a lot of people
I mean,
didn't
he's a no. I
know.
mean, he's a coon. I mean, I know he. I mean, he's
No,
definitely a coon.
he's
I mean, I'm a Haitian dude.
yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
with I'm strong about this whole FBA, ADOS shit. I've been doing fucking streams about that shit for a long time ago.
Yeah.
Listen, I think Haitians
hmm
should. I mean, like, we shouldn't really even be in that conversation because you already fucking know. When it comes down to it, like Haitians, like, come on, man, y'all can't go harder on us. Come
Yeah.
on, man.
Well, I'm gonna
1804,
say like, look,
you
I'm gonna
can't go
say like
harder on
this.
us.
I'm gonna say like this. I don't. When it comes to Haitians, right? I'm half Haitian, right?
Right.
I consider all the black people that say that they consign to be black, they understand what it is to be black, right?
Yeah.
From from South America, right? From the Caribbean and from America, right? Because because if you do your history correctly, during the what I
No,
mean,
if you're doing it correctly, Zoe is
yeah, yeah.
we in the
So
building every
well,
time.
here's the crazy part, right? And this is what I say like this, right? When when you look at it like this, right? And this is the way I look at it. When you look at the South Atlantic, the Mid Atlantic slave trade or the Atlantic slave trade, right? Nobody was in North America like that. It wasn't even established. I'm like, if motherfuckers actually do their research and think about it like this, right? Is that the colonies wasn't even established yet. They came like midway until motherfuckers was
Afterwards,
actually
yeah.
rolling out of the Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
So the actual true descendants of that slave trade are actually on the island of Hispaniola, which is what we say Dominican Republic and Haiti. You know what I'm saying? And then you get down in, you know what I mean? And then the Portuguese took them down to Guyana and Brazil and damn Colombia, right? So when you look at that, the Portuguese took basically they was down there. Like Haiti was fucking Spanish first, and they were overthrown, and then the French reneged on the
But
deal,
how?
and then and,
I mean, but I'm just saying, like, how
mhm,
do you have these proponents and shit like that have so much disdain for Haitians
mhm,
when we
mhm.
know Napoleon had to give up
Haiti,
give
yeah,
up that shit.
That was the first. That
It
was
is
the
a French.
first.
No, I'm just saying it was a French territory.
Yeah, it
I
was.
mean,
it was
That was the
Spanish
is
first.
first. That was.
like
It
I
was.
mean
It was.
you had to give it up. Like how the
Yeah.
hell? I mean, how the hell they're
I'll
gonna have
explain.
any
I'll
type of
explain the
disdain
Spanish part.
For Haitian people?
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
explain the Spanish part. The Spanish
but,
part, they had it first, and they had the slaves when the indigenous people. You forget about the
mhm,
Arawaks from Jamaica and
yep.
Haiti and all that stuff when they
Man,
was killed off. But let me finish. But I'm just saying like this: the blacks that came from, I don't want to say West Africa and certain parts of Europe, and they brought them there, right? And even the
Mhm,
French, they was cool with the Spanish, and the French knew they was gonna get them Spanish out of it. And this is Napoleon came probably somewhere during the 18th century after, because in the next century, he
mhm,
see the first time the revolution was like a thing, because it wasn't like overthrow yet, but here's the second time. But this Jamaican thing, shouts out to Wacky World Road, because he's a Haitian himself. He said
mhm,
his people's from Haiti. He said he did a stream on it, and he said at that time, the second time they were gone and then left Haiti by themselves. And then after that, it did split up to Dominican Republic by some idiots, and they said, "Hey, let's create another island." But Haiti was fine by itself as one. Before it was already Hispaniola, and then it became Haiti afterwards, because when Napoleon lost, he thought that the Haitians was going to move up, but eventually you see them in Louisiana, things like that. But eventually, they wanted Florida later on in the future, but I mean, Haiti's been through a lot, but I do know that Dominican Republic is not a real, country.
let's
It was
not gloss
established.
off. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm gonna change. I mean, let me get off this stream and change this shit to Marcus Garvey, or not Marcus Garvey, but Dessalines or
mhm.
some shit. But
yeah,
That's what it
listen,
is, yeah.
listen, bro. I mean, but the thing about it is like I get real amped up,
Mhm,
especially on this shit, Like, come
Mhm.
on, man! Like, you already like you can walk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, saying in
Mhm.
Louisiana, if it's a French territory and
Yeah,
it's only a what, like, who the fuck do you think those people are that
yeah,
come to that
Mhm.
goddamn island?
yeah,
And then you
Yeah.
want to talk about some
and you,
FBA shit?
yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
with
But don't
with
forget about
I fucking 100.
Montreal and Canada. Don't forget about Montreal, Canada too. Y'all was up there as well.
Exactly. I mean, but
Exactly.
there's
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
wars.
Yeah,
There's been wars. There's been
Wars.
yeah,
Yeah.
documented shit
yeah.
that
Yeah.
the people from that fucking island, where they originated supposedly, but I put that in air quotes, where you can put a
Yeah.
tennis ball on the Gulf Stream and it ends up there. How the fuck? Come on, man! Stop playing.
Yeah.
Like,
But
I
yeah.
Uh-huh.
mean,
And this is, I'm
stop
like, the
playing with
reason why.
us.
Well, the reason why
Don't
I
play
said
with
this,
us.
and this is the reason why I said this, and I was trying to tell Black Americans, right? I was trying to tell Black dudes, and this is why I made that quote. I said, listen, ABBA and Preach aren't even Manosphere. They do their own thing. You know what I'm saying? ABBA he has talking points, but the Red Pill wasn't never about what these new quote unquote Manosphere guys are talking about. The Red Pill is just about knowledge and understanding what the system is about and why the thing is failing or where you at, so you can find your way into the system and figure it out, right? Now, what I was saying is you got a Sudanese dude, right? You have a dude that's Puerto Rican or whatever he is, right? He's black Puerto Rican or half
And
Nigerian or
he's
whatever,
from
right?
Barbados. I
Or
mean, he should know.
Barbados. Yeah, I'm talking
I
about the
mean, he's
fresh dude
super
or wherever he's from. Wherever he's
fresh
from, the
dude.
fresh
Is I
dude.
mean,
Yeah.
he's like, I think he might be elitist,
Elitist.
supposedly.
But
Yeah,
that's
kind of.
so here's the thing, right? You have a
No, because
goddess,
Barbados was the first. I mean, like, supposedly, quote unquote, slave
but
area.
yeah, but it was like, but Barbados was like, I guess it was a penal colony just like fucking Australia was. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? So when you think
Yeah.
about it, right? When you think about it like this, right? Is when you looking at it, you have
Oh, I
the
mean,
Sudanese.
so I'd be on the same page, man. You said penal colony. Are you
Yeah,
mean that where they kept all the prisoners?
yeah. It was a slave
Okay.
in
All
camp.
right.
Yeah, it was like any
Okay.
political. It doesn't matter if you was black, whatever you was.
All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
they put you there.
No,
Yeah,
I just want
yeah.
to be on the same page.
Yeah, we on the same page. Yeah, like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So with that being said, is you got a Sudanese dude, right, with another guy, right? That's was Barbados or whatever. He's ADOS to a certain degree, but he got raised
Nah,
Nigerian
he's
wise
not.
or whatever.
No,
I'm like, if
he's
you
on some
count
coon
the
shit.
listen what I'm saying. I'm just saying where I'm not talking about how he's acting, right? I'm just talking about
Yeah.
his genealogy, right? Right.
Okay.
But you got a dude from Sudan, right? You just having a problem with a dude that's from Ethiopia. That's in can that's Canadian, right? Um, um, the only person that's 100% that's ADOS, right? Is Preach, right? Preach had nothing really to do with the shit because Abba was the one doing most of the talking. So you had
Hmm.
two people from the continent of Africa doing most of the talking back and forth, right? If you
Right.
think about it, that had nothing to do with us as that doesn't have to do with us as black people totally,
Right,
right?
right. Fact.
And
Mhm.
and that had nothing to do with the quote unquote black manosphere, right? Because there was
Yeah, that shit
there's
was
a separation,
purely
right?
tribal.
That was purely a tribal thing, right? Now,
No,
I
hey,
know,
I'm gonna jump off and
yeah.
change my picture because this white dude, brother Love, is making me
Good.
very uncomfortable. Dog.
Okay.
All right, man. Let me
Yeah,
change.
just change
Hey,
the
drop the link, man. Hey, I gotta get off this white dude. This
All
white
right,
dude is
I'll
making me
put it in
very.
the chat. Hold on.
picture. So my whole thing with it is that this ain't had nothing to do because there was a separation from church and state during the 1.0, right? It was a separation back then,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So we know that there's a lot of Africans, people from the continent of Africa that come over to America and they consign, just like any other immigrants, they're going to consign to the people that's in power, right? And they're going to consign to the people, the majority, and that's white folk. And they're going to take on their viewpoints. The Asians do it, the Latinos do it if they can get away with it, if they can, you know what I'm saying, if they can kind of fucking, you know, they look more whatever. Doesn't matter the demographic. Even the people from the continent of Africa, especially West Africa, they do it. And if they look like an Arab or they don't look black, and people don't know, because a lot of Americans don't know geography, right?
Mhm.
They can consign to be, because people don't know that Marlon or whatever the fuck his name is. What's his name?
Myron.
Myron. People don't know that Myron, right, is from the continent of Africa. They automatically, when you look at him, they think he's from the Middle East, right?
He's not. He's from the
And he's
continent of
not.
Africa.
He's from the continent of Africa, right? So when he walks around with that money and flailing that money, they automatically consign him to be some type of Arab or some type of dude that got money or some, you know, just what it is, right?
If you
And
want to
then-
get technical, there's no such thing as a Middle East. That's what the white men call it. It's all what I'd say like Africa is all connected. And if you go, it stops at India, but they try to tell you it's a Middle East. No, the Suez Canal did not exist, you know, but you're correct though. He's on those countries in continental Africa. Yeah.
So now when we sitting up here and we're looking at this, right? Just
Right.
sitting here and looking at this, right? Is now you got the guy that looks like a black dude, that he got an accent, right? So we know
Mhm.
he's not fully black. So he's allowing him to do all of this racist shit in front of him, not knowing that he means him too, but they know that they come from the same continent and they look down on black Americans anyway. But
Right.
Yeah.
preach, right? Because remember, all of the racist shit he said, he directed it to preach. He didn't direct it to Abba, because Abba is from the same in the same area that he's from, right? So now the only person that's getting looked down on is the only 100% ADOS person that you could say, which is Preach. And then they thought he was a soft target because he's married. Remember, think about it.
Mhm.
Myron's not married, right? Fresh is not married, and Abba's not married. But Preach is the only one that's actually handling and doing the things that you're preaching about.
Yeah, he's stable.
He's
You
stable.
notice why Kevin don't go after married men, because just like Harrison and Family Vlog said, it'd be stupid, because that defeats the whole purpose of manhood, real manhood. Because like you're married yourself, right, DeAndre? That'd be suicide. That'd be like me attacking you because it's dumb. You know, you don't do that,
But it's
because that's a respect. Yeah, I know it's happened, but I'm just saying there's a
Yeah.
line, you know, because men give you a line. This is where we can disagree as men all day, right? But I'm never gonna go after. I'm never gonna go after a man's family.
But I'm using like
I'm using KS as an
the
example, right?
manosphere has a reputation of red fucking pill.
Yeah.
Red fucking pill. Let's break that shit back. I mean, I'm just saying. I know I'm not that smart.
Yeah.
I know I'm smart, but I know I'm not that fucking smart. So when I be listening to this shit, I'm like, man, y'all niggas crazy out here, man. You
Yeah.
want to talk about red pill? Red
Yeah.
pill supposed to be truth, right?
Yeah, red pill is supposed to be an enlightenment and everything else. But I'm saying it's okay to have a family. But I'm just saying, like,
is there niggas that pay for pussy?
Yes, that's
it's
true.
some. It's some. Yeah. I ain't gonna
some.
say it's all. I ain't gonna say it's all, but you know,
Is there
everybody's different.
motherfuckers that pay for pussy? We're acknowledging that's red pill shit, right? There's some people that rather pay for some fucking pussy, right?
Yeah, time to time, yeah. But I ain't gonna say it's like an overwhelming majority.
There is some people that you'd be like, hey, you know what? I want to be with one woman. I want to love her. I want to have kids with her. I want to take her down through there, right or wrong.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. Is there motherfuckers that be like, man, you know what? I don't want a bitch. I just want to fuck and just, get some pussy and be okay with that shit, right? Is there a segment of motherfuckers that
you
want
got
to
a
do
lot
that
of
shit, right?
you got a lot of segment of dudes like that. It's right now. It's
And why
like
the fuck does the red pill represent one class of motherfucker that want to do
it's not. It's a combination of a lot of things. It's more than just being. That's the younger part of the red pill. But when you get in depth,
why do we let these bitch ass niggas? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
yeah. You okay?
come
You
through this
good? You
fucking
good? Go
space
ahead. Get
We're
your
good.
and be
yeah.
like, hey, this is what it gonna be. Oh, I'm red pill. Like fucking Myron's fuck ass. Like how the hell
Yeah.
will you allow that fucking shit in this
Yeah,
fucking
But
space?
but see, he's weak. He's got that pseudo manhood on him, and
No,
that's
I'm
what
just saying
Bill was
that's red
saying.
pill.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
the algorithm, if you look on Google, those
mhm.
guys are coming up. And then you have the manosphere. The manosphere.
Hmm.
Like connecting to the fucking red pill. What the fuck? What the red pill was the truth, bitch. Hey, listen. You know what? I want to lay up with my wife on fucking vacation with my kids and shit like that. Where's that represented in the red fucking pill?
I
Well,
mean,
No, no,
if
no.
you,
I mean, no. Hold on. We have Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels
mhm.
mhm.
coaching bitches on how to be wives and shit. How the fuck is that red pill, man?
Because Kevin wasn't never okay. And this is what I told. This is what I told
All right,
people
go ahead,
before.
Don.
That's blue pill.
Well,
Or purple
listen.
pill or whatever pill they want. That's the point I'm trying to fucking make.
Well,
Oh
here's the
yeah,
thing.
what he's
Yeah,
doing is it is a form of a blue pill, but his way of family is incorrect. Like he's had two failed divorces. Now, if you have a structured red pill family, you have to be honest with him. You can't teach him right away, but if the kid asks you what you do on the side, like if he gets older, for example, yeah, you can have a red pill family. That's like morality with morals. Now, if you're black pill, that's a whole nother story. You're on your own journey on that one. Because see, blue
yeah.
I
pill,
mean,
that's the soul society,
but
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, I thought you were following me on this one. I'm
Yeah, I
just
was
saying the shit
following
is
you, but I'm just saying there's
it's
two types
fucking
of
fugazi. It's all
yeah,
over the goddamn. I mean,
yeah.
come
Yeah.
on, man.
What
But
is he?
it's two
Fugazi.
What
but it's
Kevin
two
is doing
types
is
of
this.
yeah, go ahead.
What Kevin is doing is this, right? And I told motherfuckers this. I told them from Jump Street, right? Okay. And people don't understand it or get it, right? We talk about the red pill. We talk about the blue pill. We can talk about the purple pill. But we never talk about the hand that's handing them the fuck out. See, that's the conversation that need to be had, right? The
Mm-hmm.
pills mean absolutely nothing. It only like we talk about we talk about Neo, we talk about the decision, but we
Mm.
never focus on Morbius and how and
Mm-hmm.
who gave it to him and
Mm-hmm.
who gave it to the person that gave it to him to give it to Morbius to give it to Neo,
Oh,
right?
Morpheus? Yeah, yeah.
Morpheus, my
Yeah.
bad, Morpheus, right? Who like here's the thing, right? All things exist, right? And here's when society gets fucked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there's too much blue pilling going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the way the universe balances itself is there has to be some red pills given out, right? And when there's too many red pills going on, you have to throw some more blue pills on the scale. And usually the person that balances these scales is usually the motherfucker that's swallowing the black pill.
Exactly.
That's usually how it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Both
Overnight,
things have to exist. Not
I gotta
everybody
do
needs a red pill. Not everybody needs it. Not everybody can take it.
nah.
Matter of
That
fact,
shit not. That shit is
Cyber even showed
terrible.
that.
It's
Yeah,
terrible. It's terrible.
cyber showed that. Like, think about it. The manosphere now is cyber.
It's
Think
terrible. It's
about that.
terrible.
Think
Man, I
about
gotta
it.
go. I gotta go back and what is it? Sir Oberanu. Did I get that right? Did that rhyme? Anyway. But
how
anyways,
you change your picture? You gotta click on the mic icon.
no,
You on
no,
the
no, no,
computer?
no, 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 no. Libra. I'm a Libra.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
Yeah,
one
you had
like
too.
that.
I think you are a scales and balance. That's your zodiac. Yeah. That's
Yeah, yeah, I'm a
how
No,
Libra too.
y'all yeah. Oh, you're Libra? I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm a
yeah, I'm
Libra
a
too.
Libra.
Yeah,
Ah.
Scales and balance. I got that shit tattooed all over me, man. But anyway, man.
yeah.
Damn. You gotta. I mean, you gotta take the good with the
With the
bad. You
bad.
feel me?
But it's all but
Yeah.
even the bad is perspective based, right? Like it's perspective based. And what I mean is once you get past the basics of what, right? Like it's perspective based. So let me give it to you for a perfect example, right? we roll. Let's just say as men, right? We're a group of men, right? All of us up here on the panel, right? We have a society that we are building, right? Right? We have women, we have children, we have a village, right? Now, there's been a drought going on. Shit's been fucked up lately, right? There's another village over there off to the left that is actually flourishing, right? So we have three choices. We can try diplomacy by going to the village, trying to see if we can barter and trade, right? And as we in the village, depending on how we treat it, we're going to do some scouting and some scoping, right? If they don't want to barter and trade, but our people still need to eat, then what's going to happen? They're either going to go and be under subjection of this other village, which will remove our position as men in power, or what are we supposed to do? Or we're going to do the third option is what? We're going to attack the village. Now, when we come back with those resources, long as the people don't see it or whatever, we're considered heroes. But to them that's on the other side, we're considered scourges, interlopers, right? You get what I'm saying? So we're evil to
I
them,
get.
but we're good over here. You know what I mean? Like it's all about perspective and balance, right? But here's the code, right? Here's the code, right? Once we go past a certain level, and this is where men have to set the bar. And the problem is, right? Everybody in 2.0, and there was some 1.0 guys starting to do this and tinge off. They kept talking in absolutes, right? They kept saying X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the third happened, and this is why shit is fucked up, and then you're blue pill, and that's a bad thing. You having a family, blue pill. These bitches don't come under subjection. So how do we get them to come under subjection? Don't worry about that because they're fucked up because it's women. But who put them in that position to be like that? Women. No. How did they get like that? No, women. No. How did they get like that? Women. No. Who put them like that? You know what I'm saying? It's these simp ass fuck niggas. Okay. It's the simp ass fuck niggas. Now let me ask you a question. Had you been successful in your life, you didn't get your heart ripped out of your chest, you never was put on child support, and you was able to move forward, would you be saying the same shit?
I want to spare these niggas from that shit, man. I want to spare these niggas from that shit. I definitely want to spare it. I want to spare them from it. I definitely want to spare them from it. Hey, my OG, one of my OG men, like one of the older boys, he's my homeboy. He's like, man, I called him up. I was going through a divorce. Like, you know what I'm saying? When it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't divorce yet, but
But it was happening.
yeah, it was happening. And then he was like, yeah, he was telling me the story because he been through the shit. He didn't have no support system because we were on the same wavelength. We've been friends like since high school. You know what I'm saying? We were tight. So uh coming from our sector, just like you guys like to say the manosphere sector or whatever, our specter, um a dude that because me and him we had a lot in common. He lost his dad and he lost his mom. Same thing with me. um so we bonded through that. We played football, we played college football with each other. We were homeboys, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we smoked, fuck bitches, the whole nine. You heard me?
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't want to get too much. But anyways, he was like, yeah, man. He was like sitting there, and the officer came, and the officer that was taking his ass up out of the goddamn apartment that him and his ex-wife were living at said, like, man, you about to go through a divorce. I would, and he said, I would not wish this shit on my worst enemy. He's like, be prepared. And he told me that shit. And then, we used to just have talks, man. Like, when you go through that shit, man, it's a fucking 400-pound gorilla, 500
Yeah.
pounds sometimes, 600 pounds sometimes on your fucking back. You gotta wake up, lift that bitch, and just keep living.
Yeah,
That
you
shit
do.
might go on for a fucking year.
It might go on, man. Some divorces last longer than that, man. I remember my
I know,
uncle.
but
He was
I
going
mean,
through one for like
but a
5
lot
years.
of these niggas, there's a lot of niggas be talking. They really don't want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
They really don't want to talk about it. They don't want to give the game. They want to give the game. They were like, yeah. They be on some flexing shit. You hear me? And that's what's
Yeah.
wrong. That's really what's wrong with the goddamn space. And then you have some green niggas that never been through nothing. You ain't never fucking been through nothing, bitch. Fuck, bitch. What you talking
Yeah.
about, man? You ain't never been to
Mhm.
fucking jail. Bitch, you ain't never been through nothing real. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, some of
Well,
these green arrow, hey man, I could take some of these bitches from you. You hear me?
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I don't mean to be like hard body and
Yeah.
like start flexing and shit like that. You ain't
No,
never
bro.
been through nothing. What the fuck you talking about, man?
Well, here's the thing right here, right? If you're trying to, I'm gonna say it like this, right? Think about it like this. From your first statement that you said, you don't want this on nobody, so you want to shield these guys from that happened, right? But
Right.
I get what you're saying on the back end, that their complaints are whining to you because you've been through some real shit, right? And we at some
Nah, ain't
time,
no, I mean, it ain't whining. It like they're looking at. I mean, they're talking about me like me whining. Because I've been through debt. I'm trying to give you some game. You hear me?
yeah, and they're
I'm
not trying
trying
to
to
take it.
put you on. They're not trying to
Yeah.
take it though.
Well, okay, but see, here's the thing about it, right? Here's the thing, right? And I had to learn this too about other things other than this, right? Because like I said, like I can only talk to you about what I've seen other men go through, right? Like that's
Right.
close to me, family members, friends, all this other shit. I've never went through that, right? I watched their triumphs and their failures and shit. I can't even say I might not go through that later, but you know what I did?
Right.
I made sure I set myself up that by learning from them, that if I go through it, guess what? It ain't gonna suck. They shit sucked. Like you know what I'm saying? Because
Shit, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like,
I
but
mean, I mean,
yeah. I'm like, it's not like I said, my marriage is like I say this, right? My marriage is not successful until me or my wife die. We still married. It's not successful.
uh,
It's not. Like, you know what I mean? It's not. It's not. I'm like, if you want it, if you take it down to face value, right? So I don't, you know what I mean? But what I started to realize, because I see I feel the agitation in your voice because you're trying to give them game, you're trying to give them the real, they're not trying to take it, right?
no, it's not. It's not even call game. Is it? I mean, talking about life
Well, the
experience.
knowledge,
But I'm
the
just saying.
knowledge.
But I mean, a lot of these other cats, man, like, man, you standing in the fucking way, man. Just let me cook. You hear me? No,
Yeah,
I ain't. I ain't even go there, man. But anyways,
yeah.
man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.
no, I get it. Listen, man, I get it, man. But you know what it really is. And when you know, I mean, when I took my red pill journey, it was on some knowledge of how I can move forward in life and acquire wealth and get the best out of myself I can to take care of my family so they can be straight because I don't want them struggling like how I struggle. Had nothing to
Yeah.
do with my relationship with my wife. That was straight. We was good on that.
No.
You know what I'm saying? It was just about
Nah.
me competing against other men. That had nothing to do in society. It had nothing to do with that. I'm straight on that. I'm good. Like that was we straight.
No,
We
I
good on
mean,
that.
I had a no.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean,
That
I
was
had
like
a
we
great father. I mean, I had a great father figure. I
yeah.
mean, my father, my dad was great. Um, so, damn, I never really had to do with that. Matter of fact, a lot of qualities
Mhm.
my father like resonate with a lot of my homeboys. They even tell me
Mhm.
to this day he was a strong presence. You know what
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. So that's what I mean is that knowledge that's given, right? Like I used to watch
Hmm.
them old kung fu movies. I had an older elder tell me this. That you know what I'm saying, that traveled, he was over, and he used to have candid conversations a lot. And he said, He said, when you used to watch them old kung fu movies, you like kung fu movies? I said, yeah, I love them things when I was growing up. Channel 5, you know what I mean?
You talking about
Every
Bruce
Saturday.
Lee them?
Bruce, no, I didn't really like the Bruce Lee ones. I used to like the old ones with the dude with the silver hair and shit. He used to fight
Was
with
it
his hands
Chung?
behind him.
Who
Yeah,
was
yeah,
the dude that beat
yeah.
up
Like
what is it called? Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Bolo Young, but that was Bolo, but
Yeah.
not those, but I mean the old ones, like the old Drunken Master shits, the old fucking Fox style Wu-Tang Clan, Shaolin Temple. I used to like those better than the more modern ones like that, right? I watched those, but I wasn't a Bruce Lee guy. Like I was actually like a Jackie Chan, Drunken Master, that shit, right? You know what I mean? Them old shits when they had the different styles. And the reason because I like the stories better. And he said, think about it. The protagonist starts off, something happens, right? He's either a little fuckhead, he's learning kung fu, or he doesn't know anything at all. This guy is the master, whatever. He comes through raping, pillaging, plundering, fucking shit up, right? He wants to get his revenge on the dude, but he doesn't know. So he goes in there, he charges in, gets his ass whipped, escape with an inch of his life, gets nursed back to health or whatever, right? He meets this old man, right? He can be a drunkard, he can be whatever. This old man, very knowledgeable. But he said, you know what he does? He doesn't give him the knowledge full force, right? And you always wondering why he's got him doing this dumb shit, right? Why he's got it doing this shit, this dumb shit, that dumb shit. And then he starts to teach him. And then you start to learn that the guy that's the evil guy, perceived, right, was his star pupil, his student, right? He had so much talent, but he had something wrong with him, right? And you can,
The homeboy sleep, man. I think he sleep. He sleep as
you're talking
hell.
about sir? Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm good.
Yeah. So when you think about it, right, and this is the thing about knowledge, right? The teacher gave too much to the student, but he kept something back because there was something in him that told him you can't give him this because he'll just go off the rails. It's too much, right? So he's more, how should I say it? He's more conservative with the information that he gives because he understands that too much knowledge to somebody that just have talent and have the propensity to be better, they don't need it all at once because they don't know what to do with it. And he learned his lesson because actually, in all actuality, he helped enable and create the problem that they have right now, right? This is an elder, right? And he broke it down to me. And then I started looking at life because I was giving these guys knowledge and some guys would take it and run off the Richter. Some dudes would just not fucking take in what I'm trying to tell them. And then they'll get fucked up. And then, and they'll look at me because I was supposed to stop them from doing whatever the fuck they doing and all this extra shit, right? And he said, I'm going to teach you something that I had to learn as an old man. He said, you know why I talk to you? I said, I don't know why. He said, because when me and you have a conversation, you're just having a conversation, but then you'll come and seek the knowledge. And then when I even give you just a little bit of it, you'll put it into practice and come back to me, tell me, hey, that didn't work. What am I doing wrong? Not that it didn't work, but how am I not executing it? And then I'll give you some more tinges and how to tweak it. And then he said, I don't worry about you because you'll always seek knowledge. Not everybody's like that. And he said, even if you didn't do it, it's just advice at the end of the fucking day. You got to live your life anyway, right? And that's what I said is like, you care that much because you don't want no one to fall in your place. You're a very caring person, right? That when you see these brothers, you want to tell your story and then you want to let them know that don't get caught up in this, right? The problem is a lot of times is that when people are in trauma, it's easy for them to just latch on to the pain part, right? Because the pain is actually easier than the healing part.
Yeah.
The healing, you know what I'm saying, is actually the hardest part of when you went through some type of trauma. Because you have to go back and look and say, what was my part into this? Like maybe at the time I thought I was doing everything right. Well, if you was doing everything right, you wouldn't be in the situation that you're in. You got to point out there's something, and even if you didn't do anything, there were signs that you should have picked up on, that you may have could have stopped this and nipped this in the bud or paid attention, or sometimes you can't get away from conflict. We know as men, so you got to steel yourself and put up your defenses and get your house in order. You get what I'm saying? Like, sometimes we don't know, like we just don't know, right? A lot of, like they say, I'm not saying on your part, you ain't got to share why that happened, but I'm just saying in general, a lot of divorces end because of finances and communication, right?
No, I
No, I'm saying not in your
understand that.
case, but a lot of them, right? I'm not saying in your case. Yours is your situation.
No,
But
it's cool. No, it's cool.
yeah,
It's cool. Like
yeah.
the thing
But
about it is
you
like
don't got to share that
like
part.
no, I had to come to realization. I gotta get a female that is like young. Like I gotta get her like 25, 26, 20. I mean under 30. That way
Under
she
30.
come like 100, like 100 on under my direction.
Yeah. I mean,
Obviously my ex. Nah, for real, for real. I
no. I
mean,
get you.
I
Yeah, I
learned that
get
shit about me. I learned that shit about me because I got so much knowledge that I can feed her. You know what I'm saying? I can make her great. But like a lot of women don't want they don't want that. Why is that?
you. You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Right. This is what I did with my wife. This is my wife. My wife is actually 3 years older than me. Right.
She wants you to give you the game.
No, she just follows the lead. It's not
Okay.
even that because what I did was I met her parents and I
Hmm.
watched the dynamic in the household between her father and her mother.
Real
Right.
talk. Damn.
I watched that. I watched that. I watched the dynamic between the father and the mother and watch how the mother is and how the father is. Not
Keep
how
cooking, homie.
I think I should
Keep
be,
cook.
but because
Cook.
how he is, because the first man that was under her direction was her daddy. And if her
Yeah.
daddy ain't around, then I'm not here to be your daddy. I'm here to be your husband, right? I'm like that's what it is. And when I watched how he moved and how he acted, I took those things and amalgamated into how I deal with my wife. That's how I deal with
Yeah.
it. And plus, I was with my wife for a long time before we got married. Like I was
Yo.
not jumping in that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because once I do it once, I'm not doing it again. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? So that was just me. That was just my mindset. I like to do things once because shit. I'm just like you, but shit, I'm an only child. I don't what I mean. I don't ain't no backup here. Ain't never been no backup. So I gotta get it how I get it. And when I got understanding how the dynamic is and whatever, and it doesn't matter. My wife is not American or whatever, and all this other shit and yada yada yada. If you as a man, there's certain qualities that you want. You want a woman that wants to adhere to your leadership, listen to what you're saying, take it and apply it and do what she's going to do. That's the type of woman that you want that fits your personality. You know what I'm saying? That's you,
Yeah.
right? You know what I mean? Every man is different. That's why there's a basis of when it comes into that relationship and marriage shit. Every marriage is different and it works differently for people. It's every marriage is not a one size fit all, but there's certain
Right,
basics
right.
that need to be established, right?
Yeah.
And if someone says, man, like, okay, you saying your marriage is not successful until one of you pass away and y'all still married, but how are you still being able to be with a woman for 18 years and married for fucking 13 of those that y'all together? And I said it's always a work in fucking progress. And women, and I learned one thing from my uncle's grandfather. Him and his wife was married for 50 years. He was 85 years old. She was like 70, she was like 79 or something like that. He was
Hmm.
20 and they got married when she was like, he was 20, she was fucking 16. He, you know what I mean? He was a drill sergeant in World War II. You could do shit back then like that, right? They never had any kids because she couldn't have any kids for certain reasons, right? But they raised, you know, my uncle. And his wife, at 50 years, still challenged him in front of somebody. I watched it, right? I actually sat up there and watched. The exterminator came. He was asking the man a question why the bill was changed or why it was a little bit more expensive. The man was talking to him.
Whoa. Hold on, man. Hey, sir.
Yeah.
You got to start at Patreon, man, because he giving too much. He giving too much, man. This shit right here. Nah. You can't do that. Nah. We need to get compensated for this shit, man.
No, man, no.
What are you talking about, man?
But this is
hell nah. This free game right here, man.
It's
not free game right here.
So when he was talking to the young, he was talking to the man.
Free game. This free game. We need to do a Patreon right now, and you can't give this shit. This shit is heavy right now.
No, it's not even. I'm like, if these dudes took time to go talk to people that's actually in successful relationships, like older folk, it's the same shit. It's
but relationships are rare right now.
That's why you talk to old people. Old people talk to old motherfucking people.
Functional relationships are rare right now.
And the reason why is people don't go talk to their elders and to get that information because they got the life experience. They got the application and the life experience. People that are actually successful, functional, right? Like, and that's the problem. That's the issue, right? When I saw what happened between my I call him grandpa too. When I saw that happen between him and his wife, right? You know what I'm saying? I call her grandma too. When she challenged him and he said, I got this. And she was like, no, leave the man alone. Just pay it, let it go on. And you know what he leaned over and said? And I heard him say it and he whispered. He said, how much money do I need to pay extra for you to exterminate her too? Right? And he said this, right? So and I talked to him. He went outside to have his little fucking Coke and his smoke, right? His cigarette, right? And I said, Grandpa, why you saying that about grandma? He said, son, sit down for a second. I said, yeah. I said, y'all been married for so long. Why y'all having problems? He said, son, I'm gonna tell you something. It's a woman's job to challenge you. Because she's not challenging you because she's being disobedient in certain points. She's challenging you to see if you're the same man that she married and she's in love with, if you're getting too comfortable. He said that's why they do some of the things they do that make no sense at all. He said, even in 50 years of us being married, she will still try to challenge me to see if I'm still the protector and the provider she married when she was that young. And he said, you know what? You know when I realized that? He said, when did you realize that? At year 10. He said, and I had to learn that from my father, with his mother, with my mother, and understand that dynamic. And he said, listen, if a man doesn't have some type of opposition in his life, he gets complacent, right? And if everything's too peaceful, you have to sharpen those swords. You have to be at the ready. He said, if you're ready, you don't have to get ready.
You know what I'm saying? No, you don't. Hey.
And he said, even in my old age, you know, I had to establish dominance. He said, because, you know, when I leaned over and said that, right, she didn't hear what I said, right? But I wanted to basically establish in the room who runs shit. And then he said, what did I say after that? I said, you said that was enough. And she got quiet and she walked out of the room and she went into the room and shut the door behind her. He said, yeah, she did. What did I do? You came out here and took a smoke and you drunk. And you're about to do what? I'm about to go sit down on the couch and watch whatever the hell I'm watching. And when she calm my ass down, she's going to come back. But I want you to sit here and watch the whole thing. And I watched it, and she came back in the room. Hey, babe, what you want to eat? Oh, give me a slice of that pecan pie. He said, we're at the point where she knows she violated, but I don't have to have a conversation about it. I just put it in a place and move on. It's handled. There's no extra conversation. I don't do all of that back and forth. I don't do all of that argument. I don't do anything. You work on my time and my time alone. And when I saw him do that, and when I witnessed this, and I'm witnessing this thing, I'm witnessing this at like 11. I'm witnessing this is a man in a relationship with a woman for 50 years. And I was like, whoa, right? And I started to model myself and start to understand, okay, where did I go wrong?
You want to understand a trip? Like my mom used to be cussing my daddy out, like dog, just cussing him out. At the same time, he on the couch and just like listening to this shit, like blocking this shit out, and she feeding him. She had to,
My mom did the same shit. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. She did the same shit with my father. Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, I used to get some of that fucking food too, man. That shit used to be off the goddamn chain.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as much shit that she talked, she knew. Like, whatever meal that she had to cook, and hey, she had to come with it. She had to come with it.
Yeah.
Like, my dad would like sit there and eat that fucking food and be like, shit, this shit is fucking so good. I don't feel like arguing with your ass. This shit is fucking good as a motherfucker, boy.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But what he was doing, but see, here's the trick, right? We do things we don't. I mean, we don't understand what we're doing directly, but we understand.
No. I'm sorry to cut you off, homie.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
The food was so fucking good that he didn't give a fuck what she was talking about.
but I'm gonna break it to you like
the
this.
food
Right?
was such. I mean, like, but you can't have like women can't do that no more. The food was so fucking good that he was just like, man, fuck this shit. Let me eat this shit. And like my dad would be scraping the fucking plate. They'd be like, I'll be scraping the plate. I'd be like, this shit good as good fuck.
But here's the thing, right? Where was your mom when this all was while he was eating?
She was in the kitchen, like talking this shit. Like
she
was just talking a bunch of shit.
She was talking a bunch of shit, but here's the thing, right? Now think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. Whatever the argument was about, right? If you're not engaging in the argument, she has to argue with herself.
Yeah.
So all of that energy, what he was actually doing was a reflection technique, right? He's watching what he's watching. He's not getting agitated because she's still going to cook. And you know what she's going to do? She's going to cook the best meal ever to show him something. And you know why he was eating the food and it was so good and he was being extra? Oh, this is so good. I don't even want to argue with you with this. This is good. This is great. You really put your foot in it. She's like, yeah, nigga, I know I put my foot in it. Right? But he's actually patting her on the head. Right? He's actually telling her, yeah, okay. See, that was a compromise because he already knew what type of woman he got before he married her, right? And a lot of times, us as men, we don't take the time to break down and understand what type of woman that we have.
Yeah.
And are we willing to deal with that? I don't deal with a mouthy woman. I can't stand mouthy women, so I don't deal with them. I like to have a conversation with women. I like to have a woman with intelligence where we can have deep dials in conversation, but you ain't going to be mouthing off at me and cussing at me and whatever because I will cut you off. You know what I'm saying? I don't play that, right? Now, your dad, that's a whole different ballgame, but he knew how to work the system, right? He knew how not that get to him. But that was probably a time where he's at a breaking point where the line needs to be drawn in the sand. And you probably might have witnessed those or not. You know what I'm saying? Or not. And it was probably something so minuscule or so whatever it was that wasn't even worth it his time to even engage in it because he probably knew it ain't have nothing to do with him. And she was taking it out on him because she had another issue that was with her that had nothing to do with him. Right? But that's
they're
called
women.
But it's not that they're being, yes, they're being women, but it's talking about being in tune with people's energy and understanding.
Right.
You know
You
what?
know.
My sister called me earlier.
Mhm.
She apologized to me, like out of goddamn blue. Like, just she apologized. She was like, "Hey, we haven't talked in a while," and like, it's like it was like on some shit. Like, I'm no, my older sister, my older sister.
Mhm.
Like, she was like I guess a de facto mom.
Yeah.
Because my mom is not there no more. She like kind of apologized to me. She was kind of it was for this generation. It's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to the shit, I'm like, yeah. She was like,
Nah.
I have certain obligations to you as a man. Like, I gotta take care of you. You know what I'm saying? Because mama is not here no more. The shit was it's
Yeah.
kind of refreshing.
Yeah.
Because my sister got she got good kids. You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to
She,
say that.
yeah.
Masculine.
But she was, but and I tell the guys a lot of reason why a lot of reasons why what I mean, like people go through whatever, whether it's their fault, not their fault, 100%, yada yada yada, whatever. Sometimes I hear dudes conversation like, man, she took the kids. Blah, 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 blah. I said, okay, so what happened? Oh, this, and this. Okay, so did y'all have a conversation about it? What was going on? Right. And then when you get to the meat and potatoes, so what did you do? Well, man, I was working and did that and there. I said, okay, let me ask you a question. I said, you was paying the bills, you was working, you was doing this, you was protecting, and you was providing, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. I said, no, 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 no. You got to understand something. At a basic level, you're supposed to protect your provisions, right? As a man, right? Your provisions mean nothing without protection. That's why we got security systems, we got locks on doors, all that shit, right? When you get a woman, you're supposed to protect, right? You and her, right?
Hmm.
And provide for you and her. But now you got to do other things. You have to provide for her emotions. You have to provide her attention. You know what I'm saying? You have to, and attention doesn't mean dick attention only. We talk about relationships when there's not talking about fucking hoes, right? You have to do things. You have to sit up there and listen. You have to do
The little horse,
things that
the
you
little
did.
horse, the
Oh,
little
go ahead.
horse, the little horse. Fuck the
Yeah,
little
yeah.
horse. My bad.
No, no,
No,
no,
fuck.
no, 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 no.
I'm fucking with you, man. I'm
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
with
no,
you.
no, no. I'm saying you have to do little. You have to do other things. You have to do the things that you were doing when you were dating, but you don't have to do them as much as you were doing them before. But they have to be regular. Certain things, just doing things other than you already know. Birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays belong to women. That's it. They belong to women. It's a wrap. You still got to do just because I'm thinking about you shit in between. Just because. Random shit. And it doesn't have to be grand gestures. It just got to be random shit. It has to be a compromise. You have to do more than that because of this. Because we're not in a society anymore where you just got to protect and provide to that degree. And it looks down on society that a woman is divorced from her husband because she's not happy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's over. That was over since the 70s. You know what I'm saying? Like no
Mhm.
fault divorce came in and wiped that shit clean off the fucking face of the goddamn map. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So you can get mad at it, you can whatever, but that's just the reality in which you live in. So you have to do other things. Now, those men back then, they did it. There just wasn't internet back then. There just wasn't that.
Mhm.
These same things like are true than they was back then and now. Women cheated on their husbands back then. You know what I mean? That shit never stopped.
Yeah, it
Because for
never stopped.
every woman that cheated on her husband was fucking with a dude that was cheating on his fucking wife. That's what they call an affair. A long time. You know, Me and Mrs. Jones
Mhm.
is a motherfucking song for a reason. The Midnight Train to Georgia, which is I think is a weird song because
Mhm.
Gladys Knight is sitting up there singing about a dude that she fucking that got a family in Georgia and she in Chicago and shit, but she got 3 male backup singers. Imagine that, right? But you know, when you listen to these things, Papa was a Rolling Stone, all of this other stuff. Like if you listen to these things, they were dealing with these same issues we're dealing with now. The difference is everybody got a fucking voice, right? And everybody can click on the internet, and if they got a personality, people will drive to them, and it's just a trauma bonding experience. But here is the truth about a lot of things. And what I mean by this is that there's a difference. We have lost the art of understanding people, understanding how to read energy, understanding compromise, and understanding how that relationships take as much work as your fucking career. You might get
Facts.
you is like if you're there's no 50-50. It needs to be 100-100, as much as you can give, emotionally, however way you work it, right? The dynamics has changed. Men can't come in the house and just hit on the boob to kick their feet off with their lunch pail no more, because guess what? The woman is working as many hours as you are. She's putting in as much work. And I'm saying I'm talking about gentlemen. I'm not talking about black people, because black people, both parents been working in the household before, after, and during slavery. You know what I mean? So that's not even a fucking thing. You know what I mean? That's a normal. That never. We never had the ability as a collective to have the man go work and the woman stay home with the kids and raise the kids. That we never had that as a collective. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying as an overarching collective. White women were the ones fighting to be able to go to work and compete against their men. Like it wasn't black women doing that. They wasn't talking about that. You know what I mean? That wasn't on their agenda. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
To that point, right? You know what I mean? So what I mean by this is that men have to do certain things. I saw my uncle. He would come home from work. My aunt, they would come home from work together, right? She had a car, he had a car, or they'll be in one car together. He would take the bus, she would take the car, regardless. They had two cars. They come home. My aunt cooked. We cleaned the goddamn house, right? We cleaned the house. My cousin, we did 30 days. He did it in the kitchen. I did 30 days with the living room and dining room, right? And I had to clean the bathrooms, right? And before we had to go anywhere, we had to do a deep clean in our spaces. 30 days we swapped, right? So she didn't clean the house. We as men cleaned the house. My cousin was too young to clean the house. My youngest cousin was too young to clean the house at the time. My uncle did the laundry. My aunt did not do the laundry. We put our laundry out. He separated them. He took them to the big wash machine. It's laundry day. He would tell us it's laundry day, and he would have our clothes, and then we would come and get our clothes out the room in the laundry net bag, and we'll fold our shit and put it away ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Now, my aunt cooked, right? She managed the finances to a certain degree because she was a paralegal, but she did accounting work, right? My uncle had his account. My aunt had her account, and then they had a joint account for the bills. My uncle did a lot of the family stuff. He took me and my cousins to the movies, the car shows. That's what he was. We watched comic books, anime together. He did all of the family stuff like that. My aunt was doing a little bit, but she would kind of do our own little thing or whatever. But if we had a family thing, we all went and whatever, right? He did the yard work. You know what I mean? We was out there cutting grass. You know what I'm saying? So I saw that he didn't just come home and just do man shit, because laundry wouldn't be considered man shit. He did things that was his part of the household and whatever. And then when I watched my other aunts and uncles, where they worked, so I saw this new dynamic. So we're not going to go back to that old school 1950s, 60s shit, right? But we're evolving forward. That's long gone. But
We ain't finna do
that's
that.
not happening. Yeah. But what's going to happen is that men need to do this. Men can always do this one thing, right? Because we can say what you want about Kevin and stuff. He's not red pill or pill, whatever he's doing, right? Why are these women coming up there they're saying, I'm saying air quotes, they're saying they're making mid five figures to low six figures, right? And they want a man, but they want a high value man, right? But they don't understand that men date equal to or down, women always date up, right? Why are they asking for this? Because the thing is they don't, he's telling them the value that you put on men is not the value of what you actually need. He's actually telling them this: you want a man, you make too much money, so you have to consign yourself to a man that makes equal to you and less than that, but he's a man. He's a man. That's what you want. You want a manager. You want a man that's going to be a man, because you're not going to be able to make that for so long. You've hit your cap. A woman, like men, we know this. A man in the workforce, when you get to a certain level and you're not married or have been married, you're not going to make it past a certain threshold financially. A woman in the workforce doesn't understand that, because they haven't had this until the last 20 or 30 years when we still make the society. So you have to demand certain things from women. Now, what the brother says, he need a woman that's younger than him so he can direct it, whatever. Yeah, because a woman that's younger than him definitely is not going to be able to make equal to what he's making. Even if she's got a master's degree, let's say she's 30 with a master's degree, she's going to be sitting on $150,000 student loan debt. Let's just say it what it is. Because ain't nobody coming out of college with house money just to throw down on you know what I mean? Just no 18-year-old got house money like that, right? So he can direct, and she's got to listen and acquiesce, because one, he's providing, he's protecting, he's leading. Those are the basics. Those are the basics. But then you have to do what? Men are not being extra scrutiny. Men are having post-nut regret. And then they're having an 18-year commitment. And they don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The way I look at it like this, right? I don't count this brother into that. Like men that got married or even whatever, right? But if you are with a woman, you get with a woman, right? You have a child by this woman. It doesn't work out, right? She doesn't have to stay with you, because it's incentivized that she can still draw from you some type of financial responsibility for her, right? You still have to take care of that child, which is actually taking care of her too within proxy, right? Because the child can't take care of himself. So she's being the ward of the child while you're out here working and whatever, right? Now, since it's been incentivized that way, you are doing the same thing with a longer problem than a guy, quote unquote, that went out and brought some pussy. Because he did his transaction and it's over with. And a lot of these guys, when I talk to them, not the older school guys, because they were in long-standing relationships. They were almost married. They had kids by the same woman. The relationship failed. They ex-divorcees. They had a long relationship with the woman, blase, blase, blah. They went through some years and some struggles with this woman, and it just went to shit for whatever the reason. I'm talking about these guys that got baby mama 1 and 2, right? And saying these women ain't shit and all this extra shit. And he didn't, and all this other crazy crap. And he's just fucking these women, yada, 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 and blase, blah. And then they have to pay for it, right? And then there's I'm going to trauma bond to these men that actually have these experiences. Mm-hmm. So you would have been better off just tricking. Just go ahead and trick, get it out the way, because you're tricking off for 18 years. Because never once in a lot of these guys that I hear, these new guys, right? With these latter 2.0 dudes and these 3.0 dudes, about my child. I don't hear them ever talk about, man, my baby, man, these women ain't shit, man. I'm not able to see my child. She fucking with my visitation. She got my kid looking raggedy and I'm paying. Do you hear that? Do any of y'all hear that from these 2.0, 3.0 dudes?
No.
You don't. But I heard it from the 1.0 dudes.
Yeah.
Right? Because they consigned themselves that the relationship wasn't working anymore. And they wanted, and they're talking about children. They were talking about custody, child support as in a valuable solution, and getting out of these relationships, and actually holding dudes accountable and telling them, hey man, you just giving a cash? No, you need receipts. You need to set up a bank account. Matter of fact, bro, you need to put yourself on child support because you need receipts. Because she ever get mad and pissed off at you, you're going to be owing the state money, because best believe she receiving some type of assistance from the economic standpoint of who you talking about and what she does and what you do for a living.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I heard the 1.0 guys giving the sound advice. The 2.0 dudes are talking only about the pussy, and and she gonna put me on, she threatened to put me on child support. And fuck that bitch. And yada yada yada. And because it's all about the pussy, it's all about the girls, it's not about the kids. And the kids are the ones that suffer the most. And you know what the kids do? They turn into dysfunctional adults. Now they have a broken home. Like I said, for me to get the examples of understanding how a man and a woman should work in their dynamic, right? I had to look at the examples of my aunts and my uncles. My mom and dad wasn't married, right? I had to look at my grandparents, but I had examples, right? Seeing the day-to-day, seeing how they deal with conflict, how it's resolved, understanding what it is, right? Even the brother up here, yeah, he may not be married, but he got to the point where he was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, even Kevin, he got married twice. So he got to the point where he was in a relationship with a woman so long that they were able to go get married.
Yeah.
See, that's the difference. These other guys, they're not even relationship status. They haven't picked out. They keep talking about the bottom vestiges of society. That's all you hear. You hear no self-accountability. And then their rhetoric is infecting these young, impressionable young men that's coming up there. Like with the whole thing was it Don and Duke and Don's podcast, right? How that dude is probably what, 22? That's on a good day. Even the way he was acting, I say he was about 18, 19.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's about, yeah, he looks like 18, 19, maybe 20. Right? 18, 19, maybe 20, if that. He went up there and the 20-year-old, no, you know what I'm saying? I can't say the way he was acting is because there's 30-year-old, 40-year-old men that misrepresent the manosphere space or in the space in an abundance to act like him and way worse than him. There's 40-year-old, 50-year-old men that act worse than that in the space.
Oh,
but you know what I mean? But look at this guy. Like, and he was defending what they were saying. It changed my life.
Yeah.
It changed my life.
Yeah, he was adamant about it. And then
Man,
I like what he said. He said, I have to stand on it.
Anyways, man.
Yeah, what you say? What you say,
He
sir?
he said, I stand on it. You know, the way he said it with conviction. And, you know, I could tell in his voice, and him being young like that, I understand where he's coming from. Yeah. But it's very normal when you like something, you get caught up in it, but you got to get away from it, man. Like he's young. You just got to let him fall. You got to let them crawl before they walk.
But here's the thing. Here's the problem, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
If you're saying something with conviction like that, and he actually applied the shit that they said to him, right, to himself.
He wasn't applying pressure, though. He wasn't applying pressure.
I mean, like the stuff that, like the stuff that Abin preached. Well, Duke and Don they was having a conversation. But if he's saying that he took what Fresh and Fit was saying, right, and it changed his life because it got him the results that he really wanted, which is women and whatever, of course.
No, it's white girls. White girls.
Yeah, white girls or
White girl,
whoever he was
white
dealing with.
women,
Yeah, white
white
women,
women.
whoever he was dealing with, right? Whoever he was dealing with, right? White women, whatever, just women, just whatever, you know what I mean?
Nah, white women, white women.
Yeah, but women are women, right?
Women or women, but no.
Yeah, women are women.
The
Yeah, I'm
dude,
like,
no,
yeah,
he got
yeah.
the one dude.
Well,
Like
let me put.
he was selling this shit. He got white women. Like he was able to get white women from those uh fresh and fraud them were saying.
Mhm.
Like the white woman form, but it's Miami. I mean, like anybody, like I mean, a dodo
Yeah,
bird can get some fucking pussy in fucking Miami.
I mean,
Like,
if you
cause
got a car, yeah,
ain't a goddamn. You don't need a goddamn car. All you gotta do is go on South Beach. I mean, if
yeah.
you any type of rip, you can take your shirt off. Dog, my homeboy,
Mhm.
I gave him a formula. That motherfucker like started fasting and shit like that for
Mhm.
like days and days and days. Hey, shout out, hey, now I ain't gonna say his name and shit like that, man. But he like he was like, I cannot believe this shit. Shit, that bitch went on South Beach, just
Mhm.
take off his shirt, ripped up, and like weightlifting and shit like that. Man, that motherfucker was like fucking all kinds of bitches because they go to Miami to fuck.
Yeah.
They thoughts. Like you gotta be a fucking loser not to be able to get like Myron them wasn't doing anything like out ordinary.
Well, that's what I'm
Like
saying. Like, but to this young dude, right? I don't know where the young dude lived at, right? I don't think he lived in Miami. I think he
He's
he's a
from
country he's a
he's
country
from
bumpkin.
no he's from San Diego. The kid said himself he's from San
he's from
Diego,
San
so
Diego.
that's
Okay.
even
He's a
worse.
Navy guy. He's a
Yeah.
Navy guy.
No,
No, no,
he's a
no,
hood
no,
guy.
no.
He's a hood guy, and
Yeah,
it's
he's a
sad
hood
that
guy.
it's sad he's from San Diego. He's where what you call the Lincoln Park Bloods is from, like
From
LPB. Yeah, he's out there with
yeah,
those guys, and they're like statewide to Oregon, Georgia, and their state because they deal with
yeah,
money when they wear green, but they do wear the red
yeah.
colors. It's sad.
So
It's sad.
he's used to fucking hood rats.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is like that's what I was saying is I listen when I say women, like I include all women. You can pick whatever dynamic, but I just say women, right? Because he's saying they changed his life. What that's basically telling me is that he wasn't getting the women that he was going after for whatever reason, right? And whatever he picked out of that, right? You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean, he used it and it started to work for him. So he's going to be loyal to that rhetoric because it's working for him right now. What he doesn't understand is it's a short-term fix, but a long-term problem. Because now these dudes are going through the problem of their fucking rhetoric that they're spewing and the shit that they're doing and all of the fuck shit that's coming out, right? And he's going to get himself caught the fuck up because he's reckless and he doesn't understand what boundaries and shit needs to stand for, right? And he's going to get himself in a world of hurt. But the difference between him and them is that when it happens to them, people talk about it. When it happens to him, nobody gives a fuck because he's a nobody,
Facts.
right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But they have a legion of no matter what the color is, right? He just happened to be the black guy up there, right? That jumped off the porch. It's white boys, it's him. Like he just went in the chick DMs. So if he's that volatile, right? What you think one of them crazy white boys going to do listening to these dudes running around here San Bernardino style, incel style?
Oh my
Because
god.
he's saying that the shit changed his life and is working. What about the white boy that's trying to do it and it still don't work, but they ain't gonna blame their Lord and Savior and they ain't gonna blame themselves, right? They're
Facts.
gonna blame the woman, right? See, and this is where that rhetoric gets off, it goes overboard because, like I said, when I don't consign myself when it comes to certain things like social norms of male versus gender norms
Oh my god.
or
Oh
certain
yeah.
things like that, like men
Oh
versus
yeah.
women. You know what I mean? I don't that whole alphabet identify as toaster shit, they ain't got shit to do with me. I don't even talk about that shit, right?
You talking
But yeah, I don't talk about the toasters. I call them toasters. I don't, you know what I mean? Because I call them toasters. You know what I'm saying? So, but what I'm basically saying is that me personally, the second that you start getting paid, right, off of that, right there, right, is the problem with that is that for it to be a reputable business, you really can't fully fix a person because you need to have reoccurring customers. You can't give them a solution that actually works because it's bad for business, right? And I give you a perfect example. The reciprocating engine was built to last for a long ass time, right? It was altered so it would break. So you'll have to buy a new one. Because if the shit works too well, you don't have to buy a new one. That's it. If it doesn't break because of mechanical failure and whatever, then there's no evolutions in technology, but it's bad for business. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in the cameras, man. It took Sony how long to come up with a flip up screen on a A6 on a A series cameras, on a A7s and a A6000s and stuff.
Are you a photographer?
Yeah, well, I do video cinematography and stuff, right?
Oh shit! Do you do editing?
Yeah, I do editing too. So when I'm sitting up here watching this, I said, man, why everybody's using this camera, but they don't have a flip up screen. This is a perfect raw camera. Why every time they come up with this camera, they come up with something that they know they could have put into here. They put some shit that we didn't ask for, but this, and you know what? And then my mind switched. It's business. It's business, right? Is an Android better than an Apple? Yes, in a lot of senses. But why do people why do people line up for a goddamn iPhone? Because people have shown you that there's a section of society that want all the freedoms in the world, and there's a large section of society that will pay a lot of money for security.
Facts.
You know what I mean? People on one hand want all this freedom, but people on the other hand want security. And guess what security gives you? Giving up your freedoms. You know what I mean? Like, two things can be true at the same time. So this is just my thing. When I have never dropped PayPal or Patreon or Cash App or anything when I was on my channel talking about social justice, all of this stuff, reporting that part of the news or anything when it considered black people or whatever, right?
So you wasn't a Black Lives Matter guy?
No. I never consigned to that period. I believe because I saw what it was. It was a far left LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? Feminism 4.0 movement that had nothing to do with the betterment of black people, especially black men. And
you say LGBT, like A, B, C, D, E.
Yeah, LGBTQ.
The alphabet group.
It's the alphabet group, right? And then
you know what, man? Yeah, I'm about to really fight somebody. If I go through my son's iPad and I find out that there've been like LGBT fucking community advertisement shit, I'm gonna be mad as
you're gonna have to fight, man. You're gonna have to fight. You know why? Because it's everywhere. It's ingrained into the society. It's been ingrained into society. It's already there. Like listen, man. Listen, Bert and Ernie's gay now.
This shit is unnatural, though. Why they?
Bert and Ernie's gay. Bert and Ernie's gay, man. They made SpongeBob gay for gay Pride Month. You know what I mean? They acting like, here's the thing, they acting like did they go through some shit? Yes, but they're acting like the LGBTQ people were thrown on boats, made to work for 400 years, and I didn't see nobody sicking dogs on them sitting at lunch counters and whatever. No one knows who you're having sex with until you let them know. Watch this. Go up to a person, talk to them, and they were like, "Hey, how you doing?" Straight people don't say that. Guess what they? Oh, and by the way, I just want to let you know that I'm gay. No, what's your name?
It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month.
You know what I'm saying? Or,
Month.
you and listen, like, say, so how were you doing?
I'm talking about, like, hey, my girl, she's a general manager somewhere, and like, I guess she has a bunch of LGBT shit, community advocates or whatever. She's always complaining about how, like, that shit is fucking, like, weird, because she always fucking, like, be on some, like, oh yeah. One dude asked her if he can wear his pride pin or some shit, and she was just like, no, you got to wear a uniform. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, you don't support the LGBTQ? No, like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, here's the thing, right? I don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? She's an asshat. She's racist, whatever, xenophobic, whatever, right? But when the congresswoman across from her got a trans child, I don't believe in trans children, right? Because children don't even know what they are. Why are you altering DNA in children? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is my 2 cents. But anyway, she has a trans child. She's mad that the kid can't perform, can't be in whatever.
There's. I mean, why is this?
Because when you give people too many fucking freedoms, when you give people too many fucking freedoms, they lose their fucking mind. That's why I call America the land of chaos, freedom of chaos, right? That's what I call it, because there's too much fucking dumb shit happening, right? Now, she put out a gay pride flag outside of her door in a federal building, which actually is a federal offense. So Marjorie Taylor Greene put out outside of her door the American flag, which actually is the only flag that's supposed to be flown on federal property. These are facts, right? Oh, girl got mad, but I was with Marjorie Taylor Greene because guess what? You're not supposed to bring your individual fucking political fucking ideological views inside and display them in a federal building paid by American taxpayers. Because before you LGBTQ, R, X, Y, and Z, and sometimes 1, 2, 3, you are the motherfucker.
How did the LGBTQI LGDP what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got something in the background, but yeah, the alphabet, man. Yeah.
I mean, so how did the LGBTQINP turn into IDNP? Like, you know, little boosty shit, independent women.
Yeah.
How the hell that shit turned into?
Yeah.
How did it turn? How did it get to where it got to?
Yeah.
It took time.
You know about me.
I'm gonna tell you how it happened, right? I'm gonna tell you how it happened.
How?
The reason it happened because
these suckers got. I mean, this chicks with dicks and fucking dudes with, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How the hell that shit turned into like independent woman shit?
Well, because it's here's the trick. It's a trick bag, right? Here's the trick bag, right? The trick bag is this, right? And it's the oldest strategy in the world, right? Okay. You get the group of people, right? You get the group of people. You don't need a lot of group of people, but you get the group of people, right? And then what you do is you identify the ones that's being denigrated and messed with, right? Okay. You give them money, political backing. You start putting them on the propaganda to let everybody know that these people are being harassed. But who's the one that's going to feel that more? It's women, right? So you get the women around, and then the women will talk to their man about it. They'll demand to listen to them and whatever, right? Then you get more backing. You start holding rallies. You start doing little things. You start doing little this, that, and the third, right? Now, who is the first teacher of the children? Women, because they hold the children for 9 months, right? Just by the environment that a woman is actually.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's like, how the hell Like, you know, I'm talking about solutions. I mean,
No.
we give you a theory, but you got like,
me.
I mean, hold on. You got Meg the fucking Stallion. You got Cardi fucking B. You got all these complete thoughts just influence the whole goddamn generation.
How? How are they doing it? How are
I
they
don't
doing
fucking know, man. Like you
okay.
niggas, like I'm just saying, when I go hard on thoughts, I get
Well, you can't go
shame.
hard on. No. You can't, see what you're doing is you're dealing with you're dealing with the symptoms, but not the problem, right?
I know, but when you go hard on thoughts, there's a lot of simp Avengers that come through and tell you, "Oh no, that was my mama." I mean, they don't tell you it was their mama, but you know.
But it was their mama. Like
I know exactly.
It was their mama. Like
I'm just saying. I'm like, hey,
no.
you can't
It's
do that.
fact.
Oh, you just hate women. Oh, you
No.
mad.
No.
You just can't deal with it.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When you go hard on thoughts, right? Here's the thing. When you go hard on thoughts, right? A thought can only be a thought if she's enabled or put in a environment where she can be one. So as long as thoughts exist, it's the men that exist. Sorry to tell you this. No, for real. Yeah. So the guys that you say that
no. I'm talking about text message. My bad, man.
Oh, yeah. So
hey,
as long as like I said, these women would not exist. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Sir, remember they was championing that movie that J-Lo made about the 90s when the strippers and stuff were like, right? And they had Cardi B come in, right? And be an advisor to the movie. I think she was in the movie or whatever. And she was talking about how she would openly, make a deal with a man to get fucked for money and rob the dude, right? And she was celebrated for it, right? And they did a whole movie about it. You get what I'm saying, right? And they did a whole movie about it.
Hold on, man. Y'all help me decipher this. I'm a little lost of the sauce. But if a chick say this Satan minds the business that pays her, what the fuck does that mean?
Is what? What'd you say?
I call the broad Satan. Like, let's try with some game. I said Satan, step away, just spin some game and shit. She's like, this Satan minds the business that pays her. What does that fucking mean right there?
I'm confused with context. With context, I was like, I you know what? I learned not to deal with broads that I would actually have to call them Satan.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I just don't deal with that.
Obadnaya. What does that mean, homeboy? What does that mean?
What are you talking about, the women?
No, the bitch said, hey, this Satan means a business that pays her. The fuck does that mean? Stomp too. All right, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. If you gotta think that hard, she gotta go.
Nah, she gotta go. She gotta go.
She gotta go, bro. She gotta
go.
She gotta go. Yeah, she gotta go. Like if
she's
basically telling you up front what she's on. Like, you know what I mean? Like like that's just me. But
no, I wouldn't think that. I was like, she gotta go. Yeah.
She gotta go. There ain't no talking in there. She gotta go. Block.
She's an adversary. I told her, it's just like my ex. If she was doing me wrong, I said, nah, bitch, you up out of there. I learned that at 21.
And what's the craziest shit she said to you, bro?
A
Be
lot.
100.
Shit,
Be 100.
A lot.
Be 100.
Yeah, she the crazy shit she said to me, it was like years ago. Like, nah, we're gonna put up with that shit. You know, you gotta choose one. She was indecisive, and I said, that was years ago. And I smartened up in my early 20s. See, I mastered that. Because when I was like 20 at the time, I didn't know much. So I had to learn. I learned on my feet. You have to put that foot on their neck.
Listen, man. You know what helped me really deal with women, because I was the straight narrow dude, or what y'all would call the blue pill simp card, whatever, right? And you know, whatever.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Like
Don't do
no.
that.
That's what I was doing some dumb shit. Don't. I was doing some dumb shit. So that's me saying that listen. That's the integrity, right? I was doing some dumb shit. Like, nigga, I was doing some dumb shit. Like, it was, nigga, I was doing dumb shit. I'm not even going to tell you the dumb shit I was doing, right? But you know what helped me understand shit, right? I didn't even know about my own volition, but it just happened. I became a professional side dude, right? Professional side dude, right? And when I mean a professional side dude, I wasn't just fucking these hoes and taking them out. No, I was fucking these hoes and getting paid to do it. I was a professional side dude, right? So when I was watching how women moved and how they acted and what was going on and the things,
them bitches move. Hey, check this out. I'm sorry to cut you off. Those motherfuckers move fucking goddamn smooth.
Yes,
It's crazy.
They had,
yeah.
No, but they're not doing it
fucking
wrong.
smooth as a motherfucker. Them bitches will lie to you in
straight face, tears. Everything. Yeah, man. Look. And I wasn't the one that, listen, I wasn't the one involved in it per se, right? Because I was a side dude, right? I didn't have a girlfriend. I was just smashing down, right? It's not my fault, right? I don't know you, dude.
But I mean, when you're the side dude, they go even harder.
Yeah, with the fuckery. Yeah, with the fuckery. That's why. Listen, not everybody can do it, but I understood.
That's why. If your bitch got a side dude, you need to get rid of her. Because
that's the whole point. The whole point.
She's gonna give everything to him.
No, she don't. No, she don't. Because see, that's where niggas ain't good side dudes. See, niggas that are side dudes want to be the main dude. See, that's where you fuck up. See, real pro side dudes. Listen, this is the side dude's oath. Okay. If y'all break up, we break up. My job is to keep you two crazy motherfuckers together.
But I don't want anything to do with the main dude.
No. What I mean by that is, here's how this works, right? I am the side dude to you and to all these other chicks. I don't have a main bitch. I don't need a main chick, right? If I need female company and the comfort of just having a conversation with another woman, I got a homegirl for that, right? You know what I'm saying? See, people don't understand what professional.
So you do have to have a structure.
Yes, you have a structure. Yes. Like, basically, if a chick hit me up, right? I had 3 phones. This is back in, like, this is between, like, when I was in Virginia and shit, before I came to Japan and shit, right? So when I went through my little
Virginia nigga.
You know what I'm saying? No, I'm from Baltimore. I was stationed.
Be more nigga. You already told. Hey, I thought you were Haitian. I thought you were so.
Yeah, I'm half.
No, he's half Haitian. He said this on the recent streams. He don't do all the back and forth. He's like he's the opposite of C Boogie. They in arms length, like Charles Faulkner, for example. You mess with Charles will fight you. He'll fight you, and he's a cop too. I know. DeAndre will fight you. Yeah, he's got a martial art back there. This nigga will fight you too. So, hey,
I just don't
talk about, man. Hey,
I know you do too, but I know you do triple too. Yeah, I know you do too. But my boy down here, he can fight back too. See, I got guys that have hands. You know what I mean? Them niggas, and for real. But them niggas, like what we're talking about, they ain't got no hands. They soft like that. They never grew up and got
what we're
tagged
talking
like
about
that.
should be on fucking Patreon.
Yeah, I know, man. But here's the crazy part about it is that
hold on, sir. You don't think that the shit that is being taught right now is way fucking better than a lot of bullshit that's being taught in the manosphere, like
this what I'm talking about.
This content right here.
Yeah. This content.
This is grade A content.
Yeah, this is evergreen. But 9 out of 10, not everybody's gonna listen to it, but a handful.
I know, but this is that A1 Padico. You got to understand that shit. You got to get in that same frame. Come on, bro. You already know what it is, man. This is that A1
Yeah.
Power Ego. DeAndre spitting Zoboy. You already know what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just
No, we
having a
spitting.
candid conversation. Like is to me, it's like, you know, take for what you will. You know
But
what I
I'm
mean?
just
Like,
saying,
Yeah.
this is that A1 Parico. This is that A1 Parico. I mean, I want to talk in those terms. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you hear me? Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah.
Yo, so what I learned by my excursions with doing this and understanding certain things, I would tell chicks, if a chick would hit me up and like, hey, you need to come over right now, he just left. I said, no, you have an appointment on Tuesday,
Mm-hmm.
right? I already have someone scheduled. No, please let me. I said, you have an appointment on Tuesday. Well, he just left and I want to see you right. I said, yo, we don't work off of your schedule. We work off of my schedule. And my schedule dictates that you have an appointment on Tuesday at this time. Now, if you would like to reschedule your appointment, or if you keep basically pushing your agenda, then what I'll do is I will scrap that appointment, move somebody else, and then we'll renegotiate how we deal with each other. I'm sorry. So, are you still good for Tuesday? Yes. All right. Then I'll talk. Then I'll deal with you on Tuesday. Save all of that for Tuesday, and I'll move the hell on. That's what I was doing. I could have been sitting there looking at the wall, scratching my nuts because I'm not your dude, right? 2, I'm only here to give a certain type of service. Once I feel like the shit is going to be too much problems, you can go about your business, right?
Right.
And then here's the funny part. The chicks would listen to the conversation if I was with a chick, and they would hear the conversation because they understood, but I would do it in front of them so they knew their standing. I am a temporary fix to your problem. You are not getting the emotional thing that you want. So I'm going to listen to this dude, what you talk about this dude. I'm going to tell you in brass tacks. I'm not going to say lead a dude or whatever. I'm going to tell you what it is, right? And then if you're getting too attached, I'm going to dry your ass out, or I will pass you on to one of the homeboys.
Yep.
That's usually that because I'm single. I do whatever the hell I want. I didn't, you know what I mean? Like you had a dude. I'm not trying to take you from your dude. I had many chicks. You know what? You should be. I think you're a better guy than my other guy. I say no, 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 no. I am a professional side dude. I do not have any girlfriends. I don't have any main chicks or nothing. And even if I was going to get with a chick like that, I got plenty of other women that got a clean slate that ain't got nobody, ain't had nobody, that I would rather even deal with than deal with you. Because you thinking I'm going to make you happy. You need to make yourself happy. You don't even know what happiness is. I don't even know what happiness is. So how can I make you happy? Because if I was truly happy with myself, I wouldn't be fucking with you and 6 other bitches. I'd be just dealing with myself and dealing with one chick. See, I already knew that. I would talk to them as I was talking to myself. Had nothing to do with that. It might have been cold-hearted, it might have been whatever, but I was understanding the nuances between humans. I was understanding that there's 3 sides to every story. That everything, the world is gray, speckled with black and white here and there, to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? And I was getting the understanding. Now I was getting paid to be there. Because chicks paid shit. I'm not moving unless you got my gas money. I'm coming. You if it was an older chick, this young dick ain't free. You know what I'm saying? Dusty, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I wasn't dusty because I had a job and a career. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I was a young dude with a car with no responsibilities. I had I was a professional side dude to some chicks. I was a friend with benefits to other chicks, and I was best friends to other chicks. I got homegirls. We ain't never had sex a day in our fucking life. She would sleep over the crib. She was like, and they was pretty, beautiful, all of that other shit. and I just looked at it as the homie because I got to know her, but I knew what she was on.
Mm-hmm.
She was running niggas' pockets, crushing niggas' hearts, ripping them out the chest, kicking them. She was the thought. But guess what? I knew who she was. I accepted her as being a thought. I understood, right? What's worse? The thought, right? That's running around, that's not married, don't have any kids, using her beauty as an advantage, or the chick that lives in $100,000 house that's married to a fucking officer that's out there busting his ass, working long hours, but I'm breaking her motherfucking back in a goddamn hotel off of I-95 that she paid for with his credit card.
Exactly.
Which one's worse? Oh, and then she went and dropped the kids off to her mama and said she was having a girls' night out.
I tell you what's worse. The paying for the credit card is a lot worse. That's
a lot worse, right? So which one? So what different? But guess what? Because of perception, right? Because she has a husband, and this one doesn't, and she might be a stripper, or she might be a chick that's out there, a hairdresser, and she's up there patting and eating, chewing gum, right? She's single. She still can do whatever she wants. Is being taken care of. She doesn't have to work. Everything's paid for, even the house. The military pays for the house, the lights, the water, the gas, even the child care. Everything is paid for. So, and this man he goes to work, he comes home, he does what he's supposed to do. There's family pictures and shit, and she doesn't talk bad about him. But you know what the problem is? She's not getting that special attention. Because that's all he's doing is providing, and he cares more about his career. And then she's got to get around these chicks, these women, right? And she's got to act a certain way. And she didn't grow up in the hood. She grew up in suburbia. Her daddy got money. Her mama's got money. It's just that and the third. Like, you hear these stories from women, and you start to not agree with them, right? See, there's a difference between agreeing with someone and understanding where they come from. I can understand where you come from. That doesn't mean I agree with you. Right. And I start listening and understanding these dynamics. And when I say women, not just black women, white women, Latin women, Asian women, don't fucking matter. You just start seeing them because I'm dealing with different types of women. And then when I understood it, so then I go to another country. I'm in Japan, and I see the same thing reciprocating itself, not just with the women that are dealing with men in the military or married, but even the women that have no idea what the military life is about or whatever. So what is this? Is all women like this, or is it just the women that I particularly have my energy exposed to? So I had to look at myself, and I figured it the fuck out. It's my energy. So once I retune my fucking energy and understand what that is, now I can go through the fucking steps of looking at women, having a conversation with them. If I can sit in front of a thought and have her under subjection to a certain degree, and if I can sit in front of a woman that's a quote unquote, a pristine woman.
No. Thoughts is irregular.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's
your energy. It's who you deal with.
I'm saying I think most women are thoughts now.
Nah, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily.
Nah, it's a percentage. I mean, now you can say, now if you want to get technical, yeah, you can say 99% they are, but the ones in the select few, like 1 to 5%, they're decent, but it's numbers behind it.
I know. I'm just saying. Yeah, you said 1 to 5%.
That's the rare. That's the ones that got quality that every man wants. They keep saying it in Kuda's side of the camp. The other side of the camp, every man wants that.
No. Whoa. I'm gonna call you. Hey, I'm gonna call you, bro. I'm gonna call you out because you Kuda side of the camp.
Yeah.
So
of course.
I'm
just saying. I'm talking about the whole. I ain't separating. I'm saying the whole spear, right? Even the black side with 3 versions of spear. But I'm just saying, like each camp that had problems, like the so-called gang wars, right? They all want that 5% and 1% of the women with quality. Now, the man on the white side, whatever side, they want the same thing, and then we're all competing for it, right? But the majority of these thoughts, like you said, these hoes, they don't care. You know, that's the ones most
I
people
know,
talk
but
about.
we don't
And
want thoughts though. We do
yeah, I
not
know
want thoughts.
Yeah,
We don't.
well, here's,
What man wants thoughts?
well, here's the thing, right? Listen, a man. How about this, right? A man doesn't have a problem with a thought long as she's only thoughting for you. And that's marriage. Sorry to tell you, but that's what it boils down to. Right?
Yeah.
That's what it boils down to. When you get married to a woman, she's off the market. She's only thoughting for you. That's the end of it. Basically, that's the end of it. Right? You know what I mean? Because listen, why do these men that have these classy women always get caught up cheating on their classy woman with a thought?
Yep.
Men love hoes. That's it. It's a thing. It's a truth. If we're going to talk about red pill is truth, we can't talk about one without the other. It's a system. It's a cycle, right? And at the end of the day, the motherfucker's born with two nuts and testosterone and a dick. It always falls on your.
I know there's thoughts, but like some of these niggas do not want to acknowledge.
No, they don't want to acknowledge that. Everybody loves hoes, you know, and I understand it now. Yeah.
But once we know it, right? Once we understand,
I know, but I'm just saying, it's like, why am I the bad? I mean, I'm selfish.
No, you're not the bad guy.
No, you're not the bad guy. It's just when you tell them that, they'll get upset. But see, I don't care at this point. I don't care if she's a hoe or not. You know what I'm saying? But if she wants to change, reform, I let her do that change. I don't force nobody to change. I give them time. I'm that type of person. Like, you know, that's their choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't make it. Yeah.
Tell some of these niggas that shut the fuck up, because when you become, tell some of these niggas, when you become 40, you're going to be, especially in this generation, you're going to be so good with women. Like, you're going to be like, they're going to be like you can't keep them off you. Yeah, I can't keep them off me. That shit crazy.
The problem is
I'm kind of drunk and shit like that, but I can't keep them off me. Like
because you have a personality. Like, listen, man.
Yeah, you have the personality.
You were married before. You don't have your female, your problem with women, right? Is not their problem. You have a calculus problem. They have an addition problem, right? They don't teach the first thing in arithmetic is addition. They don't teach subtraction until after addition. You have to learn how to add before you can subtract anything, for you understand how that works, right? They are on an elementary level with women, okay? They're still pulling the girl's hair on the playground. They ain't even get to the do you like me, yes or no notes yet. You know what I'm saying? Well, you're past college, went and got an apartment or your first house, and you got married and you're divorced. That's how remedial.
When we were in college, we used to go to fucking club, right? Knowing there were stragglers there that we're gonna fucking pull and come to our fucking apartment, and like we can have our way. Like, we knew there were certain spots that we can hit, we can pull the business easy. I mean, like I mean, that's why like a lot of women thought I was like fucking arrogant. I'm like, nah, I've been through it already. I mean, shit, I already know what it is. Yeah.
But see,
no, my niggas, like my homeboys, man, they pull way many bitches, boy. Especially back. Come on, I don't even want to speak on that.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. Like you didn't have that
way more. Hey, they pull way more. Like, I mean, I was coming from a different circumstance. You know what I'm saying? I had a father in the house and shit like that. You hear me? I still did my thing, but they pull way many scatter site. I mean, they were the dudes with the money and shit. You hear me?
Yeah.
I don't mean to put all that shit out, but damn, how do you respect these hoes like that, man? Especially coming from this generation and shit, man.
What you talking about? Is what you talking about? At the end of the day, what do you mean? Like, here's the thing, right? People are people. I am the last person on God's green earth, right? Like, think about it. For me, this is just my thinking. It's nobody else's thinking. This is just my opinion.
Go ahead, man. Cook, man. Go ahead, cook.
For me to be able to get to the point where I can be a professional side dude, I had to be able to crawl out of the muck just to get to thought land. Yeah, you know what I mean? And what I mean that is what I'm talking about is I call it that because that's what I was. I wasn't in a relationship with none of these women. When it comes to I'm your dude or whatever, right? I'm in a physical relationship on my point, but they're paying me to be there. Like, you get what I'm saying? If they wasn't paying, I'm not there. I wasn't in a relationship with no woman unless it was on my terms. And the ones that I was messing with, they had to pay a cost to be physical. I mean, money. Like, money was paid. Like, I got my money, but I'm not coming to see you. I'm not spending no money on you if you got a fucking dude. Because that I'm in, you know what I mean? That's how this goes. But I understood why you're doing what you're doing, right? It's no different. I used to sell drugs. I understand why you're over here buying this crack from me, right? You're not and you're probably understanding why I'm selling it. But does that make a difference on the transaction? Because once you get my product, you're going to smoke it and do whatever. And once I get my money, I'm going to go use it for whatever. How you use your product, how I use your money, the transaction is none of your concern, none of my motherfucking concern. Because that's how I was thinking in that sphere. Now that I'm older and I'm wiser, right? I understand thoughts exist. So fucking what? But she didn't become a thought overnight. Someone had to teach her. She had to learn. She had to be enabled to do so. They don't just come out the womb as thoughts. They don't just come out the womb as simps. They don't just come out the womb as alphas and betas and whatever. Sometimes that certain things in the environment does whatever. But here's the thing. Money has no boundaries on people's way that they act. Is just the enabling process. Therefore, here's another one. Me and Sir was up there with Kuda. We was talking about, who would you have, just on a look standpoint, who would you have? Sakari Richardson or FloJo, right? They wore the long nails or whatever. He said, "Nah, I'm going with Sakari." I said, "I'm taking FloJo." I said, "I'm taking FloJo." You know why I'm taking FloJo? He said, "Well, she got long nails too." No, FloJo had class.
She had class. I remember.
She had class, right? I said,
Sakari is a good goddamn. I don't even call you. Is she a hood rat or sewer rat?
She's. You can call her. I'm like, well, however way you want to put it, right? My thing is this, right? Mm-hmm. She doesn't have class. Now let's flip it, right? The Jamaican girl, the Jamaican woman, right? That won the 100 2 years straight, right? When she was in the Olympics, the other woman, Frazier, right? The Jamaican woman won. They don't like her in Jamaica. They say she's from Manchester. Guess what? She got all these tattoos. Oh. She got eye tattoos on her on a shit.
You talking about Shelly Ann or
Shelly Ann or whatever, right?
No,
right?
You talking about the one that won it?
Yeah, the one that won it. She got all these tattoos, right? She's Jamaican, but she was like, I think she was born in Jamaica, raised in Manchester, came back to Jamaica, whatever, right? But she got all these tattoos, right? Fraser Price, which is actually in Jamaica, they like her better because she's a quote
No,
unquote.
she's completely the other girl, she's destroying Shelly Ann Fraser.
Yeah, she's just
I think
yes.
there's probably gonna be. I mean, it's gotta be drugs
No,
because she's
no, it's
pulling
not.
away
No,
from her.
it's not because Shelly Ann Fraser
It's
just
old
fucking old.
age. Yeah,
She just
it's
old,
probably
bro.
age.
It ain't no drugs, man. So what I'm basically trying to tell you
She's
is look at
pulling
that.
away from her. Like,
Yeah, she's pulling
like
because she's
you
fat.
can tell the spot that she's pulling. I mean, there's a spot she's pulling away from her.
She's pulling
Like,
away from her because you don't hit your top speed. If people that run track know that you don't hit your top speed until a quarter way in, you got to get in a relaxed position. Because Usain Bolt used to do the same shit. You watch him; his takeoff was slow, but he would hawk down and pull away from him. Right now, what I'm basically trying to tell you is, you already went to. She's got to be on some drugs because the girl got all these tattoos on her. Because the other girl looks clean cut. You already in your mind, the perception said the chick with the tattoos is a thought, but the other chick is more classy. But let me show you some classless shit. She won. That's the second time she won everything, right? For the second, old girl that beat her with all the tattoos, right?
No, I mean, there's no. I'm
listen,
fucking around.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying.
I mean,
what I'm saying.
but everybody knew that they were gonna spank that the ratchet.
No. But listen, what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is this, right? Old girl. I'm not talking about when old girl. She wasn't in the Olympics on this one. What I'm trying to tell you is this, right? Old girl got all these tattoos on her, right? We, with the tattoos alone, consider that thought behavior, right? Right? Old girl never showed any thought behavior, right?
You
She
talking
carries
about
herself
Thompson?
with class. I'm talking about the one that won. The one that won. I'm not talking
Thompson,
about the last race. I'm talking about the Olympics. Old girl Shelly Fraser, she doesn't have any tattoos. She carries herself this type of way, right? These are Jamaican people that talk about this all the time, right? She didn't walk up and congratulate her, right? It was people from other countries congratulating her. She broke the Olympic world record. Her own countrymen, her own two teammates didn't congratulate her. And when she went to get the flag to walk around, even the track people, her coaches, just threw her flag like that, right? And everybody called old girl to the carpet because she gave her that shade, right? Now, that is classless behavior, right? But one woman, because the way she carries herself, is not considered a thought because of her look, right? And the other woman is considered one just because how she looks. But the other girl, she didn't do anything crazy. She didn't spaz out. Now, let's go look at Sierra Richardson, right? Now think about this. They had that race happen, that invitational happened. That was her race because she didn't go to the Olympics. That was her race. Now, guess what? They ain't a black man that got that much money to put all that together. They ain't a black woman that got all that money to put together, right? So who was the motherfuckers that was putting all this money together and all of these sponsors and all of this shit to display this thought in front of everybody? Who? Men. So you can't be a thought in the public unless you're incentivized and the environment is set forth by men. So we take it back to the original problem. Back to the original problem. Like there's a small group of women that are good and wholesome in this fucked up environment that was created. So why are there a small group of wholesome women when before this there was a great group of wholesome women and a small percentage of motherfucking thoughts? Well, guess what? It was men then and it's men now. You can't put all the blame on fucking women when men create the fucking environment. Just like that boy that jumped in that woman's chat and was talking cash shit to her when she actually stood up and was actually not being a thought. With Marvin and them. And he went into her chat. Was that a man's platform? No one knew about it until a man came out and talked about it. She actually kept quiet about it and moved on. Then she's had to defend herself. Then he gathered together a group of men to go in her shit to go attack her. But to the credit of men, it took a group of men to bring that to the motherfucking forefront. So how do we stop the thotting? How do we incentivize behavior of better women? Well, guess what? We got to draw a line in the sand, take those that will, institute the 1/3 policy, and move on. And fight against and hold the men accountable. When you say thought this, thought that, thought this, thought that, I never hear motherfuckers hold the men accountable. Not the motherfuckers that's the byproduct.
So we need to hold the thought dudes accountable too?
Yes. Yes. And I'm not talking about these little simpleton niggas that's running around because they ain't getting no pussy, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the motherfuckers that hold these vestiges of power in the media and the propaganda machine and in the motherfucking houses of fucking Congress and legislature to accountability. Those are the motherfuckers that drive policy. See, those are the men you need to be holding accountable. Now, there you go, right? That's a whole different argument with solutions. Yeah. Right? Because all of these dudes are wasting time. Now, 1.0 was talking about policies and legislation right. and state rights and all of that shit
at the time. Yeah. And then we fell into the partisan to like 2.0. See, Mike V was trying to institute that under BGS, and that's how they had the brain trust. But that was Complex's idea. It was him and Complex working together. Then later, other brothers consolidate. I can confirm this. PK Angel said the old brain trust. This brain trust is kind of like dealing with the sapio stuff, the weed, same old stuff, little different things. And then you have Stream Team, 4 individuals, right? Kuda had it first, that was his, and Ty City, they boys. The other two just didn't mesh well. You know what I'm saying? The reason why they didn't mesh well is a lot of ego and everybody wanted to be the man. But Kuda had to understand, like, he could have better dudes to pick with us out of the litter. Now, the other 3, they kind of fucked it up. But those 2, him and Ty City, that's a team.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Ooh. So when
you know what? Hold on. You put on some game. So there's like a little goddamn manosphere team or something.
It was, I guess, the Stream Team. I remember O'Shea mentioned.
Yeah, the Stream Team that came from O'Shea. He was dissing those guys. They would stream a lot, right?
Yeah, I fuck with Ty City.
Yeah.
Ty City.
Yeah, he was part of.
No, he came through my stream and showed some love.
Yeah,
twice. I fought with him 100. You know, on some crypto shit.
Yeah, he's on some crypto, but you got to remember he was part of the original Stream Team. But I do remember from the BGS chats. I mean, he'd be everywhere. But this dude, he's sterile. Now he did came on my stream once upon a time. I had a stream called Purple Paradise, and he came through on a panel with PK Angel. We talked about Kevin and them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
He came through.
Yeah, he came through.
No, the thing about it is somebody like him is. I mean, you got to state it. I mean, Kevin, you ain't gonna get Kevin because he's too seasoned.
I don't need Kevin. I don't care for him. No.
Yeah.
He's irrelevant to me.
Listen, Kevin. I'm gonna say it like this. Kevin is not Kevin. Okay, I'm gonna say it like this. Kevin stopped being about helping dudes when he was trying to tell them to dress better, get their grooming up, and niggas was calling them gay. He was through with niggas then. Right? So, right? Kevin.
Now he need to get out. He need to get out.
No.
The white boys are coming. The white boys are coming.
No. He already. No. He's gonna be protected because here's the problem. Right? Here's what y'all don't.
No, I already know. Like he's a Kappa. Bob Johnson is a top Kappa. Bob Johnson's a top Kappa.
Mm-hmm.
I already know. I mean, I already made streams about this shit. Mm-hmm. Like it's already.
No. What I'm saying is this: Kevin is following the Steve Harvey motherfucking book to success.
No.
Right. Right.
No.
Yes, he is.
I mean,
Yes, he is.
he's following it. He's following it, but I mean, he can be a little bit edgy.
No. What I'm saying is he's edgy with you with niggas, right? Steve Harvey. Remember, Steve Harvey was first on Star Search when he first on television.
He can be really edgy with. I mean, come on, man. Tricking in the black community. Tricking in the black community.
Okay,
That's fucking old hat. That's old hat. Hold on. Come on. Hey, hold. You had the floor. Go ahead, man.
Okay, go, man. Go ahead.
Let me call it a little bit. That's old hat, man. Tricking in the black community. They've been tricking since been tricking. You hear me?
He ain't talking about you.
I mean, he's from the South, Oklahoma. You already know what it is. Big Mama. I mean, like.
Here's the problem. He's not talking about black people. He don't give a fuck about niggas. See, and this is
he don't give a fuck about nigga, man. But I mean, that's what's making his paper right now, man.
No, it's not. No,
it's
not.
It is.
No. Listen to me. What I'm saying.
That's why you have World Star Hip Hop, man.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm in the. Listen to me, man. I'm in the industry, bro. Like,
stop playing, man. Stop playing.
Listen. I think you need to go check. I think you need to check my channel.
All right, I'm gonna check your channel.
Okay,
I'm just saying,
listen, dude. When I say I'm in the industry,
2 years ago, man. 3 years ago, man. It's social media. Media.
Okay, I'm telling you, behind the screen and the curtain, what's actually going on. Okay.
What's that?
So this is what's happening, right? He's taking the Steve Harvey mode. Kevin was corporate, right? Everything that he did corporate, he tried to bring it to niggas. Niggas didn't want it. Okay. Fresh and Fit. Okay. They're not in black YouTube, right? They're not in niggatube, right? They're over there. They're in the manosphere. Once you make about a certain amount of subscribers, you're weird. Think about it. They got white bitches over there, right? Abba and Preach has 1.5 million subs. Okay. All right. Guess what? If you're in that algorithm, right? If you're over there talking to these people, you're mainstream. Okay. Now, black people only make up 18% of the population. These are facts. Okay. Niggas can watch Kevin all they want, but there are powers that be that are investing into Kevin Samuels that ain't black folk. All right. He don't even show up to his live streams no more with no fervor and decency. He's on Instagram and he's doing shit behind the scenes right now. You may see him on a little black shit here or there, but best believe you, Kevin got white dollars in his motherfucking pocket. And guess what he's going to do? He's going to tone down his image. Because when he was talking to the white girls on Fresh and Fit, he wasn't talking the same way he does on his live stream. That already should have told you what's coming down the pipe. And I'm going to tell you what's behind the scenes. Kevin going to have his own show, by next year. And the only reason he ain't got it this year is because of COVID. And if you need to go watch the No Jumper podcast, because Adam 22 let the cat out the bag when he was on No Jumper. I'm telling you what's facts. He's been done with niggas. He's got the female audience.
No, I got you, bro.
He's got the female audience. And you know how I know? Because I went and asked some white people when I was down there working before the Olympics started, because I was doing some work down there, and I was talking to some chicks and say, "Hey, you know Kevin Samuels? Yeah, the guy in the suit, the black guy in the suit with the glasses. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I like Kevin. He's telling the truth. He needs to set those women straight." I was like, "Which one you talking about?" They was on the what's those guys? He said the Arab dude and the black dude. I was like, Fresh and Fit. Yeah, Fresh and Fit. I said, I didn't even know he had a channel until I subscribed to it and looked at it. He be telling women the truth. I like how he talked to the other girl. She was uppity. I was like, which one? The white girl. He had a white girl on this shit. People keep forgetting he had the white girl string because we don't see. Here's the other thing with women. We don't talk about women. We talk about women within our proximity or who we choose to deal with. When I said the dude was about women, you stated, oh, black women. He wanted the white women. No, women. It doesn't matter what type of woman he wants. Women at their basic core are still women. The little cultural norms are different, but if you get the basis of a woman, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Women are women. There's good women, there's bad women, there's thoughts, there's not. But what I learned is how men create the environment in which you win. Now, what you have to ask yourself is, why is nothing but really thoughts around here? Why can't I find a good woman? Is it my proximity thereof? You know what I'm saying? Because they're not traditional. I want a traditional woman. So you can either fight, beat your head up against the wall, or you just move to where the traditional women are. Now, you being Haitian, shouldn't be hard for you to find a traditional woman. Most women that are Haitian or from the islands, they're traditional. Without a fact.
Man. My bad, man. I was on some other shit, man.
No,
What's happening, man? God damn, man. Where the hoes at, man?
Yeah, but see, here we go, man. There's another one, right? Hey, sir, you know I'm gonna say this, right?
Go ahead.
We go, right? We go.
Yeah.
If we're looking for women, if we're looking for wholesome women, and these guys don't know how to understand what to look for in a wholesome woman, and there's no examples because we keep talking about hoes.
That's right. Right back to that same question. These dudes that's fake like that and promoting the tea and whatever, they want these hoes so bad, and the hoes is winning because they laughing. You know, they know how this game works. Even though they in this blue pill society, you know, things just not going their way. And I see this all the time. And
no, bro, it's super easy.
Yeah.
It's super easy. Like
it's super easy. I know it's super easy.
I mean, it's super easy. I mean,
yeah.
But if we spend more time talking about
hoes.
We talking about the women that aren't hoes.
No. You know what, man? You know what? That's why I'm glad I'm on this channel right now. I'm in this space because I don't feel. I mean, like when you're in like regular situations, shit like that, you feel pressure to talk about bitches. I don't want to talk about bitches. Like I want to talk about cerebral shit, like shit like that moves the needle. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I mean, but most of the time, dudes are talking about it. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about like. I'm not
saying not talk about women.
I mean, but I like to hit a bitch over the head every once in a while. You know, this shit gets addicted, just like that fucking impression fit.
No. But what I mean is, and this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying no talk about women. I'm saying there has to be a balance. You keep telling me bad shit, don't tell me good shit. See, if there's good shit out there, there's a solution. So if I don't want the bad shit,
like women,
I want the good shit. Yeah, women. There are good women out there, right? But we don't.
Man, there's a lot of good women out there. I don't like to deal with other guys. I hate dealing with dudes. I like
no. What I'm saying is we get in these conversations, right? Like, okay, right? Everybody's talking about Sha'Carri Richardson, but no one's talking about Alex and Felix. No one's talking about Allison, right? Because Allison's married. She's got a husband. She's got a daughter. She ran. She didn't win. She didn't make any excuses. She handled herself with decency and class, and she's the most decorated woman in track in history. After this last Olympics, right? Everybody now, if you make a dichotomy and say Sha'Carri is a thought, but Allison Felix is a classic woman.
She's a lesbian, man. Fuck that shit, man.
No. But what I'm saying is we're gonna call out the thoughtism, right? If we're gonna call out the fuckery and debauchery, we also have to show that there are women, despite the environment, that she's married to a black man. Right? She's a classic woman. She carries herself with grace. Her husband is a great father, and he's a great business manager, and they have their own brand after Nike dropped her. She's not getting no type of motherfucking thing from nobody, but we're just fucking browbeating on the ratchet. We beating the ratchetry to the goddamn high heavens. And guess what you're only going to hear? Like you said, all these women are thoughts. Because there's no examples. So if we're going to talk about people, right? I even do it with men. There's some bad men out there. There's some great men out there. There's this, whatever. Even when I talk about women, I say not all, but a loud minority. Because the women that are about their business, the women that are not still out there are the women that are already with somebody and don't consign to the nonsense. Like I watched this white woman sit up there and listen what Kevin was saying, and she's married, and she said, I agree with everything he's saying. I would have been a little bit better with the delivery, but he needs to be harsh. You know what I'm saying? Now we know where Kevin comes from. We know what he's doing. It's a business to him, but that doesn't discount what the fuck he's saying to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I don't agree with everything, but this is a married woman that says she completely agrees with the fuck he's saying. But Kevin's a what? He's what, 50 years old?
Yeah, 50 plus. Yeah.
He's 50 plus. So if she's married and he's been married for a while and this woman's almost 40, of course, man. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, sir, man. There's no balance in shit. You know what I mean?
No, it ain't. Not with that.
It's no balance. Yeah, it's no balance, and it's no balance with a lot of stuff, right? It's like when someone said this far right, but they don't talk about the far left.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, far left at this point, they're damn near redundant. I mean, they've been exposed by the right for so many years, but both of them ain't shit. I hate to say it. Neither one of them's balanced. I'm more balanced in when it comes to politics. But the right, one thing I hate about them, y'all blame it so much, and you want to go back to a time that shit don't work. And America's way liberal. And I understand that outside of America. You know, because we can't even practice proper conservatism if you really think about it, because nobody's not really conservative, you know.
Well,
but yeah, the left is bad. Yeah, the left is bad. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, go ahead, though.
Black people should not be consigned to either party with ridiculous loyalty. You should only listen. I said, look, if you're in a Republican state and you got a governor or a rep that's going to be representing your district, and he's talking about building up your community, and he's Republican, and this Democrat fuck been sitting here for so long, and your community look like shit, get that Democrat fuck out of office. Go with, you know what I mean, invest into the Republican and hold his ass accountable. Because black people prior to 1965 and the Civil Rights Act were Republicans anyway. And most of the major things that black people have even gotten as far as legislation when it comes to rights and anything always came from the Republicans.
Yeah.
Up south, what they say, up south, down south.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. America's soil is built off of racism and motherfucking prejudice from its core. It's a republic.
It's a republic.
You know what I'm saying? Republic.
And then not only it was Republic and it wasn't conservative, it was the L word too. I think me and Mike V said yes, it was the liberals first, and then they flip flop and want to join the Democrats, which is kind of a shame because I know Democrats created conservatism in Tennessee. But you had two parties where once upon a time was one. Yeah, but you know the Whig Party, the Whig Party was created in America first in the Revolutionary War. They kind of failed to the Federalists, and then the Democrat Republic that came from Andrew Jackson. And then the Republicans did their own thing, broke off from them, but the Democrats stayed where they are. Now, the Democrats, I say, were conservative. They were the racists. They were the ones that leaned towards the right. They didn't care about the left. And Republicans, when the Republicans, they want change, they side with the left. But I'll tell you what happened. They went to the Democrats, and that's why you got all these rainbows, what Mike was saying, on both sides. And don't be surprised, the open rainbows were Republicans. But the ones that's quiet, the ones was quiet and pushing all this weird stuff, they the ones allow it to happen, and then they act like they care about us. No, that sounds racist, sir. And you see right through, and they put their heads down when we catch them. That's how you beat the left. Down the right, on the other hand, will lie about the racism and try to whitewash history. So you can't trust neither side. That's why it's good to have a Green Party and a Libertarian Party. This is good. Why you need Mike V with the Progressive Brothers podcast. It's a different perspective, so you can have your own views. You don't have to be a purist. That's what's wrong with the world. Everybody wants to be a purist political party, and that hurts a lot of people. So, but you're absolutely right. Yes, it's still the racist country in the world, and they always want to be the good guys. They don't want to be the bad guys. That's America. And I learned that too when I got older. I said, damn, it's an image. Parents.
America, somebody said this. I don't know who was, but somebody said this, right? I think it was Dave Chappelle. I'm not sure.
Uh-huh.
He said America has the greatest marketing ever. He said, if you go to other countries, like you would think living in America, America's the greatest country in the world because you have all of these immigrants coming in. But if you go to these other countries with the structure and whatever, depending on where you go, in some third world countries, their country is way better for the citizens than in America.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's way better. Like you can't, like if you go, like my man, he's in Vietnam, right? He started a business. They told him, for you to start this business in Vietnam, how many employees are you going to have? He said, maybe like 5 to 10 maximum. He said, how many are you looking for people to hire or whatever or something like that? He said, well, after the construction is done, yeah. He said, okay, we have a rule in Vietnam. You own, are you going to be working full time at your business? He said, of course. He said, okay. You have to have, so if you have 5 people, 3 of them have to be Vietnamese. Or we will not give you this business license. And we come by and check it, you will be shut down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that. I'm fine with that, right?
Yeah.
I'm great with that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When COVID broke out, the Asian unemployment rate went up by 400%. Know why? Because because all of them was trying to get what? All of them was trying to get unemployment. But the fact of the matter is they don't pay taxes. The businesses don't pay taxes. So you're telling me that out of all the Asian businesses, 400 percentile, 100 percentile, they're hired by their own people. But you're in a community, and those are jobs that that could have been in those communities. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you incentivize, they come over, they don't have to pay taxes for 5 goddamn years. And they can hire who they want, which is cool, but they're going to hire their own kind. And then they start hearing about these Asians talk about how they are getting abused, they're getting their paychecks. They were made to work slave labor in America. They're doing this to their own people, right? Mm-hmm. But let's just stop the Asian hate. And I like how they kept trying to make black people the face of Asian hate. Yeah, like it was black folk. Like when they tried to do they tried to jump on the George Floyd bandwagon, and then black people wasn't consigning to that nonsense. Then they tried to get the LGBTQ people to back them, and they was too busy because they had their funds wrapped up in Black Lives Matter. Then they tried to run a campaign on black people are racist with to stop the Asian hate, but they will always show a black person. But you can tell if it was a black person than a white person is because they wouldn't show the white person's face. They'd show the white person's face quick, right? Then they came up with an article where it showed that a lot of Asians in the Asian community was investing into the Proud Boys and into Trump.
Not surprised.
Yeah, even after the George Floyd thing, like the counter protesters and for the Black Lives Matter, all that. And when that news article came out, and there was an Asian woman that did the expose on it.
Mm-hmm. But you know what's so funny? When I saw that 7-hour live stream when I was watching it today, and Solon Black made a very good point. He said, those women out there were white that was protesting after his death. And I said, yep, that makes sense. Yep. A lot of people didn't say a fucking word.
Matter of fact, let's go to that place in Virginia, right? Mm-hmm. Remember, they was counter protesting them white supremacists. You shall not replace us, and all that other shit.
Yeah.
Who died? A white woman got ran over by a white supremacist dude, right? In Charlottesville, right?
Mm-hmm.
I looked at that. I looked at CNN for that, right? They kept showing that one black dude that got beat up, right?
Yeah.
They kept showing the same loop of maybe 5 black people, but the rest of the protesters was all white. Don't know black people live over in Charlottesville.
No, they don't.
Right?
And I remember that too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I said this funny thing is this, right? I said, Here's the funny part about it. When black people do a protest, they got to gather everybody together. People come out. I'm not talking about the Minnesota thing because that was just they just it was whatever.
That's a whole nother beast. Yeah,
that's a whole other beast. Cerulean lives in Minnesota, so he lives in St. Paul, right? So he was giving us the
I heard him talk about that. Yeah.
So when that was going down, right? When we do a protest, I remember. You remember the Million Man March, right?
Yeah, I remember Million Man March.
I remember so I went to the Million Man March. Okay. It was in DC, it's right there. We all went. I think it was the greatest thing I ever did, right? When it comes to the generation of black empowerment stuff. So I go to the Million Man March. It was so organized. It was brothers helping brothers get up, get in the tree, people putting other brothers' kids on their neck so they can see Furcon and stuff like that and everything, right? It had some white supremacist dude yelling nigger at, but the goddamn the NOI was out there and they suits blocking it off so it wouldn't be no issues, and the brothers just walking past, they were selling shirts, brothers was making money, all that stuff, right? And guess what?
Yeah.
We went home and all these black women was cheering us like we just came back from war. And the only thing we did was organize to meet at a location and basically be cordial with each other. And you know what my uncle did? My uncle looked at me and said, "Why are we celebrating something so fucking basic? This is where our people are at. We didn't march from Montgomery, Alabama. We didn't put for change. We just wanted the bare basics of being able to have 1 million black men just show up. Not only show up, but act like they got decency and decorum and be brothers to each other." He said, "Now guess what's going to happen tomorrow?" I said, "What?" "Nothing." And guess what? He was right. Because what happened? This was 96, 95, 96, right? Million brothers got to Washington. What happened after that? Yeah. You know what I mean? A couple of months after that, was it Biggie dies, Pac dies? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but to say the least is that, we have lost a lot of things as men. You know what I mean? We and as a collective. But that doesn't mean that there's not men out there doing the work.
Absolutely.
And we have to fight against multiple things. And what I mean is we have to fight against the propaganda machine. Now the propaganda machine is now pushing that if you are a black man, right? A black man, you need to pick another race of woman because you're going to have a better lifestyle. That's what it's actually saying. But that's not true. Like think about it like this, right? When you used to watch a show back in the day and you saw the black man as the lead, he was going to get with a black woman, right? When you watch a show now and you see a black man as the lead, if he walks in and his wife isn't black, you're not taken back, are you?
No.
You accept it, right?
Yeah.
But if you see him as a black man as the lead and his wife is black, you're whoa. See that?
Yeah.
Right? You see, you know what I mean? Like Michael B. Jordan did something so groundbreaking, people don't even know. That remorse thing, where he was a master chief in as a SEAL, but his wife was black and they had the kid and she got killed. And you forget that he's black. Because he's doing some Leon Neeson motherfucking was it told you, man. Got that fucking the dude with the dog and shit, man.
Yeah.
When they killed his dog, he started killing everybody because his woman gave him the dog and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that movie and shit, right? And
Mhm.
you know what I mean? And I'm, you know what I mean? Like I never, and this is the bad part about it. I never got to finish watching it, right? Because me and my wife wanted to watch it together. So I promised her I'm not going to finish watching the movie until
Okay.
we finish watching it because we busy now. So we
Yeah.
busy moving back. So I never got to finish watching it, but I'm enjoying the movie. But the problem with that is, right? The problem with that is while I'm watching this movie, I had to sit back and watch. I was like, he's a lead, but I'm relieved to see that he just happened to be with a black woman. But if he was with a white woman or a woman of a different race, it's like I understand. Like, is that like we can't be successful as a couple and then be just regular folk, you know? And and this is coming from a guy that's my wife's not black. Like you see
Yeah.
you see it. Like if I was to say, niggas look at me like I'm crazy. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? Nigga, you supposed to be. I can't speak truth, and I'm not with my wife because she's not black.
Mhm.
I'm with my wife because she's
It doesn't
my wife.
matter if you're speaking truth. I don't care if you're a married dude or a single dude, but if you know what red pill is, it's enlightenment. It don't matter because at the end of the day, you got to pick what righteous path that you want to be on. And
There
that's
you
why I was
go.
trying to explain the triple. I don't think he really understands that's red pill. Those guys you're talking about, like this whole thing is about pseudo intellectualism. It's a problem in the sphere, and I noticed why that kid is messed up. Because at
Yes.
his age, he had to learn he was an enabler and he's a fanatic. And it's sad they exist in sports and the rest of the world, but he's programmed to think that way. That's why he thinks everything's a success for those individuals. And he just need to understand that boys like him do exist. And to combat that, you got to actually talk to him and set him down. See, Albert did his best. He explained to him that lifestyle don't get you nowhere. I mean, it's okay. And this is why I understand about the prostitution argument. It's been talked about on this side of the manosphere. The white man said, oh, they're talking about that. Well, let's talk about it over here. If you have you noticed they look at the talking points and then they spread it all across their side and they don't have no solutions. This is why Albert Priest kind of pressed them on that issue and they brought it up. See, they don't want to hear it. They already got books and they were against it. So that right there hurts the fresh and fit right there. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Like when I bring it up to bring the dichotomy of the nature of men, right?
Right.
You're not going to fully eradicate something, but you can contain it. The reason why you have all of this thought behavior is because there's not a proper containment for it.
Right.
So this is how you do it. And you don't do it for women. You do it to give men a cause and effect solution option. And here's the solution. You deal with women as sexualized things. You're mad at their thoughts. You consign yourself for good, bad, and whatever, that all women are thoughts. Okay. That's not true. Yes, it is. It's your perception of it. They're thoughts. Okay, if they're thoughts, what do you want from thoughts? Do you want them to be wholesome women because they're too far gone? You can't be wholesome women because no matter what they do in your eyes, people can't grow and evolve. Just like how they became a thought, if we put them in a proper environment, can they not be a thought to their best degree? Or they're always going to be thoughts. If they're always going to be thoughts, then we need to come up with a system where they can properly be thoughts to the best of their thought ability, because you're going to still enable their behavior because you're still bitching about not that they're thoughts, but you don't have access to the thoughts, because that's the real problem. So let's make this that prostitution is legal, and those women will show you if they're really thoughts. They're going to go over here and they're going to be thoughts, but they're going to be forced to basically give you, in exchange for your money, their time or their body, per instance. Is that correct, sir? Is that correct? Their body, right? We're going to go with the body, right? Right? Because you're not caring about the individual with the mind. You just want the body and the action thereof. You want post-nut regret without the consequences of said post-nut regret, right? You want to participate in looking into the abyss without dealing with the onset of the abyss staring back at you. And you're going to, and that's what it is, right? Because we are solution-based individuals, especially as men. Humans are all over. Women too. They just go about it a different way. But men are more direct with their solutions, more streamlined with their solutions. So prostitution will exist, right? Because this is causing a problem with the power structure. We were making money off it the other way, but it's causing a problem. Now, because it's affecting the top echelon 1% of men, we need to make it legal so they can engage in it and still keep their power dynamic without actually being held accountable to certain stuff by people that are lesser in power. This is actually what this. I'm like, if we're talking about some real red pill shit, then the red pill shit is this: is that change only happens when it affects the people that are the top 10%. Is that a fact?
Oh, I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I'm still here, man.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the conversation. Yeah, I'm just enjoying the build. But yeah, it's just like the whole purpose of what I saw for that young man, that's common in these spaces. I see it all the time, and it goes back to what
it's a legion of the motherfuckers, bro.
Yeah, it's a lot of them, man.
It's
and
a
I
legion
understand
of
what
them.
and I understand the legalization of prostitution. See, I come to grips to realize, man, it don't matter to me at this point. And I understand what Kuda comes from, that classic thinking. Now we got to get away from that. This mid-tier, the young millennials, we got to get away from that. That's just bad. Don't be like the young baby boomers like my mom's generation, always trying to hold someone's hand and all that stuff. And my dad's older generation of boomers, he said, hell no, fuck that. Just you gotta let them go. Yeah, come off. Yeah, man.
You know, I understand what Kuda's saying because when he's looking at it, listen, just like not every man that grows up in a disenfranchised neighborhood is a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Not every woman in that neighborhood is a streetwalker.
Yeah.
Even porn has requirements for you to be in it on a professional level. Like
yeah, they have rules. You gotta get tested. Yeah.
You gotta get tested. But even when you get tested, you don't even make it past the casting couch.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things you got to do. It's an act. You're an actor. You're not actually fucking for real. I remember I was watching one Twitch streamer. You know, she said she had the big titties out. She was doing the thing. And she said, I wanted to do porn, but it wasn't what I thought it was. You had to do a lot of work. I thought you just go there. They just have the camera. You just have sex, but they stop you midway. Someone comes in, does makeup, make you move positions. They doing a lot of directing. It's a lot of work. I thought you just go there because I was pretty and beautiful, but I didn't make it in the porn industry. This is what this chick said.
Yeah.
She thought because she was beautiful and
it takes skills. You got to move around. The people, and a lot of those dudes don't have great stamina. They taking drugs to do that. A lot of times, it's the roid drugs for your the penis area and the testosterone drugs. They shoot them up, and that's why they do what they do. Even no matter what size of the penis, it's just now the big penis. They 9 times don't work. They don't bust, and that's the sad part. That's what the women be saying. I did not know that until I realized they be taking those dick pill drugs to make themselves have an extra stamina, and 9 out of 10 it goes down afterwards. That right there kills the whole male sexuality. What's the point getting that or getting that surgery and then you can't even bust? And it's just like the butt implants. That's why people don't understand. That stuff can catch up with you, and you see why they didn't make it. You know, you got to understand a lot of these dudes is fake like that, man. See, if you watch amateur and real stuff like the porn, that's when they're actually doing it, you know, for like hours and hours and in same position, they move around. Now the professional porn, not so much, because we know that's fake. That's just entertainment.
But
that's just entertainment.
And then the thing, and here's the thing about it, right? Here's the thing about it. The cameraman is the real MVP.
Yeah. He gets
And
to see all that.
he gotta go in. He gotta be, and he's up underneath the nigga's ass cheeks.
All that.
He's in there. It's fluid spewing and shit.
All that
And,
sweat.
and then here's the thing: the smells, nigga. The smells.
It's
Like,
awful on both
it's
sides.
awful. And then you're
Yeah.
and
And the fecal
yeah,
matter, all
yeah.
that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and you think them chicks they gotta take a special drink that they gotta drink to clear out their bowels when they ain't just pop it up and just fuck me in the ass. No, they gotta take a special thing, and they gotta dedicate themselves to the toilet for a week and clean their shit out.
Jelly.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then you got a chick that's on the side that's over there. Just her job is to sit there and suck dick to keep this dude hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You know what I mean?
That's
and they
it.
take breaks. They take breaks.
Yeah, they
and
take breaks.
And it was like, yeah, it took 3 days to shoot a scene because at the most we was going for like even with breaks, like 90 minutes, and then we stopped. And then the guy, like, he left, and it was like, and then after it was over with, she was talking, he was just talking to me like we had the coffee machine at the office. Because this is a job.
It was a job. You get paid millions of dollars. Yeah.
Listen, I don't even tell people this sitting in the manosphere. Do you know Japan is an epidemic right now? They have a problem.
Yeah.
They don't have enough men in their porn industry.
They ain't going to. It's a lot of hoes, a lot of women. And the reason why there ain't enough men, it's a particular man they want. Now, me being above average and average, if they offer me some money along the side, even these hoes, if they say like us in here, like what they could have said, the number, it can happen. They will get former players or whatever tricks, but if you decide to take that offer, it can happen. But I'm just saying, but if you are willing to perform and participate, see, you're just participating. Now the women's got to do all the work. She's got to get paid. She's like one of those NBA players. We're just like the referees or the side jesters to get paid. We don't get paid a lot in porn.
No, well, see, here's the thing. Japan is different, right?
Yeah, Japan is different.
Different. Because the chick just sits there, the man doing all the work. You got to know how to tie them knots and do all of that tying and use all of these equipments and all this other shit. But the Japanese dudes are not consigning to it, right? They're not there because, like, he's married. He's like 45 years old. He's a porn star,
right? And
he says he's busy. He's always busy. Like, he's going from one gig to the next gig to the next gig. Like, he works. He said he'd rather work an office job 6 days a week, 12 hours, than to do this shit for fucking 4 hours. Like 4 days out of the week, right? And I was like, listen to this shit, like this, they got this thing that talks about, like, it's an Asian boss.
Yeah. Like
Asian boss, like they basically do a debunk. Like, I actually sat up there, I did a couple of them when I was talking about this dude, he's a male prostitute. Like, women come to him, they pay money, but the way it's done is totally different. It's like he's got like these the scrubs that the professional massage therapists wear.
Yeah.
He's got those right on the kind of right, and he's there, and it's in a nice, like, it's in this building, like it look like a hotel and shit, right? And he's there, and his customer comes, and he does everything, and sees what they want, and whatever. It's women, they pay him money. He paid a lot, right? Then they got the male host, right? That they don't have sex with their customers. Chicks just pay them money just to listen to them, so they can listen for them to listen, right? But they get paid more than the female host. Right, the top male host that was in that area, the dude was making $100,000 a month. Right, the top female host in that area, in Roppongi and whatever in the Rich District, was making $30,000 a month.
Yeah,
right. So, when I mean the articles of prostitution, that doesn't just mean that I'm talking about dudes tricking. Women gonna be tricking too.
Yeah.
Like, remember, this is going to be equal opportunity. This ain't just going to be, man. No, these chicks is going to buy a penis because you got all of these women that are getting depressed because they can't find a man and all of this other stuff. So what is this going to do?
They
What?
gonna be the biggest contributors of tricking. But see, the women was the original trick before the man. And I think New said this on my panel in the chat. That's true. But the men messed it up for everybody, these so-called men and so-called males. But
Mhm.
I'm glad they're gonna legalize it because I ain't picking no sides. It's no holds barred. It's kind of like COVID made sped it up faster. And that's another thing
Mhm.
too.
Now the
That's
thing
why people are
is,
worrying about it. Yeah. And those
and
incel
this is
talks
what
too,
I
what you just said earlier. Yeah.
no y'all. I said no. Here's the perfect plan. If prostitution becomes legal,
Mm-hmm.
and say you get married to a chick, and she decide, because remember they say you can rape your wife, right? You can just take the pussy, you rape and she say no, and you married, you go to jail because you raped your wife. It's called merger, I guess, merger rape or whatever like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that I condone it or whatever. It's wrong. I'm married and I just don't take the pussy from my wife. Even though, what I'm saying, she poses like by law, give me the pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like I pay for it,
Yeah.
I provide, yeah. But still, you don't just be taking the pussy, you know what I'm saying? Either way. People can dispute that however way they want. It is what it is, right? But say that happens, or just say, you know what I mean, your wife decide I'm not giving him no sex because he didn't buy me some flowers or whatever, however way it was, right? Or he didn't take out the trash. Because women know that they be using sex as a tool against men. It works. I'm just saying it works, right? You decide you can't take this shit no more. I'm gonna go get me some pussy. And you go down to your local motherfucking drive-through pussy and porn. And you go get you some pussy. You go get you a number 3 prize, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You go
Yeah.
down here, you get you some pussy, right?
Right.
And she finds out. Now, if it's legal, she can't divorce you. You know why? Because you was doing a legal service.
Right.
See, now that actually offsets the no-fault divorce, because most of the time no-fault divorce is done with what? Finances and infidelity. If you remove the
Mm-hmm.
fucking infidelity part, it's only on finances. See,
Right.
there you go, right? And the only way she gonna find out if you doing the extra shit, but if you just going down to pick up a pack of pussy, just like married men used to go to the strip club when I was young. Like you didn't see young men in the strip club. Like, I'm like where I grew up at, you know what I mean? I know like in, South strip club was the
Yeah.
strip club.
It's
It was the
strip
club.
club. Yeah.
Yeah. But
And growing up, it's the same scenario. Yeah.
yeah,
You
what I'm
deal
saying?
with
But
that.
you deal with that. But when I grew up and back in my day, only people that's about to get married, right? Young college boys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And married men was they had a night out with the boys real quick, or if they had a what is it? Or if they just whatever, and losers would be in the strip club. Now, when you go down south, it's a whole different ball game. There's strippers
Yeah.
there. It's a party there. It's women in the strip club, just regular women. You know what I'm saying? It is what it was. Like South is different. Up north, you're considered a loser. If you was an able-bodied man, you went to the club. You didn't go to the strip club. You know what I mean? Like that's just one of them things. So when I looked at that and I saw the dynamics of the regions, right, even in the states of the culture, right, I looked at that. I said, now, why is it cool to be a strip club? Because I said, okay, you think prostitution is only that, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
strippers are prostitutes. The difference between you going to a strip club and the difference between you just going up to a chick, paying for the pussy and fucking is that you decided that you wanted to involve yourself into a pussy auction at a strip club.
Right.
What's the difference? What's the difference? Because you're sitting there, you're tipping stripper so she can dance on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you're paying for the lap dance. Then you're
Right.
paying money for the private lap dance. But the
Yeah.
security is there, like, don't touch the strippers, right? Then you're trying to work out a deal so you can take the chick home so you can smash.
Right.
If you're going to go it that far, you're going to the club and motherfucking dudes is making it rain in that mouth. but you're still involved. You're still tricking. If you go to a strip club, if you ever been to a strip club, you're tricking. And if you talk about not tricking and you go to a strip club after the fact, you're tricking. You're just doing an auction. You know what I'm saying? You're actually worse than the trick because the trick is actually getting it. He's actually picking out who he want and doing the deed and getting it out of there. He's actually making out cheaper than you.
Yeah.
Like prostitution, listen, it's like this. If you watch porn, whether you pay for it or not, most dudes they don't pay for porn. But if you pay for it or not, your viewership pays the site, so you're tricking. Your time is paying for the site, so you're tricking. Yeah. You're tricking. Like you can't get away from it. It's so it's overt and covert tricking.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Now they trying to get where the word tricking. They just call it normal. You know, this there's no such thing as P and T. And I get what they're trying to do is eliminate the old fashioned term game. You know, it's game, but it's just they trying to finesse it. And I know what they're trying to do. I was, oh my God.
Yeah. Instead of calling them prostitutes, call them sex workers.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's that finesse game. Just like Kevin with the suit. He gets a pass.
Yeah. Because it's your presentation, right? Like if I walk up to you right now, right, and you see me out on the corner, and you be like, man, I just saw you selling drugs. I'm not selling drugs. Nigga, I just saw you. I'm not a drug dealer. Nigga, you a drug dealer. No, I'm not. You a pharmacist? No, I'm an apothecary. What?
Oh, wow. Yeah. You threw that angle on him. He couldn't handle that.
Nigga, what? You don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
Right? Now what did you just do? I used a word that you don't know that has more syllables that sound more important than the word that you know. So now you're thinking about what you just saw. I just challenged you for what you just saw. Then you think about it. Nigga, what's an apothecary? It's a person that administers medicine.
Right.
Nigga, you just sold drugs. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm an apothecary. I just administered some medicine. There was a person that walked up to me and said that they weren't feeling well and they needed the substances, the herbs, and the concoction.
The antidote
in which I have. So I administered to him for a small fee. This has been happening since the Victorian times.
Yeah. 19th century, my fault. Yeah.
I was like, I'm an apothecary.
Now, if you want to take a step further, it happens in the 12th century too. Like you see it in the Witcher 3 games. You see it in Assassin's Creed when they had herbs back then. It was illegal to sell them. People had them off the villages and shit. And soon as it got commercialized, they want to put it in corporations. So we seen this all the time. This ain't nothing new.
This is not new. But but imagine like that. Like, imagine the dude just come out there, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm an APC. I'm an apothecary, nigga. Yeah, that's what I am. Like, that's
now what, nigga?
Do. Now what, nigga? Nigga, we out here selling drugs to the community, nigga. We apothecaries, nigga. We selling tonics and shit. Right. You know what I'm saying? We helping the community, man.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like this, nigga, this goddamn motherfucking marijuana. This ain't marijuana, nigga. There ain't no THC in this, nigga. It's CBD. The fuck you talking about? This was good for depression and anxiety. Shit, I even got some balms right here. You get it to your grandmama and tell her to rub it on the old joints right there, man. She got arthritis, got the gout. You know what I'm saying? I got you. Come see the old Come see Leroy the apothecary with these tonics. You know what I'm saying? It's all about you use the right word, you present things the right way. You can sell water to a fucking fish.
Yeah.
This is people like Kevin, you know, man, he's never been manosphere. He just hung around to understand what it is. He's no
Yeah.
more manosphere than the Dr. Coleman guy.
Right.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
Spencer Holman.
Spencer
Yeah.
Holman, yeah.
All them two did is study the talking points for 1.0. A lot of people didn't figure it out. That's why they really
Yeah.
mad, because he understood SWP, Soul and Black, and then Angerman saw that, they co-signed him. And it's okay. All he has to do is have the name and the money and the trademark. I think Cerulean broke it down beautifully. Yes, true, but
Yeah.
he don't even have to do that. You know why? Because he knows it'll piss a lot of niggas off. See, what he's doing is playing chess. He's trying to get certain people in this space to leave it, and whoever wants to lead it, they can cut some heads off. You know what I mean? It could be any one of us. See, it could be one, like I said, it could be one of those deals. If this shit happens, wherever happens, go left. Them dudes can't lead the space. They know who knows the history. They will give him money. Say, here you go. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, sir. I just saw from Mediocre Tutorials. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I watch this dude because I like his setup and I like how he can have his opinion. I may not agree with it all the time, but he can have a dialogue with somebody that's sitting right next to him, right? Not sitting in another room, but right next to him, and disagree, but allow them to speak their piece and keep his cool and his composure. So he put up this. Goons confront Fresh and Fit with the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Like, no. I guess this just happened.
Oh damn! Kind of reminds me of a certain situation that occurred months back. But wow, that's
yeah. He said he talked about Haitian people, man. Like this ain't got nothing to do with he's down in Miami. He's down in Miami where you might as well call that Haiti 2.0. You might as well call Miami New Haiti.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like New York, nigga, New Haiti.
Yeah.
It's like, I put it in the private.
They rule Haiti. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I put it in the private chat. Like that's Mediocre Tutorial. Yeah. I'll put it in the private chat. You know what I mean? So you can review that.
Oh wow. Yeah. He's a mess. So he's live right now. Okay.
Yeah.
10 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah,
I got a phone for that. Hold on. Yeah, I got a phone for that. I was listening to the Second Shift podcast, the Manosphere, and things like that. Yeah, because
I'm sorry to say this. I don't listen. I can't even I can't even lie and say I don't wish harm on other people because I do it myself. So if I'm going to be real, I'm going to say this right here. It needs to happen. Someone needs to be made an example of. If you go again, there needs to be a line drawn. And even if you talk about it, there needs to be a consequence. There needs to be. Because what is manhood without consequences?
Facts.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what I mean? Like they did that. They've been doing that. Right? Now, and then they didn't come out and adequately apologize. They did a half-ass step, and they over here now they niggasplaining because they niggasplaining, right? Because now they're down to 309,000 subs from 440,000.
Yeah.
And they probably at 300,000 because, you probably paid to keep that fucking hemorrhaging from happening.
Yeah.
But they've been hemorrhaging. And they keep making misstep after misstep. And then the white women came to motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, like it was like the Lion King. Disney always does this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They never, you notice in the Disney movie that especially the older cartoons, the 2D ones, right? The villain is never ever killed by the protagonist, but by the situations thereof.
Right.
Right? So I'll give you a perfect example. Scar on the Lion King, right?
Mm-hmm.
Simba threw him off the thing and let him go, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hyenas finished him off. See that?
Yep. Yeah.
Right? Like the protagonist never kills the actual villain. It's the situation thereof, right? Look at Aladdin. He got tricked into being the genie, Jafar, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Ursula, right?
Yeah.
Ursula didn't die, you know what I'm saying, from the protagonist, which is really Ariel. It was the guy that she was in love with killed Ursula. Right? If you look at that, right? Abba and Preach was like Simba kicking his ass off the thing.
Right.
But the women that they're fucking with are the ones that are taking them out. Not the white girl, but the baby mama, the chick that's pregnant, the Instagram thought.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That he with receipts had sex with her with no condom on.
That's fucked up.
Then told her to get an abortion.
Yeah, man.
So is she really a thought? Is she really a thought? Now she's a thought for agreeing to all of that shit because they both culpable.
Mm-hmm.
But you think you got all that money and she gonna give up that payday, bro?
Nah.
You said she was gonna be famous. You know what's better than famous? Paid.
Yeah.
And guess what? And since you made her more famous by being that's your baby mama, guess what's going to happen? Just like every other nigga with some fame, some other nigga gonna slide up in her fucking DMs with a little bit more clout than you. If you don't believe me, look at the Amber Rose situation.
Yeah. Yeah, Amber Rose.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Listen, but let me ask you a question, right? When people sit up here and say something, right? She was like, I didn't know that the dude that she was with, right, that had them 12 other chicks, all those chicks used to follow her on her slut walk thing that she used to do.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody made a stream, is Amber Rose a victim of her past? People keep forgetting Amber Rose cheated on Wiz. First.
Yeah.
Even when she had the two kids, because she had twins.
Yeah.
Yeah. People keep forgetting. Here's the funny part, and no one notices this, right? The two kids that she had with Wiz, she was married. People keep forgetting she was married at the time. Because she married Wiz. She cheated on Wiz and she had two kids, right? Wiz, she only put up when Wiz had the two chicks in his bed and when she found it because he did that on purpose. But here's the funny part. Wiz has full custody of his two kids.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he has full custody of his sons, and yeah,
And this bitch running around here
I was like,
getting
wait a minute,
yeah.
he has his
So
kids.
he has his kids, And guess what? He not only does he has his kids, he's not paying alimony.
Yeah.
So why aren't niggas talking about Wiz?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Is
he
that a
did
solution?
it the right way.
Is that a solution? I think that's a solution. If you get into that situation where you're not at fault and she cheats on you, like, is that bad and all this extra shit. So Amber's sitting up there, but you notice nobody gives a fuck because you are thought, right?
She a pop.
But when she had that slut walk,
Yeah.
there wasn't. Where was it? What show was it on? Wasn't it on like VH1 or some shit?
Oh, oh well, shit. Your guess is as good as mine.
I think Amber Rose's slut walk thing was on VH1.
Yeah,
think
or DVD.
you could be right. Yeah, I can definitely picture her slut walk on the most greatest music video station ever used to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
So here's the funny part about it, right? Now here's the crazy part, right?
Mm-hmm.
The agency she's a part of is Incredible Entertainment. Nick Cannon.
Oh shit.
Nick Cannon. She is 37 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Business endeavors. Right? So
Right.
she had the slut walk. On October 3rd, 2015, Rose and the LA-based slut walk to honor women who have been judged and demeaned for their sexual behavior. As part of the event, Rose spoke publicly about the instances of shaming as she experienced specific mentioning an incident at the age of 14 when a classmate pulled his genitals out while in a closet with her playing kissing game 7 minutes in heaven. Rose related that he tricked her into kneeling down in front of him, then opened the closet door for her friends to see, suggesting oral sex is taking place. Rose visibly agitated by speaking about the bullying that followed, demonstrating to the audience the depths of trauma she experienced. Right? Now, this was in 2015. She had the slut walk thing going, right? She had the slut walk thing going. 2015. LA based.
Mm-hmm.
LA. Led by LA based slut walk. Let's click on that. Transitional movement calling for an end of rape culture, including victim blaming and slut shaming of sexual assault victims, especially participants protest against explaining and exercising rape by referring to an aspect of women's appearance. Rallies began on April 3rd, 2011 in Toronto and Ontario, Canada, after police officers suggested that a woman should avoid dressing like sluts as a precaution against sexual assault. Subsequently, rallies have occurred globally. So the first start of this shit was 2011. Amber Rose becomes the face of this is 2015, right? But everybody knows that she's a hoe. Is that correct? Because this is after the Wiz breakup, right? Then what subsequently happens after that around 2017? The Me Too movement starts. It's not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You get because the black woman that did it, the ugly Elijah Burke, she can't push it. So is this Me Too thing? Is this all this crazy stuff? Why, if we're talking about, demographics and culture, white women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the sexual cultural revolution. just because she's a sex worker doesn't mean she didn't get raped. No, if the guy paid for the pussy and she decided to take his money and not giving him the pussy, that's not called rape. That's called withholding goods and services.
Mm.
But since it's illegal on both instances, she can't really say she got raped, and he really can't say that she didn't give goods and services because they both going to jail. So he's going to jail for sexual assault. She's going to jail for prostitution. But how can you sexually assault a prostitute in the middle of a transaction? We have a conundrum, don't we? You can't fornicate and fucking be an adulterer at the same time. It's either one or the other. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the problem is there are no standards, or there's no boundaries, or there's no bars being set here. So for all of these dudes talking about, you shouldn't allow motherfuckers to trick. No, make it legal so you stop shit like this from happening. Because when you leave the environment up to the decisions of women with no male fucking oversight, no boundaries, now you got nothing but thoughtisms running around here. Or women that are promoting that they're thoughts, but don't want to be treated like one. And then they start raising men, boys like the one we saw with the Aber and Preach thing, that don't understand integrity and accountability.
Right. Yeah.
Now, what the police officer said is, if you walking around with your titties out and your undercarriage showing, you got I can see your panties while you walking around. That don't mean I'm gonna rape you. That don't mean I'm gonna snatch your put. But I'm not gonna come at you like I'm talking to a woman that's working in the office building, or a woman that looked like she just came out of church.
Right.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like what you can't wear whatever you wear and get. I can't, sir. I can't show up to a job at a corporate office in some hooping shorts and a goddamn yeah, some Speedos. Let me just, sir. If you went to work tomorrow and you worked in the fucking office building, you ain't gonna show up there with some fucking chaps with your ass out trying to do fucking paperwork.
Exactly. I wouldn't be up there at all.
But you can't say, but because of society, you can't say nothing about these women if they come up there. You can't with the split halfway up there. You know what I mean? Like
I experienced that.
Yeah,
I experienced that. I experienced it the whole time. And shouts out to Kuda for sharing the stream. Appreciate it, bro. And yeah, and that's just you notice when I started working, I think as a barista in that corporation, man, I learned a lot about people in general, and I got a super black pill, and I just fell into it. And afterwards, I left. I had to look at people for who they are. I said, man, these people be on some whole shit. They just want to be on some peas, whatever. But then the Sphere talks about it. I just shook my head and turned my stomach. I'm like, it's worse than talking about conservatism, right? It's the same concept. It's just bad. Bad. They just don't do research. Got too many yes men. This is why I tell this video, pseudo intellectualism, and it leads to chaos. And it's just, when I saw that boy tripping, he said, I'm a big fan of Fresh and Fit podcast, and then they over there talking, boys talking about getting checked by those goons. Yeah, but that's normal. I don't talk about street shit. I just leave it alone, let y'all have it, and I just let y'all get your ass beat, whatever. We do this all the time in the South too. You challenge someone bigger than you, you're gonna get popped in the face, man, or get gun butted or whatever. They just duffel bag you, and then there you are. You don't want to be in that situation. But they do that. We do some wild shit. We all do. It's America. Why you think Haitians are barbaric? I can tell stories and look at their documentaries. They're about that, man. You don't want to be next to them. They don't want to bother nobody. I don't bother no Haitians, no Caribbeans, because them fools is fools, boy. They got that voodoo. They got that machete, that gun. screaming their language and shit. Leave them motherfuckers alone. It's like fighting a mixed person mixed with Asian, man. That's what what's his name? Paul Mooney said, I'm not gonna fight somebody that's insane like that. Now a nigga, yeah, who cares? But somebody mixing in you and mix with them, that's suicide, man. That's like fighting Polynesians all day. That's not me. That's not me, man. I ain't with all that. I got to be prepared mentally, and you got to be calm. You know, the calmest person always wins 9 out of 10. I mean, he can take an L too, but the ones loud, they always lose, man. They think they're gonna win a lot. Yeah, you can beat up the little ones, but when you mess on that's equal in your size, you're gonna have problems, man.
Listen, I don't care. Listen. That okay? I saw that video with Myron, where he told the chick, I'm on some what did he say? I'm on some Punisher shit. I'm on whatever the fuck he talking. What did he say? I don't know. When he kick him out, he say he turning into somebody and kicking him out, kick the chick out. When he was, I guess, in his house and he showed on Instagram, he kicked the chick out. He was like, "Yeah, I'm calling right now." He calling the cops, right? Blah, 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 blah. But he wasn't acting like he was on the podcast though.
Yeah.
Right? And the chick was in his face. This wasn't a black chick. This was some little white ratchet chick, right? Old little cash me outside looking bitch, right? And she was like, and she stomped on his foot. And he was like, yeah, she just stomped on my foot and she left. Blah, 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 blah. We need now, sir, listen, I'm all about everything. Don't put your hands on.
Facts.
I don't care if you're a female. Don't put your hands on. You want equal rights? They got equal rights. You know what I'm saying? I don't put my hands on you. You don't put your hands on me. Right? A little ass would have been triced the fuck up. She wouldn't have been. She would have flew out the door after that. She wouldn't have had. She would have stomped on my foot. It's my residence. She would have been grabbed up by her arms and thrown out the fucking door with the door closed behind her. And since it's videotape, she deserved it because I was getting her off of my premises. This is my house. Last time I heard, Florida got a stand your ground law, right?
Yeah. It's in certain states to the south, yeah.
But he's in Miami, and Miami's a part of Florida, right? I'm like, Trayvon Martin found that out, even though the stand your ground law should have been made for him and not George Zimmerman. But you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he knows how to act in real life. So he's not about that work. You 6 foot something and soft. Oh, because I got some guys in Homeland Security. I could up here on the internet and talk reckless. Yeah. Now he getting checked by goons. You think them Haitians care about Homeland Security?
No, they risking their lives to die. They die every day, and they tell you that. You know, Top 6, Zopound, they being watched by the CIA. They kill them all the time. It's just like terrorists, man. They just let them go crazy. Certain gangs they let you go wild on. Even vice lords. I bumped into one years ago while I was a Christian at the time, but I didn't know Cortez was a vice lord. I was shocked. Yeah. But this is when I studied the gangland and the documentaries about them. And then when you meet up with them in person, you don't even know they're gangsters. You know, they dress like you, but you don't see the tattoos, you don't see the flags, and this is the scary part. They live in suburbs too. See, this is where dudes don't understand. They could be on panels with you in the chat, and they could be nice to you in colorful, cryptic language. That's what you gotta understand. The ones is really quiet that don't hit links. That's a real G. Now the ones that's faking it and loud, those are the fake ones. But the real ones is quiet. That's what you gotta watch, and they're watching. Yeah. They're not out here bragging. They're in the street, but they also online too, just watching niggas saying something dumb. That's what Myra don't understand. You got killers out here. No matter where you grew up in the hood or whatever, in the suburbs, they everywhere. You're not gonna stop old gangs that came from poverty and then moved to the suburbs along next door to you. That can be your neighbor. You don't know if that guy was a G, whatever. It's just like the mob. You just got to be careful what you say. And I had to be very careful about this site or any social media they done conquered. And that's why the cops exist, man. You know, you got to understand, people be snitching and doing all this stuff, but they used to be former G's. That's what people don't tell you. And I said, yeah, I am messing with them fools. And they dress like you on the side, on the low, you know, dress casual. You don't even know he had a flag on. They said, where's his flag at? Don't worry about it. The steel, the hands, the fit, you up out of there, man. That's why I don't talk shit to people on here. I just let them do them. Just don't put your hands on me, and I'm good, you know. And they'll respect you for that. Just don't start nothing. The key thing is don't start. Don't be screaming loud and panicking. That's how you get killed. It's kind of like in the ocean. You know, you ever try to like, I know you know these stories, and people tell you in the military, like, don't go out there with no gear and stuff. That's how things kill you. Animals know they scared of, because they know you're gonna do some damage. You know, they don't know what you're gonna do. They're defending themselves in an offensive matter. They don't want you to mess their territory. They ain't just bite to stop you. They biting scared because they know you crazy. Animals know human beings are crazy. The Homo sapiens, man, they're beasts. They don't want you to tear up their shit. Yeah,
coming over there like you know what I'm saying, like, and that's what I said is like you know, that's why I was making, you know, with the brother that was up here. I was like, look, dude, like you don't even know. I'm here having a conversation with you. You don't even know how I grew up. That's why I said I'm the last person to judge someone strictly on what they were doing at life at that moment or how they got to the point. I said I was a professional child dude. She's a thought, but I'm actually enabling her behavior for my social experiment.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be able to cheat if I wasn't there with her. You see what I'm saying? Like, but I had rules of engagement, and it always didn't work out the way that I wanted to. But there was a difference. But I knew I was disciplined enough to know I wasn't relationship material for no woman. And when I would run across a good woman, you know what I'm saying, that wasn't attached to anybody, and me and her was cool, even if she wanted to do some friends with benefit stuff, if she would tell me, I think I could, no, I'm not mentally there. You need to go find another dude. We can be cool. If you can't handle us being cool with this, we can dial it back to just being friends. If you still going to have feelings, then we can just cut it off and give ourselves some time so you can get yourself together. Because you're liking the feeling, you don't understand the person. Because I'm not stopping this right now. You know what I mean? I the honesty. And a lot of people, a lot of dudes don't understand the honest part, but I didn't. My problem wasn't getting chicks. See, that wasn't my problem. Like, that wasn't my problem. My problem was understanding where or what was in me that I was doing wrong. So I had to go to this extreme to get back to the middle. I understand how I was. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, who builds the environment? Who's out? I'm like, and we can just say, who's out there doing construction in mass? Men. Who?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Who's inspecting shit? Men. You know what I'm saying? Most corporations, 90% of the time, even if women are working, they're mostly in HR.
Yep.
Mostly doing things that have to deal with numbers. But you're talking about the people that move the things, the infrastructures, the getting the deals done, the arguing in the boardrooms, playing the damn office politics shit. It's been, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the fucking day. And we build the environment and the culture, just like how we had the culture of the Mad Men culture, like, you know, Mad Men, where the dudes were slapping the office secretary on the ass. You knew that the manager or the boss's secretary, what she looked like. She had to look good. She had to have people skills, right? But she didn't necessarily had to be good at her job per se. You know what I mean? She was eye candy. Because he was spending all of his time at the office. So she was the what? She was the fuck on thing. right? We caught the boss, you know what I'm saying? Or if she was smart, if she was intelligent, she didn't look as good as the bimbo, but she was his what? Assistant, his direct assistant. And she worked for the boss, but that became her who? That's his second wife right there. The polyamorous relationship did not end. People keep not understanding. This is where the high value man argument. Not every man back in fucking post like Reconstruction or when men were allowed to have multiple wives walked around with at least 2 women. No, they did not. Some dudes didn't even have a goddamn woman. Some dudes had to wait for his brother to die and take on his brother's wife.
Right.
Don't want to talk about that shit. And this is during a patriarchy where men made sure they motherfucking governed the sanctity of marriage relationships between men and women.
Right.
People, and this is when I say, sir, you probably heard me say this from Sean. I don't know if you heard me say this. Men want something that they have no idea. And the thing is, the very position that you're in right now is because women are allowed to run wild, because a lot of you whining, soft, non-integrity having dudes would not be around if it wasn't for the mercy of your goddamn mama.
That's right. You said that before. You said it on Kudos panel many times. You frame it different. That's what. Yeah. Even that long live stream we did together. Yeah, you said it before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Because I keep saying it because I live in patriarchy. I see. You want to be red pill? I say, man, them Asian women's are submissive. No, they're not. They ain't submissive.
No, they're not.
Okay. What's submissive about a dude going to work for 12 hours of the day, coming home from fucking work, sitting down, eating his food, his kids in the other room or whatever. He sleeps in a separate room from his wife because she ain't giving him no pussy.
Yeah.
Because she's mom now. That's what?
Mom
yes. Oh, you don't know about that part of it, huh? Because she just sit there and goes, because she's talking all meek and shit like this and bowing and being all extra nice and all this other shit. This nigga, and then here's the thing: 70% of his paycheck goes to the house. The rest of it belongs to him. So he gives everything to the house. 75% of his paycheck goes to the house. So she manages what happens in the house. Oh man, shit, no, nigga, he ain't never there, nigga. He at work. He ain't never there. She got a job, and her job is to do the extra shit. But guess what? Guess who's not at his kids' baseball games or whatever clubs? Not him, because he's at work. Guess who's there? Mom's there. Mom's making school. And then anytime that motherfucking the children need something, let me talk to your father. They don't have direct contact with the father unless he needs to step the fuck in or unless he needs to have a meeting and lay down the law. He doesn't really deal with his kids except for one day out of the week. Or they have a little family gathering, or they go somewhere that he saved up or whatever, because he's working, because he's got to go to company meetings and drinking parties after the fact that he put in his 12 hours. Sometimes he don't even get to come home. He sleeps at the office, or he sleeps at an internet cafe and takes a shower and shit, or they send him to work. There's some dudes that work in 3 different states over, and they only get to come home once a month. Their family lives here, but they've been working over here for 2 to 3 fucking years because it was a position to get a promotion, but they got to take a foreign work assignment. I said, my son works in a company. It's multiple times he's been sent to another store in southern Japan and he's away from his family for 2 weeks. Living out of a fucking hotel and shit. He gets his time off. I said, but y'all don't, but that's a patriarchy. That's what you want? You want to go back to that? No, because there was a group of motherfuckers that were crying about the way that men were running shit then, got together, pulled their resources together, pushed women, invested in these women. These women by proxy, gave them something, they got into power and flipped the whole fucking dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Because they wanted access to what they wanted, but they want access to the women because women will consign to the men that are in power in a majority stand. Whoever shapes the environment, women are nesters. They will nest. Just like a woman in an abusive fucking relationship, she will stay there and get her ass whipped.
Mm-hmm.
The only time that she'll actually make a move is when you threaten the life of if there's a child involved. That's when she'll move.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
If it's just her, she'll get her ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? If she's just getting her ass beat and you ain't touching them kids, for the most part, she'll stay there and get her ass beat all day. The second you move from her to the kids, oh, she up and out. Because that's her nature. She's not a real mom. I said, you see, like the dynamic, right? Like this is, but I'm not I don't know. It's like, is something wrong with me that I see both sides of the fence, and I bring it back to where the real root of the problem is. Well, how do we fix it? It's actually fixing itself if you give it time. But the solution that's going to come about, it may be worse than what your present problem was. But by the time the solution happens, you're just going to be a watcher and not even be a player anymore because you're going to be old.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be off the playing field. If you're 40 years old bitching about women, they're making the change, but by the time this change goes through and you actually really see it in full force, you probably be about 55, 60 years old. And you ain't even thinking about that shit by now. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah.
Like,
these dudes have no idea about patriarchy, conservatism. Naturally, no countries don't play at all. Just travel those plays. Yeah, just travel those plays. They'll tell you.
Ain't nothing conservative. There's nothing more conservative than you deciding to marry who you want to marry and your family coming to snatch you up and kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Because they told you not to marry that motherfucker and you wanted to do it for love. You're supposed to get married for love, motherfucker. If you conservative, you're supposed to get married for fucking wealth and legacy.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a real true conservative, because you're trying to conserve the goddamn family motherfucking
structure,
like coffers and the structure. Like niggas is like, you know, this is the funniest shit I ever heard, right? It's sad, but it's funny. I didn't know this was happening. My Indian friend, I have an Indian friend.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We do business, but he's a friend too and stuff. And he told me that his friend went to his friend went to their mutual friend's wedding. He went to his mutual friend's wedding with another friend, and he told him to stay close because they was in like the northern part of India when this wedding took place, right? The other friend didn't listen, was talking to, like, I guess the bride's party, you know what I'm saying, her family, their party, and they was having a nice conversation. So he goes out to the balcony to go get, go take a smoke or whatever. And he said his friend told him the story. He woke up and he wakes up. There's a gun in his face and they're in front of like a priest or something. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, why is this priest here? And he's standing there with his clothes because he had the clothes on or whatever from the burns gun. And they brought this girl out in the traditional wedding. Like garb, like the traditional Hindu shit. And he said, what's going on? You're going to get married. He said, I'm not getting married. What are you talking about? He said, you're going to get married. So I need to call my father. Call your father, right? He calls his father. He said, Dad, some people kidnapped me, trying to force me to marry somebody. And he said, what did you do? We didn't get married yet. I said, I need to call my father. He said, okay. Come get me, Dad. How do I get out of it? And he said, what are you going to do, son? And he said, I need you to come get me. Dad, they talking about they're going to kill me. He said, are you going to get married to her to save your life? Or are you going to die for the sanctity of the family? He said, what? He said, if you get married to that girl, I'm going to kill you myself. Those people have no fucking money. We made a lot, and they're trying to marry you in as a fucking ransom. So if you marry, I was like, whoa. He said, no, in India, they do this a lot. They talk to a guy, find out, and they kidnap him. Force him to get married, and then the family will go and pay some dowry because they just got to pay something. And then you got to go through all of this shit to get out of the marriage. They're kidnapping dudes. Not women,
that's normal.
but dudes,
right?
That's
normal.
But a lot of these dudes don't know this, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, I can't do it. Now he said, luckily, their friend, his when they was up there, they had their own security force up there, right? Like going around, to protect or whatever. So they found him in the village and they got him out of there. Right. And he said his friend was so pissed off. And he said when he saw his father, the mother hugged him. The father smacked the shit out of him. He said, didn't he tell you to stay close? Didn't he tell you? Didn't he? Like his father was pissed. And he said, guess what? You're getting married tomorrow. Like, because he was already supposed to get married to somebody. I gave you 3 years to enjoy your life before you have to do. Now you put the I'm not talking to you until you get married. Like he walked off. He told him, and he walked
That's how to get down.
Off. He was like, and when he told me the story, I was shook, man. I was like, what? Right?
That's how those skis do it. Yeah, I saw this in the movie once. They do that. It's normal, but see, they don't show you the graphic part in those movies.
Yeah, and so I pulled up an article. I think I did it on my channel a while ago, but I pulled up an article about how they was having these rashes. Because I'm not going to just tell the story without the fucking receipts. So because motherfuckers ain't gonna believe you. So I pull up the shit and I said, "This is a thing, but this is a patriarchy. Are you motherfuckers ready?"
They ain't.
I keep hearing this gynocracy, this gynocracy. Dude, you don't even live in a gynocracy, clown. You live in a plutocracy. You fucking fool. You don't even, and you know what's the fucked up? You know what? I blame Cerulean for that. I said, see, this is what happens when you teach niggas words that they don't know the real meaning to. Because that gynocracy thing was in this plutocracy video. Right? When he made it. And I said, you gotta stop teaching dumb niggas words that sound intelligent.
Right.
You can't teach, and what I mean, I'm just mean, period. It's like them dudes that go to jail and then they made to read the goddamn dictionary when they join in one of these religious cults and shit, and they come out, you know what I'm saying, using all of these words in the wrong in the wrong sentences in the wrong fucking way. When the white man in this in the mind of the consciousness and understanding of this and the white man, you know what I mean, like stupid shit like that. Instead of the white man, when I listen to these guys, and I guess in 2.0 and 3.0, when I listen to these guys, you know what it remind me of? The 90s reemergence of pro-black 2 and 3.0. Right? The white man is this, and the white man did that, and the white man did this, and the white man is you over there, you eating that pork, blah blah blah. That's the white man. You know what I mean? Because 3.0 is the black. The like read, nigga, read. You know what I'm saying?
Read, nigga.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I heard that bullshit. Yeah.
But see, that's the 2.0, right? You gotta blame it on somebody.
You need to read, nigga.
Nigga, read. And then the 3.0, right? The 3.0 is this: the black woman is God. Black men ain't shit. Yeah, they let they dominated. You know what I mean? So they sound like male versions of fucking Cynthia G.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Dominate. Pandering, the overly protective pandering, right? So even if they do make a point, you can't consign or help them with their point because one, if and on the other side, right? These bitches ain't shit. These black bitches breathe, smell, and look wrong. Even if she did some good shit, she has an agenda because she's doing it for white Zaddy. Right? You know, like this is what I had a problem with. Remember the Goldman and Sachs thing?
Yeah, I remember.
And it was talking about the $1 trillion or something.
Yeah, 10 billion. 10 billion. 10 billion.
You know what I did? I called around talked to a lot of black women in the space and asked them, did you get your piece of that $1 billion investment from Goldman and Sachs? Did they send you a check in the mail? Did you get a fucking stimulus check? Did Shaquita down the street get any of that money?
Yeah.
And the answer is motherfucking no. Because you know where that money went to? Some of that money went to that race so they can have the motherfucking thought run around so you think
Oh, yeah,
black
yeah, my fault. Yeah, that answer was no. Yeah.
But they did get it. But they did get it, right? Because they paraded a minstrel in front of everybody's faces. Right? See, but then you got black people holding her accountable. Well, they roasting her, right? Because she lost. She lost. It's human beings, right? If somebody's being that motherfucking mouthy and not humble, and they lose terribly, they're gonna kick them in the ass, right? Then you got some of those like minority that are just because she black, you know what I mean? Get at her, right? White, black doesn't matter, right? Then you got the ones that's over there trying to look at it in a better light, like trying to give it a benefit of the doubt because they already put themselves out there when she made the first infraction. But there were several infractions after that, but they were so subtle, right? And then you got those loud minority, because she's a black woman by all costs, we must defend and enable a bullshit behavior. We must not hold her accountable, but we must blame everything on the men. Now, what I say is the environment is set up for, therefore, by men, right? So in a collective, men are responsible for the environment, but they are a small minority that's in power that make these things. So the way to change that is to do what? Use policy to change that. So that is you changing the environment. That has nothing to do with the species' individual actions that leads to their survival there within said environment and evolution, especially when they reach adulthood. People have been moving into Florida all the time, right? People live everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Alligators still exist in Florida.
Yeah.
Right?
Everything exists in Florida.
Everything's in Florida, right? Everything's in fucking Florida. Now,
Everglades.
Everglades, right? Now, why motherfuckers surprised when there's a goddamn alligator on a goddamn golf course? That's still that motherfucker's environment. Just because you change the fucking environment, the alligator's not going no fucking where. If they surviving, because that's his environment. You change the environment to a golf course.
Yeah.
He must got something to eat around that bitch for him to be there. Now you might be on the fucking menu. He would rather not eat you. You're not as tasty.
Right.
He would rather eat something else. He doesn't want something. He doesn't want to eat on something that's filled with GMOs. He doesn't want something that has hypertension and high blood pressure.
Facts.
He doesn't want to eat you.
Right. Yeah.
He doesn't want to eat you. He wants to eat something else. But just to put it in a nutshell, when we get into this pseudo intellectual stuff, until you've actually, like you said, like put the things in practice and it not becomes theory, and you don't show a consistency under these constraints, right, in this environment, then anything change, because it's a science at the end of the day. And one variable can give you something totally different. Science is not exact. actually making mistakes leads to discovery. And that's the problem with these dudes, is that they think that they're rhetoric. Like I like what the brother said. It's like, why does this has to be strictly red pill? Yes. Why does talking about women and the red pill is only considered with talking about women? Seeking knowledge and truth, but that doesn't compute, and it was never about that. But remember, did you listen to Kuda when he was talking about the game thing and how people are having a problem with the game talk, like talking about game? And he said that we brought it about with women, right? Like we said about women, because that is something that the men could relate to. So I said, oh, so you dressed it up in something that they can digest. But they was always there for the women. If you're talking about the game thing, instead of just doing what? Talking about policy. But that's boring and wouldn't accord on. So ain't it your fault? That the only thing they took from it was the thing that they came there for in the first place? So who takes responsibility? They have to take responsibility because they never was trying to get better. They was only there for women. You have to take responsibility because you dressed the shit up talking about women, but you meant something else, but you never got to that point and never let them in on it. And the reason they got a problem with these game dudes is that the game dudes, for a long time, was making a lot of money off of this, like you said, pseudo intellectual, right? I'm going to teach you how to get women with no problem. Just take my course for $13.99. Come to my you know what? I said I saw this thing. I watched the show Lucifer and shit, and I saw that episode where the guy was selling the game thing, and he ran through one of the chicks.
Oh yeah,
and then the chick came back. Yeah, the chick came back with her brother and set him up with some type of ransom, and he fell in love with her, but he forgot, and he wrote this book about the shit and got rich, and they would get the money back because she got her heart broken and all this other stuff. And shit just got real messy after that, right? But they were actually showing that the game shit is a facade, because the dude even said that he was, quote unquote, a beta male, if you want to consider that, when he was in high school and in college. And he just took the teachings, got confidence up. Because at the end of the day, let's just be real. Game is nothing but taking the knowledge, being confident within yourself, understanding yourself, and being unapologetically yourself. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is, man. And if someone, yeah, man, that's all it is, man. I really feel sorry for these guys, man. I really feel sorry for
deep down, and especially for that young guy over at Duke the Don. Shouts out to Duke the Don, and I appreciate Alvin Preach had that little pre-record to learn something. Took a clip of that guy, man.
Yeah, man.
That boy was saying was conviction. He was young too, but he didn't know any better. He's lost.
Man, you know what he sound like, man?
Mm-hmm.
He sound like a Jehovah Witness in the mid '80s, bro.
Right.
Oh,
they do, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Only 144,000 is going to make it. So why you trying to get me over there with you where I got to compete against 144,000 by how many trillions and billions of people that have died between the beginning of time and now? Get your rifled ass off my stoop, bitch.
That's right.
Yeah, that don't even make sense, does it? That don't even make sense.
Shit,
But
I just opened the door, butt ass nigga. I'm like, what you want?
can't do that shit no more. You be Me Too in prison on your own property. Like, you know what I mean? Hashtag, I should be able to walk around my house naked.
Hashtag,
Yeah.
hashtag. I thought this was America.
I know, you know what I'm saying? Man, you listen. You have a whole, but you know, I think America's funny because he sounds like a Trump person too, right? Like, you know, like, but you just saw fanatic like that is crazy. And he's look at him. Like, look at like he like I was looking at his eyes. He didn't blink, it was reflex. He's saying, you know what I mean? And because he's young, you can actually see it, right? If he was older, then you would just say he crazy and he lost.
Mm.
Man, he's just young. Well, he made that decision. He's still gonna get them consequences. But these dudes are pumping these type of dudes out. This is the product of these pseudo intellectuals for the 2.0 and the 3.0 dudes.
Mm-hmm.
This is certain people. Like, if you listen to their rhetoric, if you listen to certain people in the space, they sound like that dude. And not only do they sound like him, they act like him. They've done things, horrible, horrendous things to people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Horrendous things. Attack people, sat back, plotted, schemed, lied on people. Like, you know what? I hear more, I see more private text messages, hear more private recordings in the black sector of YouTube. And we talk about the beef sector, the divestment sector, all of this shit. And I thought there was no snitching. I thought niggas grew up with no snitching. I thought we didn't snitch to like we didn't snitch. It's amazing, right? It's man, it's the standards have been lost, man. Like, it's like now it's normalized for you like, sir, like, if you talk to somebody off of YouTube, especially a female, you got to make sure you record all your conversations and keep all your text messages, just in case if you start to get some type of clout that all of a sudden they falling out with you, or I'm gonna expose you. Notice that, right? I'm gonna expose you. It's amazing. Like, sir, I'm gonna tell you my honest opinion, right? And Rashawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know why AM shit went down the tubes?
Oh boy. Oh
It's
man.
because of that. Because of that shit right there. And it wasn't his doing. Like, and when I mean it wasn't his doing, it wasn't his doing. He was actually plotted on. And it wasn't nothing that he did. It was somebody in his camp that he left unchecked, that he wouldn't hold to a standard. It wasn't Kendra. It wasn't Sheep. It wasn't, who's the other dude that's there? I don't know the other dude that's there. It wasn't Soul Shader. It was actually Grinch.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
It was actually Grinch.
Damn.
It's actually Grinch. He was the weak link that caused all of that shit. That whole Nyland Taz social security number fucking debacle that was going on. That was his fault because he allowed Bayou Border Hog into the mix, and China White and Cocaine Cows in that. And they was working fucking secret agents, sending shit back to Nyla and them so they can tear down the dude's fucking platform. Because Chris didn't have a platform nobody cared about. Kendra's actual platform was being built with the help of BGS. Let's just be honest. If we going to be straight up and honest. BJ platform really popped off because he was over in the gossip section. He's over in the gossip section. He's in the T section. This platform popped because he was in the T section. Everybody was doing their own thing to a certain degree, but who's the top dog out of all of them? It's Angry Man. That's why, for good, for better, for worse, that's why he walled himself the fuck off. Because he took that hit and he's still recovering. And that's why nobody really wants to deal with the anything that the masculine mercenaries, anything involved with Angry Man or whatever, because of that whole thing with Nala, Taz, and them, and Suge in the mix, and all of that shit. Nobody wants to be a part of that shit because after that, I don't like Game Changer. I don't too much care for Fantastic. You know what I'm saying? But they turned around and then they got doxxed by proximity. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And this drama unfolded with some fuckery, and you start seeing people start dividing in their camps, right? This started to shatter the 2.0 and the 3.0, right? Now, sir, I'm not sure. Was it Angry Man 1.0 or 2.0?
Angry Man was 1.0, I believe. Yeah, he was 1.0.
You know what I'm saying? So one of your pillars is the cause of the crack. Because if one of your pillars crack on your foundation, then everybody else has got to compensate. And then that crack will start to what? Over time, the building to shift, and then there's another crack.
You
know what I mean? And people, for good, bad, and purpose, the reason why the space is splintered the way it is because the pillars couldn't keep it together to a certain degree. ARC was the first one to bounce out of the space, right? Out of the pretty much disavowed the manosphere, right?
Yeah, I know about that.
That was it was actually after the CERN Benito killer or something. He came out, he said, I'm not a part of this shit. I'm leaving the space. I'm not going to have my name, my brand connected with this red pill shit that is connected with Pseudo, with killing women and women or whatever, right? Because that's what it was looked like, right? I think BGS did a video about it. I think they talked about it. They worked it out. But this is the history. I'm just speaking about it in history, right? Standpoint, right? And I think Angry Man did a video about it, like "fuck you, nigga." Like, he did his "fuck you, nigga, get the fuck gone" thing. But ARC was the first one to bounce, and then O'Shea went to go do his Negro sphere.
The Saboteur.
Yeah. O'Shea went to go do his thing, right? and then his can't win, and then Obsidian, because remember he had that thing I think like 6 or 7 months ago about what about my hat? No, he said beauty is everything. One woman face down in the pool of her own blood. Right? He had an MOT conniption fit.
Wow.
Yeah, he did. Talking to ARC. And that was, I think that was months prior. So when all of this transpiring and happening, Obsidian, because the people that was over there with Obsidian was Edward Anderson, C Boogie, Edward Anderson, C Boogie, Nagone, and Edward Anderson, C Boogie, Nagone. I think Fantastic, SKC. I don't know. I think Game Changer was over there. Yeah, Game Changer. I never had a problem with Nagone. Like me, I never had a problem.
Oh, Nagone's cool. Nagone's cool.
Yeah, Nagone's cool. Nagone stopped fucking with Obsidian because Obsidian just kept flip flopping.
My nigga. I can't believe what I'm seeing, bro.
What's up?
Those white boys went double the fuck down on goddamn Fresh Foot.
What you mean?
Oh, you talking about that stream?
Wow, God. They doubled down on that motherfucker. But I think those white boys are playing them.
Yeah,
they've been playing them. They've been playing them. Yeah, they've been playing them. Yeah,
but they backing them? Or they hold them accountable?
Nah, they're playing them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they hold an account and plan. They do that all the time over there. I mean, they've been checked by everybody outside of the sphere.
But they're falling for it too.
Yeah,
and they're like riding with the shit. Those white boys they've been getting kid. The same the one fucking pedophile white dude.
Yeah.
What's his name? Modern Day. Like he's been like they've ran him through the ringer, and then you got Rollo Tomasi.
Yeah, Rolo's backing them. Yeah, Rolo's backing them. That's why he's protecting them. He's saving face because but the other side of the master don't mess with them. They're not checking them yet, but they'll make some videos, bro. Don't worry about it. That's why we should just not worry.
I'm not even worried about this shit. I was just like, God damn.
Yeah.
Well, these bitches don't want to just lay down and just fucking apologize and be like,
no, man.
We have a video tomorrow. We have a video tomorrow, and then we're gonna. You can't get your way out of here. Like, why don't those bitches just lay the fuck down?
Well, I just saw mediocre tutorials talked about how the goons came after him.
You talking about
Fresh and Fit? Like I guess the Haitian goons came after him.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean,
they down in Miami. So this is thinking what you thought was gonna happen. Like that.
No, I made a fucking dog. That's why. Yeah, you know what? I got to do a better marketing plan because Triple Black, no cupcake zone. This shit has been months. I said that he was gonna get pressed. It's been months that I made a video about this shit. Yeah, that he's gonna get pressed.
My thing is that and this is where it's apparent is that Preach.
It's not even Preach. No, fuck Preach. I mean,
I'm saying I don't.
Those guys are going to get pressed because Myron's a coon. He's a certified coon.
Oh yeah. I'm like, but what I'm saying is I don't want Preach to get any blame for this because I know this has nothing to do with Preach. Because Preach sees me as the individual that wants to handle them himself. Like he don't want to draw nobody else into it. He ain't gonna call for no backup. He gonna be there himself. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's
they're in strip clubs. Like Myron's popping big shit because he's a fucking Fed.
Mhm.
Supposedly, he's not even fucking Fed.
Yeah. You know, a snitch
Nah.
is even worse. Like an informant is even worse. I'd rather you be a Fed nigga than be an
Nah, he's
informant.
not even a Fed. He's
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, he's not even
Homeland
Fed.
Security. Was he? Did he work for Homeland Security, or he just got connections to Homeland Security? So he's just running around talking. He up there running around snitching on illegals, huh? So that's why he said, "I get you."
No, you know what's weird about it?
Mm-hmm. So that's why
I guess
he said that.
he was in human trafficking, like when it comes to like tricking. That's why he was so anti-tricking.
But he's actually doing human trafficking. Like I don't get. Hey, sir, you see that? Yeah. So hold on. He was in human trafficking. He's against tricking, but he's engaged in human trafficking.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I see how that. You know what? I'm an apothecary. No. I'm an apothecary, and I sell these tonics on the corner.
Yeah.
I'm an apothecary and I sell these tonics. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm an apothecary. Let's go with that from now on. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I deal with the administration of tonics in a herbalistic manner.
Yeah.
I'm not qualified into anything because it's the man's fault. The gynocracy.
Mm-hmm.
The gynocracy.
Yeah. You gotta listen. I am against tricking, but I engage in tricking because it's the gynocracy's fault.
Yep.
I mean, no, I down here, man. I mean,
moron. I'm like, nigga, you don't sit your ass down, my nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? So whose man's is this?
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm like, that's what it sounds like, man. I'm just saying, every time I hear it, right? Every time I hear it, man, every time I see a man, not just, just that, because there's people that don't take accountabilities for shit a lot of times, right? But dude, like, just, you know what? Just shut up. Like, listen, you know what? Hold your L. Hold your fucking L.
And pick up your goddamn feelings.
Hold your L. What the laws of power? Surrender to win, motherfucker. Surrender to win.
So basically, the niggas that came out and said some shit, they were like the fucking thoughts of goddamn the Fresh and Fit. Like they were the thoughts. Like those niggas treated them like thoughts to go get thoughts to get those bitches. I mean, like those dudes hoes.
Yeah,
this shit crazy. The muscle nigga, what was it? Eliconde or some shit.
Is that Fresh? Like, who's the?
No. Eliconde or the bodybuilding nigga.
Oh,
the bodybuilding nigga, and then the French nigga. Those niggas were both of them kind of light. You hear me?
Oh, okay.
They seem kind of light. Anyways,
so basically they use them dudes to go get the. You know what? I did say something. I did notice when watching Fresh and Fit, like, because I watched it with the volume down, just to see the body language. I noticed that whenever Myron was talking, the white women or the women there would always looking at Myron, right?
No, there's a video. There's a video of the bitch that he got pregnant, and the whole time she has her fucking. I don't know if it was a setup or whatever. She had her hand around her fucking face, not even showing her face, looking mad uncomfortable.
On the video?
Yeah. She was kind of terrible. Like he did some shit to that hoe. Yeah, he did some shit.
Hold on,
Anyways,
if you work in Homeland Security, you know, he might be, you know, I don't know, because
no,
she looked.
they be power. I mean, like those guys be power tripping. They be power tripping. They be on some power trip shit. They think they be on some untouchable shit.
Ah, you know what they acting like? You know what Myron act like?
Mm-hmm.
You know what, he act like old dude on Game of Thrones. Jeffrey.
Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, he act like Joffrey on Game of Thrones, man. Hey,
No, it
sir,
be
you watch Game of Thrones?
it's some untouchable untouchable motherfuckers. I don't even know how that should be.
No, it's Joffrey. Like if you ever watch Game of Thrones, it's a Game of Thrones is actually a good show. But if you ever watch Game of Thrones, it's a kid there. Well, not a kid. He's like a teenager, and he becomes king, right? Because his dad dies, but he's like a tyrant, right? He be doing all kinds of unredeemable shit to women, fucking just crazy shit. He's like a fucking tyrant, and that's how Myron act. Like he acts he acts like someone that's
burying you, blah, 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 blah. We're burying you. I guarantee you.
You said, you dusty Negroes, how dare you? Where's your haircuts? You got this. You know, when most say we got this studio, I was like, yeah, but my nigga, if they in Abba's house and they got a million.
But you gotta understand the world those guys live. They live in fucking Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like,
they live in that world. You can be what the fuck you want to be.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But what I mean is, how are you better than me if I'm doing more with less? And you spending out all of this money just to only be like a third of my sub count. And I'm doing pre-records. You're doing lives. You're doing pre-records.
Listen.
That shit was funny. I thought that shit was hilarious.
Let's look at 2021. If you have a whole bunch of vagina around you and you're a vagina, there's just nothing but vagina around, you win.
Well, they losing now.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, these guys are so starved for vagina that if you have a whole bunch of vagina around, that's the minimum threshold. Vagina. If you have a whole bunch of like pussies around, you win. You win.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
You win. And they've mastered the art of having a whole bunch of fucking pussy around. What's your rebuttal to that?
Yeah. I'm gonna say it like this, man. That's pussy sells things, man. Women
but if you have
things.
how do you lose if you have a lot of pussy around you?
Because they lost because they showed off for the pussy and then they weren't able to show the protection for the pussy.
No, I'm on your side on that one, but I'm just saying to the masses. That's why you have that retard. That bitch slow as motherfucker, bro. He's like, oh no, I just like Fresh and Fit podcast.
Not the person. They changed my life. Like, listen, I ain't gonna lie. Fresh and Fit.
These crackers don't change your motherfucking life. I'm sorry, man. I'm speaking out of turn.
Listen,
these crackers don't change your motherfucking life. Man, you a straight hoe, man.
If they ever had a testimonial, they needed a testimonial, they should have got it from that dude. That dude, they should have signed that dude on. Because that dude, that dude was caping hard. That dude caped harder for 2 men than he's ever caped in his life.
Don't you smell like that nigga right there? That's the type of dude though. You just come from the back and just fucking smack him right across the fucking head, like,
Oh man,
get smack his ass. Like, what the fuck wrong with you, boy? And then when a nigga try to fight you, though, you get him in the head, like you nearly choke his ass. Like, you faggot. Like, you. I mean, he a real hoe out here, man.
yeah. Shit is crazy. Man, I gotta get up off this motherfucker, but I gotta take me a power nap, wake up at like 2 a.m, get on these
I'll punch his ass. I mean, I'll punch his ass right in his fucking throat, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm about to shut this down, man. It's been like 6 hours, bro.
I know, man. Like,
yeah, I'm glad I'm chilling with you, brothers, man. I'm taking a risk at it's another viewage right here for me. So it's always a pleasure, Justin Andre, man. Shout out to everybody that came through. Yeah, man.
Easy, bro. Bad
all right, now.
Through the hard way. You already know.
Yeah.
Triple black.
All right.
Yeah.
Peace. Yeah, appreciate that everybody came through. Yeah. Appreciate everybody came through. Okay, JB, UD, Nicer, Triple Black, Justin Andre for the panel, Rashawn and Mike V, Commandante Lou, everybody else, a lot of Chips, Degenerate, who else came through? Tampa, She We Here, and everybody just came through. Shouts out to everybody, and shouts out to Dakota for sharing the stream, and I hope y'all enjoy the build we just had. So with that, I want to say peace and shalom.